Sorry, I'll start as soon as the song is over. It's a 1 hour loop. What do you guys do when the imposter is sus? Luton was on fire in League today. Was he? Oh, I did the, do you guys know who Some Other Gamer is? Some Ordinary Gamer? I did their podcast today. Okay. That's why I'm late. I have a real reason. I swear to God. Sorry. Oh my God. I'm here. Camera. Oh. Oh, we not going to work today? No. Wait, why do you not work? Oh, because that was my Switch thing. Okay. Hi. What's up, Sussy Bacos?
And then...
What do I have open here? Oh my God, this is so fucking sad. I don't think I'll talk about this. I don't know.
And then I will play that game tonight.
Ooh. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, Muda's podcast, maybe? I guess. It was that dude. Or he was there. Oh God, he's gonna tower dive and get stunned by Rise and die. Is that what's gonna happen?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Remember, if you Q, flash, and
Oh, cute! It's like crops now.
move forward.
Oh. Wait, he has another ult? Wait, is he playing like Earth? Am I crazy?
Thanks. Easy.
Whatever, it's fine.
Didn't do anything.
Oh, who cares? Bruh, the US literally checks every box regarding fascism. Let's see. What are the boxes of fascism? Powerful and continuing nationalism. Okay, nationalism on its own is not fascist, but okay, we'll take this as one part. Disdain for the recognition of human rights. How does the US have a disdain for the recognition of human rights? What do you think? We have like a whole... What? Identification of enemies / scapegoats as a unifying cause. This is every single human being all the time does this. You're literally doing it right now against fascists. Supremacy of the military. Even when there are widespread domestic problems, military is given a disproportionate amount of government funding, the domestic agenda is neglected. We spend so much money on... I don't think people realize... We should go over, like, the government budget sometimes. I don't know if people know the difference. Like, we do not spend the majority of our money...
You may skip this dono.
Thank you. We do not spend the majority of our money on our military. There are two chunks of our federal spending. You have discretionary spending, which is of that spending we spend the majority of our budget on. But then we have a whole other chunk called non-discretionary spending, which are, I think, like mainly entitlements, right? It's like Social Security and other forms of welfare distribution or whatever. I think I'd have to go look up the breakdown. But like we spend like 4 times more. Is it 4? I should look up. Hold on. So I know the numbers. Discretionary versus non-discretionary spending. Wait, U.S. budget. Oh, they call it mandatory spending, not non-discretionary, sorry. Mandatory spending for 2020 was $4.6 trillion. Our military budget is $700 billion, which is the majority of, or it's the largest line item on our discretionary spending. But I'm not saying that we shouldn't spend more domestically. We should. But like people that are like, we spend more money on our military than anything else we spend. No, that's not true. Like, I don't know what. Rampant sexism. Bro, what? Opposition to abortion is high, as is homophobia and anti-gay legislation. What does that have to do with sexism? Is being homophobic being sexist now? Controlled mass media. The United States does not run our media. Obsession with national security. What does that mean? I mean, like, to some extent, isn't everybody kind of obsessed? Like, these are also, like, ambiguous. Who is this written by? Probably some dipshit on Twitter. Religion and government are intertwined. This used to be kind of cringe for the United States, but I don't think it's, like, ultra intertwined, no? Like, we don't have, like, Sharia law for Catholics. Corporate power is protected? Every single country on the planet protects their corporations. I said, of course. What do you mean? What? Labor power is suppressed. I mean, we've got pretty big, the teachers union is pretty big. The United Auto Workers are pretty big. I mean, we could always have more unions in the U.S., but disdain for intellectuals and the arts. We have some of the best higher education schools in the world.
Just want to say
Somehow.
Thank you for being reasonable and helping to pull people like me away from the reactionaries.
He wants to talk. DM me or add me on Discord. Is this guy even anybody, or did I pick out like a 100 follower account? Oh no. Oh, it's even worse. It's like an 80K follower account. The Revolutionary Black Network. Oh no. Oh god. They are confusing all state tools for maintaining stability in society with all fashion. Yeah, like I feel like basically no. Fuck. I'm fucked. I'm fucked actually, because I already said that. Somebody go like, don't you think that basically every single Western European country could fall in this? And he'll go, yeah, that's how widespread fascism is. That's where the whole argument would go. And I'll go like, oh okay, well. Jesus. Bro, apparently this guy, a 71-year-old white woman, was praising the work of an 80-year-old black woman, but, or I'm sorry, 80-year-old black man, but she accidentally referred to him as colored instead of black. And then everybody's lost their minds. Tell me this does not sound like the most snowflakey fucking Twitter thread in the world. So, the romancing sci-fi and fantasy panel wrapped. It wasn't in a racist context, by the way. They just like, oh, like a colored author or something. I wish I had the exact quote, actually. It'd be nice. But they didn't like call him like, oh, that colored whatever. It wasn't like that. So, the romancing sci-fi and fantasy panel wrapped. Instead of celebrating, I'm here holding grief and frustration over what happens when language is misused, regardless of intent. During the panel, Samuel R. Delaney's trailblazing work was referenced. He was also referred to as colored. Hearing this, I had an out-of-body experience. I typed bicolored. Surely you mean black into the chat, then deleted it. Seconds later, I deleted several more. Let's backtrack and restate that messages, feeling shaky and out of it. Like, one thing that's funny is that, like, I feel like we've had like 5 different ways to refer to black people now. Like, I think now where we're at, I think in news articles, I think you can actually refer to them as blacks if you put capital B, and that's good. But like, I think 3 years ago, that would have been really offensive. Blacks? You mean black Americans, right? It's so hard to keep up with all the fucking jargon. And then like 5 to 10 years ago, it was supposed to be
Destiny. I know you're sick of Mr. Girl discourse.
It was supposed to be African Americans. Like, these were people with indistinguishable ancestry because of slavery. So they're the ancestors of slaves. You have African Americans. I don't think people say African Americans anymore because they consider that weird or racist. We can say blacks now. It's Jesus Christ. I know you're sick of Mr. Girl discourse. People need to start calling his latest video straight up abusive. I can't watch it on stream, guys. It's a fucking porn video. I'll watch it off stream when I have time, but I can't watch it on stream. And I'm not gonna watch like a 2-minute YouTube cut. But I love you. When folks fuck up, it's important to call that out, even when things are done in the spirit of warmth and kindness. Delaney's work was being praised, as it should be, but in that moment, the power dynamics left me speechless. I was the only black panelist. I'm a newer author without many publishing credits. I'm in my early 30s.
Stephen,
and
remember,
referred to as young during the panel. That's fine. I am young. Those aren't excuses, but they are illustrative of the power differentials at play in SFF, science fiction and fantasy. Now, though, I need to warn folks. Please take care if you plan on watching our panel. Some wonderful wisdoms were shared, but you're going to encounter that moment, and the silence might be suffocating. Remember the Pennsylvania event when I told you I would take you to see Morbius? Change your plans. Morbius coming to you. Get morbed on Kid Obama. Nice. The sad thing is that, like, somebody probably could have just said, hey, like, person of color, right? Not colored person. And I feel like the author would have been like, oh yeah, of course. And then it would have been done. Like, boom, easy. But instead, nobody said a thing. They waited until the panel was over, and then this person got kicked out of the conference. That is correct. And no one mentioned to her that it was an offensive thing to say at the time of the slur. They all waited until it was over, then they booted her. The woman who was offended said nothing, then used Twitter to tell the world. This is so fucking disgusting. Fuck! Get me out of here, dude.
Thank you for all you do.
I think I'm gonna give it more of a crush in a second, just to really get the juices out.
Okay. Hey guys, XQC here, guys. Today we're gonna be crushing a watermelon with my head.
Keep crushing it further.
Like, what the fuck is that, dude?
Really
Oh no.
get it out.
He's noticing.
Oh. Okay, that was a little bit better. Oh god. I think I'm gonna give it more.
Did you see Mr. Moon get safe worded when he was doing the Rubik's Cube by Peach? Wait, what? What the fuck is this?
I'm super curious to hear your take on Vosh's debate with me about preparing for violence against Republicans. Vosh, pick channel. Call Repub evil.
Maybe. Transphobia, racism, rape, bestiality. Jesus, there's too many trigger warnings for me to even. I don't care.
Raising for abortion funds, and we're already at 115.
Why is he pushing his voice then?
Raising for abortion funds, and We're already at 115.
Why is he pushing his voice?
Can you say you heard that African American is offensive? Fuck, I wish I had it, but like, I think if you look at any modern articles, nobody uses African American anymore. I don't think that's, I think it's a
Destiny. I know you
deprecated
just
term.
don't want to watch it. It's 30 minutes. Non-pornographic on YouTube.
Okay, I'll think about it.
You know you made it when your cards go from sounding like this to sounding... You know you made it when your cards go from sounding like this to sounding...
Bro, it's a Chase Sapphire card, okay? It's a nice card, but chill, okay? It's not the most exclusive thing in the world. BIPOC? I don't know if many people are using BIPOC. I think it's having trouble catching on because it's such an unbelievably fucking stupid. Why can't you understand African American has nothing to do with descendants of slaves? Descendants of slaves identify with the black experience more than the African experience. African Americans are people that come from to America from Somalia, Nigeria, Chad. Much like, wait, what? I can't tell if this is a meme or if you're just being a fucking moron. What? Is he trolling? Engage? Yeah, I can engage. People from Somalia or people from Nigeria are not African Americans. They probably wouldn't refer to them as such. They would probably say, I'm from Nigeria, not I'm from Africa. I'm a Nigerian American. That would probably be what they would say. I would imagine. Africa is a huge fucking place. It's a massive continent. African American referred to the idea that there were a group of slaves that were brought over from Africa, and they don't know where they're from. So their American experience as descended from slaves are African American because there's some ambiguity about their origins. But like maybe like in some conversations, but generally like a European coming to the United States is gonna be like, oh, I'm a European American. I'm European. No, they go like, I'm Swedish. I'm Norwegian. I'm from France. I'm from Germany. I'm German. Not I'm European, right? '20th century black immigrants aren't referred to as African Americans. Correct. They're not supposed to be. Like somebody that I guess it's confusing. I understand. Like a person that immigrated here from Nigeria in 1994 and is in the United States. It's weird, but that's not an African American. That's a Nigerian American, or that's a guy that immigrated from Nigeria. An African American specifically referred to the group of people that have like a non-distinct background because they don't know because they were brought over on ships and shit and they have no idea where their ancestors came from. I hear them referred to as ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery. Okay, bro, whatever you say, all right. You don't even have to say Nigerian American, you just say Nigerian. Well, it depends. If they fully immigrated here, they have a family here, then they'd be a Nigerian American family or Indian American or whatever. It just depends. Is there a non-cringe way to ask someone, hey, are you a descendant of slaves? Yeah, ask them what their last name is. And if it came from a white dude that raped like their great-great-great-grandma, or if it comes from don't do that. Sorry, that was too edgy. Stop. Okay. God, somebody actually, oh yikes. Who was it? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Somebody on Twitter or something got into a fight with somebody. Fuck, I'm trying to remember the context, but it was something like, it had to do with black last names. And the guy was like, well, why are so many people with black last names? Like, why do they have a last name like Jefferson or something? And it's like, bro, because that was the name of the fucking family that owned them, dude. Holy shit, chill. Fuck, I wish I could remember the context of that question. You do agree for policy grouping African immigrants with the descendants of slaves does not help, right? Yeah, of course. They're massively different groups of people. Like African Americans, descendants of slaves, are about as related to immigrants from Africa as they would be to immigrants from Europe. They're massively different groups of people. What is this?
feel dumb as fuck. Fuck my ankle up, you gonna feel dumb as fuck. Some dumbass nigga threw his fucking ID up here. This nigga got a fucking slave name. This nigga name is
Jesus.
Langston Riddell. This nigga a jazz player. Where your black ass at, nigga? Langston Riddell. This nigga pay grade on here? What the fuck? Oh, this shit expired. That's why you threw it up here. Okay. Well, I know whose identity I'm stealing, nigga. Ooh, I'm about to fuck your credit up, nigga.
Okay, cute. All right.
Fuck books.
Oh, no.
Books are for pussies.
No.
Go hit the gym.
No.
Fuck books.
Oh, no.
Books are for pussies.
No.
Go hit the gym.
No.
Well, many black Americans do last names of slave owners. Many black Americans chose their names of their own volition, and certain last names such as Brown, Washington, and Jefferson. Okay, there you go. Maybe that's true. I shouldn't have listened to that. Fucking. Why are we? Why do you guys distract me so much? We're supposed to be doing work today. Sneeko learns the levels. Who's Sneeko? Okay, mute links on. You guys are muted now.
Challenge for you, Floyd. If you can read one full page of a Harry Potter book, nigga, I'll give $750,000 to whatever charitable organization you want to. Fuck the bucket of ice. QASLELS. Challenge for you, Floyd. If you can read one full page of a Harry Potter book, nigga, I'll give $750,000 to whatever charitable organization you want to. Fuck.
Jesus. Stop, sorry, fuck. Okay.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
Okay, cringe. Destiny uses Trump. Oh, cringe. Okay. Can we talk about fascism sometimes? Sure, whenever you want, buddy. Counterpoints. Counterpoints is a cool guy. Did that one guy DM you? I don't know. A few people tried to add me on Discord, but I don't think any are him. Vadim has terminal brain AIDS. He is literally a dumb fuck. Obama. Amazon. The Mr. Girl video is insane. Yeah, get linked, losers. Comment on Reddit turning on Mr. Girl and Misandry. Oh no. Are they turning on him? What is the video you want me to watch? Is it just the 8-minute safe for work? You want me to wait? I'm not watching the safe for work version. Why would I do this? Is there a different video? It's on his second channel. Okay. Somebody take the hit and link it. Are you scared about American institutions? Seems like both sides don't value them anymore. I want to tear them down. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty spooky, my dude.
You put on makeup.
Yeah.
I don't like makeup.
I know.
Why do you do this?
Wait, I don't need to do this.
Don't like how sad I look all the time.
One of the most mindfucky things about makeup, it's so hard to convince somebody. I can't have this conversation because I just realized you're all fucking incels. I don't know how many of you know what actual women look like. I don't know if anybody knows what a woman looks like anymore. Like, I don't think anybody knows. Like, women without makeup look fine. They're cute. Everything's cool. Everything's chill. But it is impossible to convince a woman that you actually feel that way. There are, like, I know so many women that will, you wake up in the morning and, like, she will get out of bed immediately to put on makeup and then come back to
14
bed.
points of fascism is soy liberal arts garbage.
And I'm like, bro, why? Are you okay? I don't need you to have eyeliner on to just lay here with you. And it's like, well, you know. And it's like, no, I don't know. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's what happens next. Now you need makeup. I'm just kidding. In a video game. Okay? No, but it's like, there's this weird thing that happens where, because a woman will say this, and it's impossible to figure out where the truth is, or if there's like some deception or self-deception or what. A woman will be like, well, I wear makeup because I like the way that it makes me look. And it's like, is that actually true? Or do you like the way that it makes you look because of how other people treat you based on how you look? Like, it is impossible to disentangle that. And even with women, because I'll have really honest and frank conversations about women about this. Like, what do you think? And I think most of them will admit that they're like, it's hard to tell. Like, I think I look better with makeup, but maybe it is because a lot of people tell me that if I don't have makeup on, I look sick or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, I don't know, but the problem is that, like, my advocacy can't go both ways. I can't tell women, like, hey, you need to stop wearing makeup so that everybody remembers, or everybody can know what women look like. You need to stop wearing makeup, please. Because then when they do that, a whole bunch of guys will be like, oh, you look disgusting, you're horrible, like, everything is shit, whatever. And it's like, okay, well, what the fuck, you know?
You're gonna get nice and perky for the video?
Mm-hmm.
You think that's what people don't like about you in my videos?
Can that be said for anything you wear aesthetically or whatever? Yep. That's why I wear sweatpants and a t-shirt, because I'm not a slave. I'm not a slave to appearances in society like my subreddit posters are, like you guys are. When you're the subreddit's like, if you would just get a nice pair of jeans and some shoes, it would just be better. That's why. Because I'm above you. I'm better than you. Because I don't give a fuck, okay? That's where I am, and that's who you are, okay? I'm the guy that shows up in sweatpants and then I fuck your mom, okay? Your mom won't even talk to you, no matter what you wear, because she's too busy sucking my big Cuban cock. I'm a level 5. You're a level 1 with no hope, kid, okay?
It's too sad. You think that's why people criticize me? Because you're so sad that they feel like...
I think it's part of it. And I think especially people who knew me before I met you, I think I wore a lot of makeup to hide that.
I also know they think that you're sad.
You're right talking to Brittany? Wait, right now? Wait, Link! Or is that happening later? No, I hate her name. I don't know how to spell it, ever! She's not even streaming, Cherry. Okay.
Because of me.
Right.
This might be the most sociopathic thing I've ever... Wait. Oh. Okay, never mind.
They don't understand how happy I make you.
Right.
Wouldn't the same be true for like beards or something? Like you don't shave. I have to spend more time thinking about it, but there's like, I think that you can like extend there's like a range of like what the normal human appearance can be, and by normal I mean like whatever's like naturally possible. But then we can extend that further with like artificial stuff like makeup or whatever. And I feel like the extension into that artificial realm is damaging. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with makeup. I think that the issue is when, like, if this is like the normal range of human appearance, and then the boosted range with makeup is like over here, I don't think that anything is like wrong or bad about this. But the issue is that people start to think that like the normal range of what humans look like becomes like this. Like these are what normal people look like now. So like if you're like Melina, you can get away with not wearing makeup, okay? Like you have good job. Your eyebrows work, your lips have color, you're blonde, okay. Great, congrats, right? But for like a lot of people, you're kind of like fucked where it's like, okay, shit, well if I don't have like already, you know, insane facial features or whatever, like I'm fucked. Because this is like, people think that this is what a normal, like everybody has like blushing red lips and cheeks and fucking crazy. And it's like, okay, well, what the fuck, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Like this part here is just kind of what worries me. Typical woman response, leave makeup alone. It's just fun for some ladies. That's a massive cope. That is the biggest cope I've ever gotten sent to me ever in my entire life, okay? I don't believe it.
They don't understand me. No one fucking understands me.
Oh, that's cute. They like talk like each other, right? Did you? No one fucking understands me. That's like a Mr. Girl line.
They don't understand me. No one fucking understands me.
Okay, so you've been pretty upset with me for the last few days. Because I said that you were my sex doll.
Right.
Do you want to talk? You want to tell people what happened?
Well, I think what happened was that you leapt into bed with me, gave me a little cuddle, and then said, you're my real sex doll. And I was like, no. And you were like, yes, you are. And I was like, well, no, I don't like that you're saying that. It's freaking me out. I think, I think that you may have done this in response to me saying I was a little bit like anxious and needed some reassurance about the sex doll. Is that true? Or was I just thinking that?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I think I was thinking that, and I may have said it.
No. I don't remember.
I don't like that though, because because I think although yes, because we're in a monogamous relationship, technically I am the only possible real sex doll. The implication is that I don't get to have any boundaries or set any limits,
You know
which
you know what it is?
makes me freak out. What?
It's not that you don't get to have any limits. It's that there's a limit to your limits.
Well, yeah. Come here, bud.
You have to have sex with me. Eventually.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think so, but is that true? You would just...
Kind of. This is like half the story. You have to have sex with him to maintain the relationship. You don't have to have sex with him. You could just dump the relationship, right? Yeah. I want $5 back. Look at my dono. Don't ignore me. What? I don't care. You're linking me a video. That's fine. I'm in the middle of watching another video. Why are you demanding me to watch another video while I'm watching a current video? What is fucking wrong with you? This is why donations are muted right now. And I have links muted in my chat. Chill.
Well, I think so, but is that true? You would just break up with me if I said we couldn't have sex anymore?
It's not that I would just break up with you. I just think our relationship would either change to a platonic relationship, in which case it would no longer be our relationship, or would fall apart somehow. But one way or the other, in order to keep our relationship...
Sex is essential.
In order to keep our relationship as a romantic relationship, you have to have sex with me.
Uh-huh.
Especially, I really don't, if I'm not allowed to have sex with anybody else, you can't just make me never have sex.
Right.
So you have to have sex with me. So you can have boundaries to a point. You can say no a certain number of times.
How does your chest hair compare to Mr. Girl? I have 14 chest hairs. Twitter dude is asking today or nah. He didn't respond back. I don't know who's trying to add me, okay? When I publicly tweet my shit, he didn't say like, this is my account. If he's trying to add me, he needs to say like, oh, this is my account or some shit. Like, oh yeah. Wait, where is he saying today or nah? Where? Show me. Oh, he sent me a DM. Oh. I'm not familiar with Discord. Bruh. Can you shoot me a Zoom link or Google Hangouts? I typically only use Discord, Skype to chat. I've had other people send me links for the other two programs, but I don't usually host those calls myself. Not sure how to do it. Bum 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 bum. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah, but...
You have to get me off.
Yeah, and that's fine, but...
No, you have to.
I know.
Okay.
But I just think that the implication of it is scary.
What's that?
Well, sex dolls get raped. They don't have any choice. They have no autonomy.
That's what I'm
they
saying.
just lie there.
Okay. I prefer it when you just lie there. And I think what I've discovered through this sex doll thing, I thought this is great. Because I know you get upset when I tell you to just lie there.
Sort of. Yes and no.
No. You get upset when I say just lie face down and don't move. You get upset.
Sort of. Yes and no.
What do you mean yes and no?
I mean, it's upsetting on the one hand. On the other hand...
I'm talking about the hand that it's upsetting on.
Okay.
Okay. Can I just talk?
Okay, hold on. I don't understand how sometimes when I say things, it like leads to the most autistic conversations in the world, and then I get like, there's like always like the people, I'll say some shit like, I really enjoy driving cars. I think I'd prefer to be driving a car instead of like biking or walking. And then like someone in chat will be like, what about cars with bombs strapped to them, Destiny? Would you drive a car that had a bomb? What if you had a car that had a dildo that raped you every single time you put your left turn signal on, Destiny? Would you just break the law every time you drive, or would you just get raped every time you have to turn left? And it's like, chill, okay? Why is the natural important? What about clothes? Like, let me just say this simply. and then you can figure out for your own self. You can do your own exercises, okay? Things like facial hair, okay? You can shave and you can change up a little bit. That's fine, okay? Things like your body, you can work out or not work out a little bit, put on weight, that's fine. It's within the natural realm of things, okay? Having an expectation in society where people like shave or maintain their hair, take showers, I think that's fine. I think that's okay. I don't like the idea that it is an expectation that you have to paint your face to look acceptable, because it's just something a little bit weirder, a little different. Now, if you can't figure out, or if you think my standards are bullshit, or you think everything I'm saying is dumb, that's fine. You can have that, okay? But don't type some fucking unbelievably, okay, some actual weapons grade autistic shit in my chat. Like, what about clothes, Destiny? Okay, that's all just chill. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be mean, okay? I love you. I love you so much. I'll give you a pro tip in exchange for my rage. I've given this one before, okay? If you're ever gonna have girls over at your house and you wanna be a real player, a real big baller shot caller, stock up on these motherfuckers and put them in your bathroom, okay? Women love this shit. I don't know why. I don't know if it's the best brand, but they always have these things, these little makeup wipes, so they don't have to fucking scrape shit off their fucking face, okay? Stock up on these. There you go. That's your pro tip of the day. Chill, okay? Take a breather. Calm down. All right. Cherry's on it. What is Cherry saying? Those are so bad for your face. I've never heard that in my life. I'm sure that there's probably like a 52 product system Korean makeup removal shit if you want to be like ultra fucking anal or some shit. But pretty sure using these wipes is better than getting soap and having to fucking scrub the shit off your face. But yeah, I'm sure there's like a 27-step product cleanser system remover if you want to do that too. Okay, but at the end of the night, when you've been out drinking and you just finished fucking and you're barely are awake enough to get a drink of water, it's nice to just have something to wipe your face off. Otherwise, what happens is girls just sleep with their makeup and then everything gets fucked anyway. So, what? I love you. What are you talking about? How much I love fucking your mom, Mel. I love your mom. What? I love her. She has the tightest pussy in the world. It's so good. All I can think about is how much I love you. And how much when I fuck your mom, I'm thinking, wow, this is the same pussy my beautiful Melina came out of. And it's the one I'm about to come into. I'm just kidding. I love you. I love you, Mel. Don't get the knife off my screen. I'm going to ban on YouTube.
Driving me crazy.
Good. Okay, be careful. Love you. Okay, let's go back to watching this abusive relationship and get away from mine.
Without
ahead.
you trying to control what I'm saying?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Can you not say go ahead? Can you just shut up and just let me talk? Even that is just annoying. Shut up. No.
Okay.
Okay. Can I just talk?
Here, so it's always hard to be critical of Max because you don't know how much is like for the camera versus what's not for the camera. So here's like a skill. I've talked about this a lot before. I don't know why I'm talking about it because you guys are too autistic to implement any of this in your real life, okay? Because I'm just built there. I'm a level 5. I'm a level 5. You guys are 2s. Some of you are 1s, okay? It's really important to know when to switch up, and it's really important that the people around you know that you know when to switch up. Like, I can be like very aggressive, very sarcastic, very demeaning, like all of these types of things. But if somebody's having a serious conversation, like I can create a lot of space for them to express those feelings and to feel like they can do it without judgment, without aggression. I wonder sometimes, I can't tell, I don't know because these are videos and I can't see the totality of the relationship. But I wonder sometimes if Max knows when to switch up a little bit, you know? Like if I'm talking to a girl and she's like, I kind of think I want to eat like whatever. I want to go to Applebee's. And I'm like, okay, well that's great, but I don't want to eat dog food tonight. Okay. We're going to the Outback Steakhouse, the premium tier, best American restaurant. But if a girl's like, hey, I don't know if I appreciate like a comment you said about me, I'm not going to be like, well, get used to it because I'm about to say it 10 more times now that you told me about it, right? That would be like a time for like, oh, okay, sure, let's chat about this, right? You have to be able to kind of like switch gears when you're kind of feeling out where the other person is in the conversation, how they're feeling. Like for some things, you can lean into these like very aggressively and like have fun and banter and all that. But I think the other person needs to know that you have the capability of changing up and understanding what they're doing and being less aggressive or whatever. Like this seems like one of those times where maybe he should do that, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah.
Go
Without
ahead.
you trying to control what I'm saying.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Can you not say go ahead? Can you just shut up and just let me talk? Even that is just annoying. I would just like to speak, and then when I'm done, then you can speak. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. I thought, well, since you get upset when I tell you to just lie there and not move, and the doll's gonna do that anyway, it would be interesting to see what it's like for me to just fuck the doll. Because the doll always does what I want it to do. And, because I don't like it when you move when we're having sex. I don't like it, the part that's for me. Like if I'm like, I just want what I want to fuck you. I'm not picturing you being like, oh yeah, me. I just want you to not move, and I want you to lie there face down and be quiet and be still. So I was thinking maybe the doll will make you jealous and then you'll want to do that more, or maybe it'll be an outlet for me. I think what I've realized with my sickening sexual experiences with the doll is that it doesn't really mean anything if the doll's lying still. It's not letting me have my...
Yeah, you can stream it, no problem. Shit, hold on, this guy might want to talk. August, cut! August, cut right here. Cut! Wow, hello?
Oh, 1 second. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. I'm streaming, so don't say anything crazy, okay? Or too crazy.
Can you give me like 2-3 minutes? I'm trying to get everything set up here.
Yeah, no problem. You got all the time in the world.
All right. Appreciate it. Give me 1 second. I'll be back.
Yep. Something like that. Milkers. Put their logo on your YouTube.
Hey, what's up, Destiny? Right?
Yeah, the one and only. You can call me Steven. It's good.
Cool. Thanks for having me on. We at least had this cool conversation, right?
Yeah, well, maybe it'll be cool. We'll find out, I guess. No, I'm supposed to be.
I'm not sweating everything. Should be. I got no reason to fight you.
All right. Well, do you want to open or should I open? Do you want to introduce everything or I can introduce everything?
Yeah, well, I guess I introduce myself.
Sure.
System May. I am the co-founder of Revolutionary Blackout. And not sure what to expect here, but I guess we're going to be talking about the United States and fascism. Just a little bit background with me. I organized with the Bernie Sanders campaign. travel in multiple states for Bernie Sanders have shifted significantly to the left since then. I like to consider myself more of a socialist now, even to the left of Bernie Sanders' squad. So yeah, that's the only thing I had to say to start us off. Anything you want to add? And you can like introduce the conversation, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, my online handle is fucking Destiny because I play video games. But yeah, I'm Steve Bonnell. I do a lot of politics stuff. I consider myself to be pretty far left leaning, but not quite a socialist or anything like that. And yeah, I guess we are having a disagreement on Twitter about whether the United States is a fascist country. And I think more broadly speaking, like, what does it mean to say something is a fascist country or something?
Yeah, so there are a lot of ways you can take this. It depends on how you want to define fascism. There are a lot of different people with varying opinions. I quoted the 14 steps to fascism. Obviously, there are a lot of people who talk about fascism as being a merging of corporation and state, of a collection of dictatorial power and authoritarianism. And when I look at the 14 steps and everything that fascism is defined as, my reaction is the U.S. is fascist or worse. Like when you look at the human death count, when you look at the rights that they steal, when you look at the overall death count, the way the fight and struggle that they wage against workers, and the fact that the rich control everything, I think, like whether you want to define it as fascism, I don't think that's that important. But to pretend that the United States as an empire has the moral high ground over anyone, I think it's kind of foolish. So I guess I'll start there.
Sure. So my issue, I guess, is that like, I feel like I think we both can agree that the United States has problems. What I don't like is the labeling of every problem as fascist, because I think it instantaneously derails the conversation and gets us into really weird, like dick measuring areas where it's like, did the US kill more people than Germany? Or like, are we too much this or too much that? Like, why can't we just address what the problems are instead of hyper fixating on calling things fascist?
I don't think we're going to be yelling at each other as much as many people think we will, because I actually kind of agree with that. My point is, if you're going to label any modern country fascist, the United States would be fascist. We live in...
I mean, like, so if we want to go like further into that, like when we talk about like the 14 points, these things mean pretty strict things. And I feel like if we take them and we bend them, then like basically every single Western country would be considered fascist.
Yeah, that's why I actually kind of agree with your initial point where you say it's not too important to label anything as like fascist or whatever. I think it's more important to talk about the harm that is caused. But when I look at the definition of fascism, when I look at all the states that we have, at least all the prominent states in the developed world, I think the United States is the closest that we had to fascist.
Well, I mean, like, I think Russia would fit way more easily, no?
How? Well, can you explain that?
Sure. So, like, if we were to walk down a list of the 14 points, so, like, number one, like, powerful and continuing nationalism. Like, I think that Putin's statements in regards to Ukraine, one of the justifications given is that, like, we need to reunite our peoples, that Russia has, like, this obligation, you know, to people in other countries, and it's part of their, like, rebuilding of an empire, their pride as a nation. Like, I feel like Russia is a highly nationalistic country, and I think Putin leans into it probably more so than we do in the United States. But, I mean, we have to accept that every country to some extent is going to have some level of nationalism because, like, I mean, like, French people are probably proud to be part of France, Germany, yeah.
And I wish there was another option that Russia had in Ukraine, but when you look at the United States, 800 military bases surrounding Russia. So I am not here to defend these states. I don't care about Russia as a state. I don't like Putin because he's an anti-communist. But if you're gonna call Russia a fascist country, or at least like allude to that, 'cause I'm not here to strawman your arguments at all. Yeah. You should at least admit that if you think the Russia is fascist, you must believe the United States is fascist. If you don't think that is, I'm just interested in hearing that.
Yeah, I don't ever see the United States saying things like, we are going to go and like support civil wars in places to defend like our ethnic people in other areas, which is one of the claims that Russia's made. That's like a pretty fashy thing to say. Like, these are our ethnic brothers.
That's a unique statement. I'm trying to. I think it's the Monroe Doctrine, right? The idea that the United States put out that anything in their anything in the Western Hemisphere is their backyard. How is that ideology any different than what Russia is doing in Ukraine?
I mean, like, we can talk about the.
So
hold on. My history's not.
You know how many people was hurt in Cuba because the United States believed they owned the sovereignty of that country?
I think when we talk about like the Monroe Doctrine, this is a way different time in history. Like in terms of like European countries.
We still believe it.
What?
We still believe in it though. But the problem that you have and a lot of like, I don't. I'm not trying to be mean, but like.
No, you go for it.
Liberals. That's not my intention here. So they pretend that all the sins of the United States is in the past, but they still believe in the Monroe Doctrine. They just repackage it, right?
Yeah, but the way that we like, I'm pretty sure that like the way that we practice the Monroe Doctrine now is not like we're gonna go and start wars in every single country. Like since the 90s onward. What?
We starve them.
Well, I mean, the U.S. is like maybe the biggest like country. We might do more foreign aid than any other country in the world. I think like.
We're starving millions of Afghanistan people right now. We funding genocide in Yemen.
We left Afghanistan, right?
Yeah, so we started starving. I don't differentiate. There's no difference to me between hot war and cold war. That's why I didn't praise Biden for pulling out Afghanistan, because it's clear they had planned for them. So there's a story that just came out maybe a few weeks ago that showed that Afghanistan, more people are going to die in Afghanistan because of sanctions. Sorry, because of Biden freezing funds, to be more accurate, than they did during the war, 2 decades. Literally 13,000 infants have died because their mothers cannot produce milk because the United States is withholding Afghan funds. They're literally people having their funds stolen. So yeah, they shifted their strategy, but they still believe in the full spectrum dominance, the dominance.
Well, but if your country that's ran by the Taliban is having problems feeding the people, whatever, does the United States have like an obligation then to help? Because here's like a weird game. I don't want to say game. Here's a weird thing that I feel like people on the left will say sometimes. They'll say that like when you engage with trade with the United States, or if you take loans from the IMF, like that's a form of soft imperialism that's being pushed on you. Like now your country's being taken advantage of by the United States. But then in the next breath, they'll say things like the U.S. like refusing to trade with Cuba, or the U.S. not trading with, or tariffing like countries like Afghanistan. Well, that's actually evil too. Well, like, which is it? Like, do you have an obligation as a country to get full access to the United States economy and trade and be a part of it, or is that like a form of imperialism that like works out poorly for every country?
Yeah, well, according to Lenin, imperialism is an economic order, and that's why NATO must be opposed, because it's all about maintaining this economic order. Now we go more into like that particular story with Russia and Ukraine. It's all about funneling arms. It's all about getting money to shady oligarchs. So when I see the economic order that the United States have imposed on the world, I see that as a net negative when you look at the life expectancy and the results of that in the global South. Hell, even in our own communities, like our quality of life is dropping because the United States is spending so much money on empire. And if you look at the 14 steps of fascism, a heavily militaristic country, and I don't think this is necessarily on the 14 steps, but I think a lot of people agree, like a country that neglects its own people in order to bomb and starve other people in other countries. Once again, I don't know if you want to call that fascist, but it's not anything better.
I guess it's like, let's say that I can identify some set, we probably would agree that there are some set of problems that we can identify either within the United States or within the global West or within some of these larger, intranational structures or supranational structures like the EU or NATO or whatever. I feel like the conversations would be so much more productive if we just said things like, hey, let's focus on trade policy in the United States. Like I think Biden was in talks of like unfreezing some of the Afghan central bank funds in order to use them for humanitarian purposes. Like, I think that like these are good conversations to have, but when we make the conversation about how like, you might do this, I don't know if you do, but I'm not familiar enough with your activity. But like when it seems like a lot of people's entire political ideologies are defined by the phrase "U.S. bad," like in everything, it's just basically being infinitely critical of the United States. And it's like, well, why not find like here, like the United States does a lot of good around the world. Like there's a lot of people in Africa that like what.
not for black and brown people.
Absolutely. There's a lot of people in Africa whose favorite president is literally George W. Bush because of the unbelievable contributions to HIV research and stuff and HIV drugs that the United States did in a lot of African countries that were really poor and couldn't afford them. So I'm not saying the U.S. is perfect. There are ongoing genocides in Africa that the United States won't take a position in. That's bad, right? So, I mean, like, I'm not saying that the U.S. is perfect, of course. And the U.S. definitely contributes to it, maybe even causes problems in areas, for sure. But, like, why can't we have a more granular view of like, okay, the US does some good things here, we can do more good here, like sending vaccines to other countries around the world that can't afford it, and the US does some bad things here, let's focus on the bad things here, rather than being like, the United States is a fascist country, the worst country, they do more bad than any other country.
We have to be intense in our rhetoric because they are intense in their propaganda. Like, people believe this country is what it's not. Like, people still believe we have a Bill of Rights. Like, people still believe we have a First Amendment. People still believe we have a Second Amendment. People think we have a Fourth Amendment. We don't have these amendments. They took these, at least in my community. Like, there are people more privileged who got these rights. So when you're dealing with U.S. propaganda, who, like, throughout my entire life and throughout the world, like, I think they propagandize those African people that you were talking about, because I would love to explain the crimes of the United States and NATO and AFRICOM and what they did to Africa. And you see the world fall for this during the Iraq invasion, where they all fell for George W. Bush's lie, because the United States propaganda is the most complex propaganda system in the world. So we don't have time to mix words. So I'd rather if the United States want to call other countries fascist, I'm gonna call you a fascist. I'm gonna explain to people why, because we got cut through the chief, for lack of a better analogy, right?
Yeah, but so, I mean, like, then what do we? But like, it seems like if I look at the state of, would you consider yourself like a progressive or?
You can call me a socialist, communist. I don't get like just like y'all don't get too obsessed with labels, but I find myself sympathizing with a lot of communists. I'll just say that.
Yeah, I'm just saying it. Like, it seems like if I look at the state of progressives in the United States, it feels like progressives are losing ground everywhere. Yes. And when I see like who is gaining ground, it seems to be more people that are aiming towards the middle. So, for instance, I know everybody hates Manchin, but he gained more popularity than any other senator in the United States in terms of approval. So, if our goal is to advance a progressive agenda, if we want to bring more awareness to ways that the United States might subvert the rights of especially minority communities, especially impoverished minority communities, going more and more extreme just seems like we're losing a lot of people in the middle that might otherwise support a cause. You know, like I feel like I could get, well, I do, because I talk to a lot of people. I do like debates and conversations. If I talk to like a person in the center and I'm like, hey, like, your wealth comes a lot from your family, right? Like, yeah, of course. A lot of your family's wealth is like tied up in their home and stuff, right? Yeah, of course. Don't you think it's a little bit shitty that like there were banks that, you know, not even, you know, 60, 70 years ago would basically say like, you're black, so you can't buy a house here? Couldn't that pretty easily like trickle down and screw over people in the United States today? Yeah, I think so. I think that's reasonable. I think I could get almost everybody to agree with that. But if I come out hard and I'm like, did you know that the United States is a white supremacist country that's hell-bent on the suppression and oppression of minorities, and that if you don't agree with me, you're actually a fascist? Like, at that point, I've lost everybody. Like, the conversation is over, because most people are just going to tune out, right?
I used to give speeches to black barbershops. I talked to black people in South Carolina, the most conservative people that you can talk to. And you are right in a way. You got to know your audience. Like, when I'm on my YouTube channel, when I'm on Twitter, I'm trying to elicit thought. Like, when you bring these things up, and this is the success I found in my very, very short time of doing this, you elicit a thought. But every provocative thing I say, I can back up, right? So I put these things out there to get people to think, and then when they once they start asking questions, then I explain, right? So you brought up how the Democratic Party, it has more success in the center and the right, and people like Joe Manchin had more success. And this is why I would say the United States, once again, I don't even like using the term fascist, but it's closer than anyone else, because we are a dictatorship. Like, fascism is defined by dictatorship. We live in a dictatorship of capital. So when you have progressives, who I think are fraudulent, like, that's a whole nother conversation. When you look at AOC, Bernie Sanders, the squad, their only role is to sheepdog people into a right-wing party. They're not here to establish revolutionary spirit and revolutionary thought. That is how we gain power as leftists and have workers believing in mutual aid, doing strikes, not engaging in the rigged inside game. We need outside power. AOC, Bernie Sanders, they do not engage in that. Bernie Sanders had probably the largest email list in political history. I think more than Trump, right? Maybe Trump had more, I don't know. But probably one of the most impressive email lists and donor lists of all time. What did Bernie Sanders do with that? Did he use that email list to challenge the Democratic Party, challenge the corporate state and police state that we live in now? No, they did not. They don't wield their power the way they're supposed to. That's why Joe Manchin gets gains, because the centrists in the party, their job is to win. Now, I do want to circle back. I know I'm again low.
No, you're good.
Because when you look at one of the reasons why centrists and the right tend to dominate, it has nothing to do with rhetoric. That's why progressive policies, that's why, hell, you can even call them socialist policies, are massively popular. But we live in a dictatorship where capital defines what we get in our government, not the people. And the most recent example is Roe v. Wade. Like 70% of the country supports keeping Roe v. Wade, but we gotta lose Roe v. Wade because under capitalism we do not have a democracy. It's literally based on whatever.
But I mean, like, so this is my problem when you cede, when you give up the political ground, you've essentially removed yourself from the system with which you can enact change. And realistically, for whatever we want to think, like, there's probably not going to be a violent revolution in our lifetimes in the United States that's going to upend the government and install something better, right? Maybe there will be a violent revolution,
but that's not an accurate prediction on your. I have a hard time seeing it. I just think that I do think that's the only way we're gonna have change. But I think your prediction is not too far off, to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, but when we say that, when we remove people from the ability to participate in their political system because they think that their participation means nothing, you're empowering the other side so much more.
Oh, you misunderstand. And maybe that's my fault.
Sure, that's fine.
Properly. So, I think my politics is actually the most empowering form of politics. Like, I don't know how much you know weeds. I just know a little bit about you, but like when you look at Bernie Sanders, AOC, and the movement, they killed a lot of progressive spirit. A lot of people are demoralized seeing Bernie Sanders run a horrific campaign the second time, essentially become a Biden bro now. And there's a level of defeatism, especially after Super Tuesday, where we're like, oh my God, we can't do it. Oh my God, we can't take over the Democratic Party because it's ran by corporate donors. So this is
maybe it's just because progressive policies aren't as popular as progressives think they are. Like, could that be possible?
When you actually talk to people, you realize that's ridiculous. Like, not only they're opposed, but when you actually talk to people, I live in a red state. I live in Kansas City. I work in Kansas, sold cars. You can talk to the most redneck person, and they will agree to you that they should have health care, that the minimum wage should increase. In Missouri, we literally have a ballot initiative that increased the minimum wage. We literally have a ballot initiative that approved medical marijuana and expanded Medicaid. And this is in a red state. In
Missouri, did that one pass?
The minimum wage did, yes.
But wait, what in Missouri wasn't that for 12 an hour though, not 15? Am I wrong?
Yes, but because whenever the American people are asked, they vote to increase wages.
Well, but like that was the thing. Like when we had that national discourse on minimum wage, Manchin said he would support 12 an hour, but everybody wanted to push for 15. But
Manchin was just there to be just like, and that worked for him because, as you say, he's doing well politically in this area, because I think the propaganda in this country is intense. But Manchin, like, even throughout the Build Back Better program and everything, every time he asks something, he's just there to be the disruptor. Like,
he represents like the center point of the Democratic Party, right?
Well, I think you give him too much benefit of doubt. I think he's working on behalf of the donors. When you look at senators, when you look at the people on the top, especially Manchin, considering his connection with Cole and a lot of different corrupt Wall Street connections he had with his family. He's not there representing like, oh, I just got a substantive disagreement with Bernie Sanders.
But it could be possible. Like he's really popular with voters, right? Like.
Yeah, because we are extremely propagandized, but now, and then you also got to remember the people who don't vote. Like, I don't know the numbers in West Virginia, but I would love to look it up. If it's anything like national averages, you have about 40-50% of people who vote. We are one of the worst in the developing country. What does that tell? What does that say to you about how people feel about the politicians and how they represent them? Like, if people feel like the politicians are actually representing them, we will have a voter turnout as high as France. Don't quote me, but I think it's like 75. Oh, actually, maybe I should Google if I say it. But France election participation is insane, and that's the same with a lot of other Western countries. The reason why a lot of people don't engage in politics in this country because they know it's not worth a damn.
It would be, right? You can vote people out of office, like it happens. No,
even if you vote Joe Manchin, there was a story that came out that there was like 10 to 15 Democrats that was happy that Joe Manchin existed, because if it went for Joe Manchin, then they would have to oppose the bill, because if they know the bill is going to stop anyway, it doesn't make any sense for them to put their name out on the line. You see how much
of course, but like the reason why they have to oppose the bill is because their constituents don't want it, right? Like at the end of the day, like these senators
you don't. So that's just something we had to disagree with, because I don't think it works that way. Obviously, they get money from donors, and they are class loyal.
Yeah,
They
but who
care
are the
about-
donors, right? Trump and Bernie Sanders raised the majority of their money off of small donors, right? Both of these guys did.
If you look at Manchin, a lot of his friends, a lot of his connections work in the coal industry. I don't know his whole biography, but his daughter invested in the coal mines. Like, there's a class interest, and this is something that Marxism teaches you. Like, if you're a capitalist, you have no idea what's going on. But when you're Marxist, everything makes sense. Joe Manchin is class loyal. He's here to halt all progress by the workers, and he has a media arm that will help sell that message to him to keep him electable. And if Joe Manchin loses, they will just find another person who is class loyal, because in order to be a senator, for the very most part, you have to be rich in order to run a statewide campaign.
So
And
then let's say that I grant all of this. Let's say I believe all of this. So backing off then. So then what is the solution then? Because it sounds like you're saying that like whoever you vote out, like everything will be messed up. Like the corporate donors choose everybody anyway. Like what is the solution then?
So what I say, we need to start doing community organizing. We need to start engaging in mutual aid. Now, this is not a sexy answer because I believe the United States is a violent fascist country, and the police is continuing to kill more of us, and they are waging class war on behalf of the ruling class. The only thing we can do is get together and organize community protection. Make sure we take care of ourselves while we fight the struggle, while we get people more class conscious, and then we can literally start shutting stuff down. That's why we did a general strike summit. Well, I was advocating for a general strike, and is that possible? There are people who argue like, "Oh, that's not possible." I'm like, "Well, that's our only chance, because capital will only concede through intense struggle. And if they see their society start to collapse, if people start getting frustrated, because you only really need about 3 to 5% of the population to be on board, and then you start shutting shit down, you start getting people on board, then people are like, man, things are falling apart because all these workers are striking. You got businesses that are closing down, and then you will try and peel people to your side as they see society start to crumble, because they're like, well, these people, their asks are not that unreasonable. Like, you got these people that are asking for healthcare, you got these people asking for increased minimum wage. Is it really worth destabilizing our country for this? And my hypothesis, now this is completely theoretical. I think they will allow the country to crumble before they give up any power. Now, what happens when a country crumble? You got even more people who are more radicalized. Got more people that are more militant. Now, there are people that may be less doomer than me, people who may believe the establishment may concede power. But as we continue to be more militant, more organized as a working class coalition, because there are more of us than them, we can extract concessions until we are ready for the violent revolution.
But this is my issue when we talk about this. What concessions can the far left get right now? I don't think they can get any, because they're just not that popular.
We can strive to increase the quality of life for everyday people and prevent the violence that Black, brown, and colonized people are struggling under right now. So even though we are not going to get Medicare for all, the least we can do is demand the end to ICE detention. The least we can do is demand the end of massive police funding that is not justified. The least we can do is end the new Jim Crow. The least we can do is support BDS in order to stand in solidarity with our Palestinian brothers and sisters, right? So at this point, as it is right now, the best the left can do, because this is what the left originated as. Like, there are a lot of white people who took this over, but the left is a movement that is meant to liberate colonized people and promote the prosperity of workers. Now, this state is so violent, this state is so unhinged, that we must engage in protection of our people. Now, I know this may sound boring to anyone who is like upper class and bourgeoisie, but this system represents you. Like, police is not over policing your community. It's not your community that will have their water poisoned because of companies allowed to poison the water supply. The military poisoned the Black community. The Navy poisoned indigenous Hawaiian water supplies. So I know I'm going a little long-winded here, but to answer your question, I think the number one goal of left right now is to secure liberation for the people by all means necessary. And then once we get there, then we can really start getting gains. We're just so behind, and there's so people don't even understand the problem that we have right now. We are extremely behind. Like, we can't even think about getting concessions until we start fighting for liberation. And having Jim Crow Joe, having Joe Biden, the person who built this insanely racist, broken system, like the fact that, like, that goes back to my original criticism. The fact that we will even back that guy shows how far behind we are. So you are right on that. We got a lot of work to do, but it's not is not. We're not going to get there by pretending the United States is on our side. Like saying, "Oh, the United States is not a fascist country. The United States is actually a good." That's not going to help our fight for liberation.
All right. Well, yeah. I guess I feel like disengagement with the political system is because it's giving so much power.
I think people should engage locally, because I co-founded 10 Demands, and there have been examples of people decreasing the police budgets and decreasing the power of the police through local politics. There have been examples of the Black Panthers helping getting people fed, and there are a lot of initiatives that's very similar. My colleague and my great friend Rome from Revolutionary Blackout, he hosts Tour for the Poor, where you go around feeding people and educating people on how to become class conscious. So this is not typical political engagement. This is not voting every 2 years and praying God some guy in the suit going to care about you. This is actually something that empowers people, because they're like, oh, we have the power. We can take care of each other. But there are a lot of people that have been brainwashed by individualism, by capitalism, to have everyone compete against each other instead of us coming together as community and solving these problems, which I think is the only answer. The idea that you're going to have these people that are funded by billionaires and oligarchs, the people who don't care, they only care about their career and maintaining their career. The idea that we're going to have any sort of gains through relying on these people that benefit from the system, that's an incoherent strategy. And that is evident by the state of this country. Because not like I have political power, and not like I have influence. I'm sure your audience is multiple times larger than mine. I have no influence. We've seen your strategy in play. We've seen the strategy of Bernie Sanders in play. We've seen the strategy of AOC in play. Have that worked? No.
Yeah, so but I think the reason, I would say like the reason why it didn't work is there's not enough popular support in the country for it. Like I think that progressives fundamentally misunderstand, or they feel like if I can just talk to everybody, they'll agree with me. But I think there are real ideological disagreements in the United States that I think we have to win those debates. We have to win those arguments and convince people that like, hey, this is the way forward. And it feels like the battleground sometimes that progressive chooses are like the least popular battlegrounds ever, and it's alienating more and more people away from the Democratic Party or from progressive causes at all. Like that defund the police stuff doesn't work well, even in minority communities. Like Black families don't want to see police disappear from their communities because they don't want their kids doing crack or being in gang violence, you know. Or like brown. Wait, not true.
So there was exit polling, and I don't blame you for this, because there's been so much propaganda. Because after the George Floyd protest, the establishment was terrified. So on MSNBC, you see people say stuff like, oh my God, defund the police is only supported by white people. This is white liberals going too far. But from the very beginning, and this was from 538, and the mainstream media never report on this. I can send you the link to this if you want. They polled people on how they believe in defund the police, and that number has a lot of work to do when they polled it, because it was mostly, oh shit, we only got 10 minutes left. I don't got pro on my Zoom. But they found that even when defund the police was at its most unpopular, it was supported by Black people at around the 60% rate, when they just asked, do you believe that we should be shifting police funds to local communities for healthcare, for
which
housing?
is fine, which is like with the way that you can phrase it sounds okay. Like, do you want to shift funds around? Like, these are nice ways to phrase it, but like realistically, I mean, like what happened? A lot of cities post George Floyd did end up reducing their police budgets. Crime rose a ton, and then there became like ubiquitous support for raising those budgets again, which is what happened in a lot of places. I feel like crime is a problem. Nobody likes crime. Nobody wants it there. People in general would rather have more cops than more crime. I do agree that we're bad at like addressing or alleviating the issues that cause crime, like getting people jobs and like, you know, like rebuilding communities and investing in schools. These are things that we're bad at, but I feel like combating it from that end is more important than combating it from the like police end. Like we need to get rid of the cops. Like,
yeah, that's an interesting point of view, but what I would say is, because you criticize like the strategy I have in terms of shock value, but that shock value actually worked.
Well, it's working right now to move minority voters over to the Republican Party. That's what happened in the last election cycle.
That's because the Democrat Party, not because of the left. The Democrat Party is in conflict.
No, it's because of like a lot of minorities were uncomfortable. The two biggest like points of contention for messaging around the last set of elections was the socialism stuff and the defund the police stuff. These were like huge points of contention.
I was just not seeing the evidence to back it up, because there was just a recent poll that shows that America is shifting more towards socialism. And I'm not saying it was by a lot, but you want to know who the largest group that support socialism? Black Americans, because our revolutionary leaders have.
But if you look at those polls, if we're talking about the same ones, these are polling people that are like under age 26. These are like young people. It's kind of like how Bernie Sanders would always say, like, oh, I'm massively supported by the Hispanic community. And he lost in every demographic except for like college age kids. He had like 80% support. But when it came time to actually vote, one, these people don't vote. And two, they're a much smaller part of the population than, everybody altogether.
That's where we differ, because I actually don't think we should advocate things based on what is electorally viable. I think we should advocate for things based on what is right.
But if we don't get things that are electorally viable, then we don't get any policies, and then we're just screwed.
I know. Let me add this, because this is another poll that they didn't report on. Because I admit, because we had a lot of work to do when defund the police movement started in 2020. It was deeply underwater. 538 showed it was like -35 in the nation, and even at the time, I'm like, okay, guys, we just got a lot of work to do, because the civil rights movement in its heyday was not popular. Like the bus sit-ins had like a 70% disapproval rate. So you don't advocate for things based on what, especially from my perspective, what white America tells us to. So ever since we started the defund the police movement, and ever since we started messaging, we started to educate people on what it actually means, despite all the propaganda. Like the last poll I saw, and it was the exit polls, you had like 55% independents that support the idea, 70% Democrats that support the idea. Now I can really get in the weeds with you, because I've co-founded 10 Demands and what our goal in actually defunding the police actually is, and abolishing of the police. But that's exactly what, like, the American people is exactly where we want them. It's a process, and that's why a lot of those cities you mentioned that quote unquote defunded the police, they failed because they didn't follow the process. There is a road to abolition, that is is an easy transition, because people always ask, what are your guys' plan for this? So once we actually explain that plan, and once people actually, it's all about resource management. Like the same people who are not, they're not confused when it comes to defunding education, but we talk about defunding the police, which, like, we spend more on the police than every other country except China does on their military. Like before the Ukraine war, the new NYPD spent more on their police budget than the Ukrainian military. Like these are things that like if you're a fiscal conservative, how can you rap with this stuff? Especially considering, like you said, crime is up. So they're not doing their mandate. And that's all you have to explain to people. Why we spend this much money when the police is not even solving crime? This one simple question, and the fact that people are inherently shifting to the left, despite what you're saying, if you have 55% independents, 74% of Democrats, they support our goal, our ask of shifting funding. Then once we do that, then we got another plan after that. But y'all don't have to know that, because once you decrease the police and you fund the programs that historically been proven to drop crime, once crime drops, as we predict it will.
Well, I don't think there are ways to like predict that. I think there's a few things that like point to small decreases, but like what's like the surefire ways to like reduce crime? Like what are the surefire funding ways to do that?
Because as someone who do not have this inherent bigoted and racist belief that some people are irredeemable, I believe if you provide for people, and this has been shown in small scale studies, providing housing, healthcare, increased wage, and actually a functioning society, because we don't live in a functioning society unless you in the like top 5%, right?
Well, so I think that most people in America are living in a pretty functioning society. No.
Well, if you like the 60% of workers that live in paycheck to paycheck, I don't know when the last time you had to, but that is not an easy existence. And I'm speaking as someone who's a member of the proletariat, someone who grew up broke, who I literally housed 3 people in the last 2 years who otherwise would have been homeless.
Sure, and that, I mean, like there are
who worked 70 hours a week, but he was literally on the verge of being homeless, can't afford a car. What kind of existence is this? We live pathetic lives. People literally work 60 hours a week. They come home and they watch Netflix and they think we live this advanced society. How are we advanced? We don't have health care. How are we advanced if people can't travel? How are we advanced if people don't have family paid maternity leave? That's decolonizing your mind. The things that you guys think make you happy is not, which is why depression rates is through the roof, which is why they subscribe you guys these pills. And you guys take these pills like, oh, everything's going okay. I guess I'm happy now. No, this society is so broken, it broke your brain. Your brain is so broken that everyone's taking depression pills now because our society is junk. Like, this is not how we're supposed to live. Now, some people have it lucky. Like, I have it lucky now because as a writer, political commentator, like, I'm lucky I'm not in that grind, and same as you. But most people can't say that. Most people are drawn factory buys. Now, I do concede this. If you are part of that upper bourgeoisie, you probably have a great life. You get a ton of vacation time. You got a great existence. You enjoy all the great technologies and all the benefits that America had to offer. But as you see, as time go on, that number is shrinking. The wealth income disparity between black and white Americans is worse right now than it was at the height of the civil rights era. We have gone backwards in every sense of the word, but people got these new toys. People got this, and all of a sudden they think, oh, this shit is great. But then they ask them questions, why are you still depressed? They ask them, why are we so depressed? Why are people killing themselves? Why are there so many mass shootings? We do not live it. We live in a completely savage and uncivilized society, and that's just shown by the results on the people. Now, I just want to say we got 3 minutes left. I forgot I don't have pro on my Zoom. We either can wrap up or we can continue. It's your call.
I mean, I think we covered most ground. Do you want to? Is there any final things you want to bring up, or?
Not much, man. I appreciate the conversation. I think it's important to have because like there's some things you say that I do agree with. I think people on the left need to be have strategy, but I think going through the two-party duopoly, having the politics that somehow the United States is a good for the world, the United States is great as it is right now, that doesn't benefit us to pretend that this country is something that it's not. Because if we pretend that it's something that it's not, that gives the ruling class all the excuse in the world to continue down this path. So that's the biggest falsity in the like direction that you're taking. But either way, I do appreciate the civil conversation. So that's all I have to say.
All right. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate the conversation, my dude. Yeah, stay safe, have fun, and maybe we'll clash in the future. All right.
Yep.
All right. Bye. I don't. When somebody's like that steeped in everything, I don't even know. I don't even know what to. I don't even know. I'm not even sure what to say. Okay, I'll be back 1 sec. Gone. Gone. Okay, back to this. Sorry, Jesus. I think once he started to talk about working poor proletariat stuff, even if it's soy, you'd probably be able to convince him on some things, bring up your past with being working poor. I don't know. That guy had a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on.
With my sickening sexual experiences with the doll, is that the doll will make you jealous, and then you'll want to do that more, or maybe it'll be an outlet for me. I think what I've realized with my sickening sexual experiences with the doll is that it doesn't really mean anything if the doll's lying still. It's not letting me have my way with it. It's not letting me. It's not doing anything for me. When we've talked about this before. I know it's for me when you are just not doing anything. When you're not moaning, you're not like, oh. I know it's for me when you're not making it about yourself. And you have a tendency to make lots of things about yourself. I have a tendency to be very sensitive. If something's 89% for me, but 11% for you, I feel like it's just for you. Because you have a way of you fit 90% into that 11%. You have a way of really making.
Oh, is it like, I'm so curious if he's like, if he would accept arguments or if any of this is like movable for him. Because like something can be like 100% for both people, no? Or like it's such a weird perspective. Two people can engage in like sexual activity and both of them are doing it literally 100% for themselves and both enjoy it. Like, is that not?
That undermine the rest of it. Mm-hmm. And then when it's not for you, you get upset. And then I know it's for me. And so I realized the doll, you said the doll's gonna cuck you, but the doll's cucking me. I'm taking that slave owner part of me and I'm just taking it out on the doll. Leaving you in the clear. I want an agreement where you will regularly.
Beautiful.
Lie still for me.
I see. It's an act of service.
I don't give a fuck what you call it. The more you talk, the more you ruin it. Because you're going to say, oh, I like doing an act of service. It's his love language. Okay, well, I can see how, just shut the fuck up. I just want you to shut up and lie still. I don't want you to talk about it. I don't want to hear the mental gymnastics that you go through to try to absorb it into your nexus of manipulation. I just want you to lie down, face down, and be very still and very quiet until I'm done. And I want you to do this on a regular basis.
What does that mean?
Once every 2 weeks. To start.
Wait, what? Hold on.
2 weeks. On a regular basis.
What does that mean?
Once every 2 weeks.
For sex, he's saying, or for necrophiliac sex?
To start.
Well, that doesn't seem that bad.
Necro.
Okay, once a week.
Well, that seems bad.
Good. Let's do that. Once every 2 weeks.
Well, you just said.
I was joking about increasing the frequency because you said it didn't seem that bad. See, I don't want to be thinking about your needs all the time.
I see. You don't want to care if it's that bad.
That's your job.
Right.
If you're like, oh, I don't want to get fucked in the ass, but you can do it every...
Scared the cat.
Oh, no. If you're like, oh, I don't want to get fucked in the ass, but you can do it every day. You can do it every day, but I don't want to. That's not my problem. I want fucking to be a lot more like jacking off. Sometimes.
Well, I know.
Okay, so once every 2 weeks?
I don't know. I will have to think about this.
That's already more often than we have sex.
Yes, that's why I need to think about it.
Well, what can you do now? What can you commit to? Yeah, I need to think.
Well, for sure once a month, I would say.
Starting when?
Now?
What do you think about free use shit? I mean, free use can be fun or hot, but like the idea behind free use is that both people are into it. It's not actually like I'm gonna come in and fuck you when you don't want to and you're busy doing something, right? Like free use only works because both people want to do it, right?
Sure once.
Do now? What can you commit to? Yeah, I need to think.
Well, for sure once a month, I would say.
Starting when?
Now? I don't know.
Right now?
Have we technically had our thing for April yet, or we have to fit it in the next day? Huh?
Right now?
Well, sure. The question is, what months are we going by? The calendar month? Well, it's kind of important.
Not really, because it's April 29th. So it doesn't really matter.
Well, it does matter.
Jalen, do you see how controlling you are?
No, it's fucking knowing what you're agreeing to. If I'm supposed to agree to once a month and we need to fit one in real quick in the next day and a half, I think I should know that. You don't think so? Do you not get what I'm saying? Or am I not getting what you're saying? I don't understand what's going on.
I get what you're saying.
So then why are you not responding?
Because it feels like you're being controlling. And it's upsetting.
Well, I suppose so. Well, we could just wait to start it until next month then.
Okay.
Great.
Feels like you're being controlling. You're ruining it.
Well, this is the thing, is I'm not an actual sex doll.
Would you have agreed to doing it tonight and next month?
Probably not tonight, maybe tomorrow.
Okay, so what does it matter which way we choose? What does it matter how we count it?
Well, I have to know what it is.
Why?
Well, you can't just spring stuff like that on me. Maybe you want to, but
no,
it's not how
I didn't
work.
say I want to be able to do it whenever I say. We said once a month. That means I can't just do it whenever I say. But do you see, you're changing what we're agreeing to be something that you will fight and complain about. And now you're saying no to something I didn't ask.
Well, I think that in making an agreement...
I don't care. I don't care what you think. I want you to stop. I just want you to stop.
Well, I don't think we can make an agreement.
Why? You will agree to every version of the agreement. So all it's turning into... It's like if you're like, well, hey, shut up. It's like if you're like, hey, do you want to get pizza? And I'm like, well, which hand are you going to take the pizza out of the box with? This whole conversation is just all about whether or not we are going to have sex tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. And so what you are turning this into by not just saying like, yes, let's start on May 1st. Do you see how that would be actually you asserting what you want and asserting your version of it, but also would not make the entire conversation about you and your discomfort and your fucking complaining? Or you could have said, well, April's running out, so if we're doing this in April, that means once tomorrow and then once next month. But you're not saying that either. You're pretending that you're like waffling or something, or that you're really concerned, and so you're like, well, I have a question. I really need to know this, Max. Which you do every fucking time there's anything that I'm in charge of. Every time we're filming something, you're like, hey, do you want me, should I wear this shirt? And I'm like, I don't fucking care what shirt you wear. Please shut up and just sit in the chair. And you're like, fine. It's a control grab. It's a power grab.
Come here, buddy. Okay, well, let's start on May 1st then. And we will just do it by month.
Okay, so from May 1st, okay, do you see what I'm saying about you being controlling?
Yes, I do.
Now, you see what I'm saying, or do you agree that that's happening?
I see what you're saying.
But you don't think that's happening?
Right. I think you can frame it as controlling. I don't agree with that characterization.
You don't agree with the decision to frame you as controlling?
Well, I'm getting a bit frustrated because it feels like you have misled me a bit here. You agreed, you told me that we were having an interview about the sex doll.
Yeah.
And you're like asking me to agree to a sex schedule, which we kind of already rejected and tried once.
Okay.
And I don't know, it just feels like I'm open to trying that again, but like, you're gonna put this in a video, and I feel uncomfortable because I'm already in a very uncomfortable position of like not wanting people to fucking say our relationship is abusive, but you're like berating me about asking you a question about you asking me to agree to sex on a regular basis and be a sex doll.
No, I'm not berating you about asking me a question.
I asked you a question, you're saying that I'm being too controlling, so it seems like...
Do you think that you can be too controlling by asking questions?
I do, but you...
Okay, so the fact that it had a question mark at the end doesn't really determine whether it's controlling or not. Are we doing it monthly? Are we doing calendar month or every 30 days? That's not designed to actually get information out of me. It's just designed to put me in a new role of putting soothing balm on your upset emotions. And what I don't want to do, I don't want to be in the role of rubbing balm on your emotions. I don't want to do that right now. I want you to do that for yourself, and I will do it for myself.
I don't want to do this. I am quitting the interview, and I do not want any of this to be in the fucking video.
Jeez.
Okay. Because I'm asking you about sex plans?
Because you are shirking a role that you have agreed to take, I
didn't-
believe,
I
throughout our relationship.
I don't-
In this, stop talking while I'm talking. You have agreed to a role in the past that is assumed you will continue to be in for this conversation as well if we're on camera together. And you can disagree with that. I don't care.
Every conversation we have on camera is me trying to get out of this role.
I don't care.
Well, do you agree with that?
No, I don't.
You don't think every conversation is me saying, like,
No.
why can't you just say no, or set your boundaries, or just admit to what's happening instead of trying to get me to do it for you? I feel like every conversation we film ends up being about this exact topic of me not wanting to be in this role.
Yes.
I don't want it to be a default.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm saying you can't escape that because you have all the power, and I don't agree to it. And you are trying to say...
So we can't have a real conversation.
No, not one that's filmed. You are always in the position of control.
Yes.
Yes.
Right, and you won't let me actually be in control.
No, I'm saying that as the person in control, you also have to be the caretaker to some extent.
No.
Yes, I know. You're saying no.
Yes.
And I'm saying yes. We've
Okay.
already been over this.
Okay, so then...
Okay, so that's what I think is happening.
Yeah.
On top of that, you are already kind of pushing my boundaries by asking me to do this.
I'm pushing your boundaries
Normally-
by asking you a question. By asking you for something sexual. I'm pushing your boundaries.
No, what you're asking me to do sexually pushes my sexual boundaries.
No, asking you to do something doesn't push your boundaries.
Okay, you can say whatever you want.
Yes,
That is
because
what
you
I
could
think.
just say no.
I understand.
I could ask you if I could
No,
drive a
it's
car up
okay.
your ass, and you could say no or yes. It's not pushing your boundaries to ask you for something.
Okay, you're just not listening.
What do you mean by pushing your boundaries? It's not pushing your boundaries to ask you for something sexual. That's not pushing.
Asking me for something sexual on camera is pushing my boundaries. If I had known you were going to do that, I probably would have addressed that before we fucking got on camera, but I didn't know you were gonna do that. You're saying I could just say no, but you don't actually understand because the way that you operate is different from me. And also, the way that the camera affects me, the way that the crowd affects me is very different. I am not comfortable with that, and you don't care, and you are actively trying to get out of the role of giving a shit about that. And my answer to that is no.
It's not that I don't give a shit.
I understand that you're distinguishing it differently. To me, that is what it translates as.
I understand that, but it has to be somebody's responsibility.
That's fine. I understand.
Your sexual boundaries have to be somebody's responsibility.
Yes.
And you want you want them to be mine. And
when we are on camera,
and want them to be mine, and they're not yours.
Yes, when we're on camera,
yes,
to some degree, you are also agreeing to look out for me. Yes, you are. You have in the past, and you are.
Looking out for you is different from being solely responsible
I don't think
for
that
your
you're
boundaries.
solely responsible.
Well, then where were you? What have you done for your own boundaries throughout this conversation?
This part.
Okay, so now you're here. Except you're ending the conversation. So again,
because you told me I could get the fuck out.
Yes.
Right. So you threatened me.
I didn't.
And said if I want fucking boundaries.
It's not threatening you to tell you don't have to talk to me. That's not a threat.
It is a threat.
What is the threat? What am I threatening to do?
It's emotionally cutting me off from a project you asked me to be part of because I had some boundaries with you or asked you to
you're
be
not,
in a role you have agreed to.
That's not how boundaries work. You're trying to force me to do something. That's not what a boundary is. A boundary is, hey, babe, I really want to be part of your project. I'm so flattered that you thought that filming this interview would be so nice for your project. But you know what? I don't want to negotiate sex plans with you on camera. So if that's required, I'm going to have to leave the interview if that's the only thing that we can talk about. So was that your whole plan? Or can we talk about this later? You know, hi guys, we're gonna talk about this later. But for right now, I really just want to talk to you about the doll or whatever else you were thinking, but I don't want to do this right now. That would be you setting a boundary. And then if I say, no, I really need to do this, or that's it, that's all I can do, then you would say, oh, well, okay, well then I guess I have to leave the interview. But it's not a threat for me to remind you that you don't have to do anything I tell you. It's not a threat. You're the one saying we have to do the interview.
Okay.
And that we have to do it the way you want.
I understand. You're saying it. I don't think there is a way for you to have me on camera on your channel without doing that.
Okay.
Okay, well, if that's how it is, then I don't see what else there is to talk about.
Wait, fuck, did we just miss something?
Doing that. I don't think there is a way for you to have me on camera on your channel.
I wonder what was cut out.
Without doing that.
I don't know if there was another line. I don't think you'd cut out anything. Okay. But...
Okay, well, if that's how it is, then I don't see what else there is to talk about.
Oh, maybe she has a cat allergy.
You're still trying to pressure me into doing what you want me to do.
Yes, I want you to do what I fucking said.
I need you to find a way to negotiate things with me that is not you trying to manipulate or pressure me into doing things that you want me to do. You've already defined this entire conversation as out of bounds, but you didn't mean that. Or you did mean it for a second, but now you've taken it back. And it's like all over I never know what I'm allowed to be doing or what I'm allowed to be saying, or if I'm allowed to be fucking raping you while you lie face down quietly, or if I'm not allowed to do it. And that's the whole point, is that every time we fuck, I don't know if I'm actually allowed to be fucking you. I don't know if I'm supposed to be fucking you. And I need to feel like I'm allowed to do it, I'm supposed to do it. You can cry. You got some extra leather left over from your projects. Make yourself a little bit to bite down on, and you can fucking deal with it. I want to know that whatever you feel while I'm fucking you is your problem.
I know.
Okay. And same with this conversation.
I don't want to make agreements about our sex life on camera.
Or off camera.
Or off camera.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay. So are you rescinding our agreement?
I rescind. Well, I don't know. I don't want.
You like having a semi-agreement. You don't even want to agree that we don't have an agreement. Do you see how that leaves me feeling like I don't know where I stand with you?
I do. I truly understand.
Do you know how pathetic?
I'm sure it's
do you know how,
really
do you know how
Stop. Stop.
Do you know how pathetic it is? No, I'm allowed to do this. This I'm allowed to do.
No one's saying you're not allowed. I just want you to stop.
And you can't stop me.
I know.
Only Renee can stop me, and she
mad at
can't.
you.
She can't move or talk.
I know.
Do you know how pathetic it makes me feel and emasculated?
I think I'm not talking because I'm probably going to talk to Max in about 10 minutes about this video. Someone in the YouTube chat just said, though, he's very bad at being a dominant. Part of being a top is caring for the submissive. Without getting into Brittany's world of terms, this is a lot of this goes into these like concepts of like masculinity or dominant, true dominant personality types. You'll know this from video games if you lead people, or in teams if you lead people, or in sexual relationships if you lead people. It is a leader or an alpha or a dominant or whatever, from a movie perspective, is like a dude that like does whatever the fuck he wants because he's the fucking Giga Chad. These motherfuckers figure out, I'm the leader. I do what the fuck I want. You get in line and you follow, right? This is kind of like the movie or the fictionalized version of a leader. But the true version of the leader, or a dominant in a sexual relationship, or somebody that's in charge of people, the leader has to actually be the biggest bitch. He has to be the most empathetic person, because the decisions that he's making are affecting everybody around him, and he needs to be aware, or she needs to be aware of like how these decisions are interfacing with other people. So it is true that it's especially true in BDSM type stuff. Like there are whole terms of like when, you know, aftercare for people in like subspace and all this shit. There are all these things, but even in we can throw all that aside. We don't need to even talk about that. In any type of thing where you're taking charge of another person, or you're kind of like leading the scenario, it's more difficult to lead, not because you're just making decisions for yourself, but because you're making decisions involving the well-being of another person too, and you have to understand what's going through their head as you navigate that space. Yeah.
That I don't get to know if I'm allowed to be in this conversation, if I'm allowed to be making this movie, if I'm allowed to do anything except fuck this corpse.
Yes, I understand. I truly understand. You can clearly see, I think, that I want to provide this for you.
You have to.
We tried BDSM scenes? Never. But power dynamics, I mean, I tend to be naturally a more... No, actually, I just know this. I had a big Eve Corp, okay? I know what I'm talking about.
You have to.
Again, you didn't say... No, you didn't.
You have to.
I don't have to.
I need it.
I know.
I need you.
I know.
I need you.
But even just the way you're framing it makes it feel rapey.
It is. That's the problem that's the problem with relationships.
Well, it sucks.
It sucks.
It sucks because
It sucks.
I don't do this to you. I don't think.
That's funny. That's rich. I can be warm to you. If you can be vulnerable in a way that is not making me into the bad guy. But if you start throwing me under the bus, and you start making me out to be the abusive psycho, I am going to get very defensive. Can we agree to that?
I don't know. I mean, the problem is that you are making me out to be an abusive psycho. I
You
was
are.
not calling you out for anything. I was asking you for fucking clarification.
When things get
It is
more explicit,
abusive of you to do that.
No, it's not abusive for me to call you abusive, you fucking monster.
Do you ever get bored of submissive women in bed? No, submissive people are fine. The problem is when somebody uses submissive as a synonym for lazy. way different things.
I'm asking you. The way you call,
that's
the way
not what
you
I
make
said.
people, you make people think I'm abusive without saying the word abusive or by doing anything explicit. It's a very subtle throwing under the bus, but it's happening, and I know it's happening.
I can't listen to you. I need to take a break.
Okay, do you want to play Smash?
No, I just want to be alone.
Okay. Can you tell me how much time is left on that camera?
677 minutes.
Is the cat licking something? What is the noise?
I don't think I can do this.
Okay.
I don't know, but I don't know if I can do it another day or if I just can't do it.
Okay.
Okay. Give me like, I think in 5 minutes, I think Mac's gonna be ready. We'll chat. I have questions. I'll be right back. 1 second. Fuck. I need to finish emails. I have my Surfshark thing. What are we gonna talk? I think I had one other thing to do. I was gonna have a conversation about what my goal is with debating. I'll be right back. 1 second.
The reason you wear sweatpants is because you started lifting and your thighs got bigger. And the only thing that fits is your 5 pairs of sweatpants and you're too lazy to go clothing shopping.
You stupid fucker asks for a link but his link's muted. Here's your link, dumb short bitch.
Thanks for everything, Destiny. I've made friends in your community. I've transformed my way of thinking, and I've gotten many hours of enjoyment from your stream. You never lose. How do people think a WVA senator should just vote by party lines over the people of the state themselves? Why even have states send people then?
Nope. You thought it was an Eldorado, it wasn't. Get fucked.
I'm actually going insane. This man is crazy. Actually mad. I thought that he acted a little bit on debates like with the awkward silences, but apparently not. I hope this is an act. But I'm losing hope. Help. I'd love to hear Destiny's take on this, even if it's from the perspective of a dom/sub relationship. Even if he is a dom, this feels abusive. Call Shaylin, she's crying. If you're at the point where you're laughing at your significant other crying, shouldn't you just break up?
Do we have time, man? It's Morbin time, Morb. 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 Morb.
This guy wrote a book on confiscation and now thinks he's a genius. And people look at me sideways when I go to the pond to lick frogs. Destiny, you're an example of the liberal establishment that keeps Americans trapped in Diamond 4 football leagues.
UV is re. L ga o N UV is re. L ga N UV is re. L ga N UV is re. L.
Howdy.
Hi.
Hello.
Health donators are not people. Eradication is the only option.
And you know about that? Mayor David Packman. I have a new decree. No more parking. It's done. No more. Hey, stop it. Stop parking. Stop. Stop it right now. I told you stop. That's it. Now I'm going to do it. I will join the poggers. Obama.
Very nice. How much for the gnome boy?
I want you to lather me up with enough butter I can be legally called buttered toast. Grab my thighs with your calloused hands from working on construction and thrust me towards you. I want to feel something pure. Do it now. Bog for me.
Donut spam was never funny. This is why you have no friends.
Why did the chicken cross the road? It didn't want to live anymore. Kind of like me.
Why? Why?
This is why. This is why. That's why. Your donor just got skipped, kid. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about it? Maximus, Max, hello.
Hi, Steven.
How are you maxing today? You living your maximum life?
That's right. I am. My back hurts. I pulled a muscle in my back.
Why would you do that?
Stress, you know. I've been under a lot of stress lately.
Really? Why is that?
You know, just working these projects. Fame is stressful. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Of course. Absolutely.
Are we gonna do cameras?
We can or we don't have to. It's up to you. I don't care. Either way, it's fine with me.
Yeah, let's do cameras. I think I want to communicate some things non-verbally.
Why the fuck would you ask me a question if you already had the answer in mind?
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Why wouldn't you just state, let's turn on cameras? Why would you give me the illusion of choice? Like, if I would have said no, you probably would have asked again, like, are you sure? Like, I'm supposed to...
I wouldn't... No, no. If you say no, I would accept that, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it would be...
Why were you uncomfortable expressing a preference there initially, though? Why not just say, like, hey, I'd prefer to have cameras. There are things I want to communicate non-verbally.
Because I think that you outrank me. Well, first of all, I'm a guest on your stream. Your stream's much bigger. You gave me my career. So I feel like, well, you know. So I feel like it's up to you.
Okay. Okay, bud. Hold on. Mr. Girl.
I see where you're going with this, though. I like it.
Do you know? Jesus, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be that aggressive the whole time. Don't worry, okay?
Okay. Right. You do what you need to do.
Okay.
Also might post this on my channel.
Oh, gosh.
Depending on how it goes.
No problem. All right. Are you excited? Are you hyped? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm fucking ready.
Okay. I just have questions.
A few questions, yeah.
So, I listened to the video of you debating Shaylin on Ever Feelings, of you talking to your girlfriend. It is girlfriend, right? It's not
just girlfriend.
Okay, gotcha.
Not yet.
Not yet. And
I could propose to her right now on stream. Wouldn't that be romantic?
Maybe.
As I defend my abusive behavior.
That would be a good love bomb. The most effective. That's how I got married to fucking Melina. We had a huge fight. I was like, "Fuck, this bitch is about to run out on me." And I was like, "Melina, I love you. Marry me." And she was like, oh,
"Nice."
Okay. Yeah, that didn't actually happen. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna save this for.
Yeah, you want to save that for a big fight.
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, I don't have these organized by topic at all. It was just kind of like things that I was writing down as the video was going. So I'm kind of doing order and time, and not necessarily by topic. All right.
Okay.
You
know what I'm talking about. I know you know what I'm talking about.
For which thing?
The whole thing.
I do, but I know what she's talking about too. I don't know if you know what she's talking about. We'll see. We'll get there. Okay. For some things, I'm just kind of curious. Normally with people, I would caveat a bunch, but I don't think I need to with you. I think, none of these are like attacking questions. I'm just like curious. When you say you have an interesting perspective, and this has kind of come up a few other times on sex. And I'm curious, like, what that is. So you present this idea initially that, like, when you're having sex with somebody, it feels like you want to be in your zone 100%, no consideration, no worrying about what they're doing, and that even if you make it like 90% you and 10% them, that 10% space that you're creating for them becomes like 90% of what you're thinking about, and it kind of like ruins it. Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, just expand on it. I'm curious to hear you talk around that.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. I feel okay. So here's a story. When I was about 12, my new stepmother asked my father, "Did you ever have a sex talk with Max?" And my father said, "Max, make sure the woman comes first." That's our sex talk. And I was just raised in a very feminist, liberal environment with feminist, liberal parents. And I was basically taught that.
Well, okay. To be clear, that wasn't a very feminist/liberal statement at all. But go ahead.
You don't think so?
Absolutely not.
How so?
There's maybe it's a phrasing issue, but there's a difference fundamentally in the approach to a sexual interaction, where one is where you are concerned about the sexual gratification of your partner, and the other is, I got to knock this shit out so that they feel like they got something from it like I did, right?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
My interpretation of what he meant, and this is also based on the rest of my life, is guys who just hump and then come and then fall asleep are pigs. You don't want to be a selfish asshole. You want to be a courteous, empathetic, adaptive lover who is going to satisfy his woman, because that's what's important in bed.
Okay. I think that's like, I would say that's like level 3. We want to get one more level deeper, but that's okay. That's probably okay. Level 1 is like, I don't give a fuck about my partner. Level 2 is like, level 2 is like, I'll make them come first at least. Level 3 is like, you want to be an attentive lover so that your partner's having a good time. I think ideally there's like a 4th level, maybe, where it's like, me and my partner are like in this mutual pursuit of gratification, are trying to satisfy each other, and there's like an inherent or intrinsic enjoyment in that. So like if I'm with a partner that I really like, I'm not getting them off only so that they're having a good time, or only so that like I'm making sure that like we're not uneven on orgasm counts, but because like I enjoy that experience too. Like I genuinely want them to be enjoying their time with me. That's not necessarily a thing that has to happen or whatever, but I guess, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but that wanting can bleed into a feeling of responsibility.
Sure. Which I don't think is a bad thing, but
it can feel bad. So I mean, I've been saddled with this shit since I was 12. A feeling
isn't it like? Or go ahead.
Like as a 12-year-old, it feels very weird to be told like your sexual fantasies that you have now are actually misogynistic, almost rape fantasies. With those fantasies you have where you're fucking somebody, that's not what sex should be like. You shouldn't be doing that. Sex should be you're twisting your wrists down so you can rub someone's clit while you're fucking them. That's what real sex is like. And like that's how my sex was for a long time. When I was 16, I was a very good little clit slave. And for a long time after that, and then I started like hating sex.
I understand, because it's you're talking about like this feeling where it's like there's some like set of actions that I have to perform that can sometimes suck, and it's like a lot to be thinking about the other person, and there's a big responsibility that goes on, and now we've kind of like sucked all the fun. Like I just want to throw some bitch over the couch and fuck her until
Yeah, I literally basically had never done that, except I had one girlfriend who didn't need any stimulation other than just me fucking her. And that was like very nice. But then after that, I didn't like really pick up on anything. I really liked having sex with her, but after that, I didn't really pick up on I didn't learn anything from that. So yeah, and like this mirrored my feelings about relationships in general, is that they're never for me. I feel like I'm always taking care of people, or historically, I always felt like that. That I'm always managing other people's feelings. And like, everybody says I'm an empath, and I don't know if it's true, but I think possibly it is. Okay. But I think part of what's made me empathetic is just like being afraid of my parents, being afraid of what's going to happen if I don't manage their emotions. Sure. So just ever since I was a kid, I feel like I'm just tracking everybody's feelings and trying to keep them from fucking freaking out. And with Shaylin, I mean, she wants me to do that. She wants me to track her feel, and I speak for both of us because she will not be making any public statements about this video or our relationship.
Sure, gotcha.
Okay.
Damn, I really wanted to get both of you on here at one point, but okay. So I'll share my
her from the masses.
Yeah, I'll share my view on this, and then we'll see if we can find any commensurability between the two of our views. If there's any way we could relate these. Okay. So I would consider, I think for me, because I'm not a fighter generally, I don't get a lot of fist fights with people. Yeah. Sexual interactions with me are very unique in that you are sharing a very intimate space with somebody that ordinarily is respected in all other cases in life. You're never getting that close to somebody or being like manipulating somebody's body. This is like a very, very intimate thing, right? You know, maybe a doctor will do this in an exam, and even that can feel a little bit awkward. Like you're necessarily giving up a lot to allow somebody to do that. Their hands are in places that might make you uncomfortable. They have the potential to do a great deal of like physical or psychological damage to you. There's like a lot going on. I guess I feel like when I listen to you talk about sexual experiences, it sounds like there is this, you have 100 points of sex pleasure, and you're trying to divide this up between like man and woman. So like, even when you're getting 90 points of sex pleasure, if you have to give them 10, like that it fucks with your head, and it's like, fuck, I just want like to do the 100 points and be done with it, right? I want to have all of this like to myself so that I can enjoy this and then whatever. But I guess when I think of like sexual experiences, this is going to sound really religious in this terminology, but like I view this as like it's a union of two people creating one thing, and then in that one thing, in that shared space, like I think you can both pursue everything you want more or less, but you kind of have to be aware of what the other person is doing because it's a shared space. It's like when you fuse with the Patera earrings in DBZ and you become one body. There's like you're two people sharing a space, and you kind of have to figure out how to navigate that for the both of you, rather than like two individual entities that are just trying to get as much as they can without the other person fucking it up too much. Is I guess like the difference.
And you see my view of it as too like combative or too competitive.
I don't think that your view is necessarily bad, but I don't know if this ruins it for you, but it would have to be something that requires like a level of negotiation ahead of time. So like, have you ever heard, for instance, of the concept like free use?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that something that like appeals to you, or does that suck because you have to talk about it beforehand?
No, I'm fine with talking. I mean, that's what I was trying to do in the video, is talk about it beforehand. I'm fine with that. The thing that appeals to me about free is it's not really a sexual thing. I'm not like, man, the idea of just like a lifeless, cold body there is amazing. Like it's not that. It's an emotional thing that I'm asking for.
Yeah, I think that it's not, you don't need, like, they could even be an active participant. You just don't want to feel like when you're having sex with somebody, you don't want to have to feel like you have to manage their feelings at all. Like, they can be into it, they can do whatever, but you want to feel like you can get in there, do what you want, and they are 100% self-sufficient in terms of taking care of themselves and everything, emotionally.
Yeah, but I think that I feel I want reparations.
What do you mean by that?
So I'm from women.
Well, but like, what kind of reparations? What do you mean?
I want agency reparations. Like, I want control. I want selfishness. I want to have that 12-year-old sex I never got to have, a 16-year-old sex I never got to have. I want to be more like a 16-year-old. I feel like I'm missing my childhood, my teenage years.
So like,
and I want Shaylin to just like allow me to be that 16-year-old, careless, selfish teenager, occasionally, and not always, just sometimes. And like, it's not I don't know if it's something I'll want forever. And I also don't. I think that our relationship could change in a way, or I could change in a way, so that I don't feel like I want that. But right now, I get what you're saying. Like, you're saying I could have that feeling and not have the other person just lie still with duct tape over their mouth. But I don't think where I'm at right now, I don't know if that's possible. I feel like anything now just feels like you're telling me I have to figure out what you're thinking and feeling and deal with it. And I don't want. I need you to just cocoon into yourself, take care of yourself, and I'll see you in about 12 minutes.
Gotcha. I think that I want to be really careful with what I say, because I'm not advising you to like break up. I'm never going down that road or anything. But I think that it can be the case that sometimes there are like fundamental sexual incompatibilities with some people, right? Like say you have like a very prim and proper woman who doesn't believe in any degrading stuff, and like maybe she'll even like give you blowjobs. But let's say you have this fantasy where it's like, I want to hang you over the edge of the bed and fuck your throat until you're fucking crying. And that person is like, I will never ever do that. Like at some point you have to realize like, okay, well, fuck me. I'm either gonna open my relationship, be single, or cheat, or I guess whatever, or fuck a real doll, I guess. But like, yeah. So I'm curious because it sounds like for Shaylin, there's some level of emotion. If you don't want to talk about it or bring it up, or I can. Whatever.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it feels like she wants to feel like there's some level of emotional management or at least engagement going on with the other party during sex. Otherwise, and she didn't explain why, so it's hard to know, but maybe she feels like used, or maybe she feels just in general like unseen or unheard, or those sexual experiences aren't fulfilling for any of those prior, or maybe other unlisted reasons, which makes it hard for her to, I guess, like acquiesce to those desires, to your desires.
I can give my interpretation of what Shaylin was saying. If you
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. My understanding is that Shaylin, well, first of all, if she was really into it, then I wouldn't want it.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I want her to be giving me something. And if she happens to want the exact same thing as me, then my fantasy becomes eclipsed by hers. And it then feels like it's about her. So I want her, like, getting throat fucked is like a pretty serious thing. Like that's some people, that's not something you're going to feel neutral about. That's like hugely great or terrible.
Kind of, but still, just to draw some delineations here, because it is interesting, right? Because it sounds like if a girl like threw herself over the edge of the bed and was like, I really want you to throat fuck me until I cry, that experience wouldn't really be as fulfilling for you as if you like rolled a girl over and you were like, let me throat fuck you until you cry and just like deal with it, and then afterwards maybe I could do something. Like you would like that second experience more, right? With the one where she's like not, because if it's about like
well,
this, yeah,
I want to be careful. I
Okay,
want to be
yeah, of
careful
course.
too. It's not. It depends on what kind of tears you want. So
well, I don't mean like, I'm sorry, when I'm talking about throat fucking, I don't mean crying like because you're traumatized. I mean crying because you like lack of air and whatever else goes on when you're shoving dicks in your throat.
It's not that I wouldn't like it, but if I would be serving her, like, regardless of what it looks like, if somebody says do this to me until XYZ, then you are effectively serving that person, and like that's fine. I'm not saying I'm against all like service and sex. What bothers me is when there's no clarity about the service.
It's always going to be like really hard to find that though, no? Like let's say, for instance, like let's say that
to find that compatibility.
No, to find that clarity. Like let's say that I'm with a girl and I like the idea of like somebody riding on top of me. That's like a really hot idea for them to do that just for me. I want you to do that just for me. And let's say the girl is even willing to say like, oh, like I don't normally do that. I'm into that. She's like, I'll do it for you because I love you. Well, what's happening at that point? Is she like doing something just for me, or is she doing it because like now it's the thing she wants to do because she loves me, or like that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you even begin to separate out like what is for me and what's not for me, especially in the context of a relationship, right?
That can get complicated. I agree, but I think there's certain markers that I am looking for to feel like something is for me. So like one, it was my idea. Okay. You know, if Shaylin had said, you know, Max, I was thinking, you seem to have a lot of trouble with blah blah blah, and I think that it might be nice for you if I lay perfectly still during sex. What do you think? Then that would start to feel like, what are you tricking me? You want me to do this for some reason? There's a trap. That the Venus flytrap alarm would go off if she did that. But that didn't happen. Another is like when I asked her, she wasn't like, "Oh, you hit the nail on the head. This is my fantasy. I want this." And then she said yes immediately. So she did say yes immediately. But then I felt like she wanted to make the way we're talking about it about her, which is like a problem for me, because it's like, okay, I'm getting the thing in a tiny little nugget, but it's surrounded by the exact opposite of what I want. Of like, can you make this conversation where you're asking me to lie still during sex about me?
I
It's
think
like,
that there's
no,
okay.
no,
So
I don't want to do that.
okay, there is a. I'm trying to explain this. There's a dynamic around rougher sex that's always kind of like that, and I'm so I'm curious how you feel about this. Okay, so I've been with people that like very rough encounters sometimes, and I'm not normally like that, but I mean I can play the role if I need to. Okay, but when I'm in charge of like a very rough encounter like that, it's most of my brain power is usually spent figuring out like how is the other person responding, right? And I think that in the middle of that encounter, even though you're pushing really hard, like the only reason it works is because the other person knows that there's some consideration at the end of the day there for them. So it's kind of weird because I feel like in situations where you're in charge of the sexual encounter, you're actually the bitch. Like, I'm taking you as hard as I can, but I'm making sure that like it's a good position and I'm not like destroying your cervix. I'm making sure that if I'm choking you, I'm not like actually killing you. Like I'm making sure that if I'm pulling your hair, right, we're at the base and we're not just pulling the end. Like there's like all these things going on where it's like, yeah, like we're doing the experience where you're getting this like very, very intense hard thing, but like all of my thoughts are making sure like, okay, like I'm not like actually hurting this person, and they know that I know where the boundaries are. It seems like you want to literally just rape somebody. Yeah.
Right. Well, I think the thing is though, with hard sex, a lot of the person wants to be free to react as though you're raping them. So
a little bit, yeah. But all of that occurs. All of it is always wrapped in that nugget of
But I'm saying that if you're having sex that is going to look a lot like rape, like rough rape, and the person wants to be able to say no, stop, but I didn't say strawberry daiquiri, so you don't have to actually stop. Like then in that case, it makes sense to be more careful and more attuned. But if the person's lying still, I think it's like I don't think we need a safe word for that. She can just be like stop. You know, so I don't think that I would need that same level of hyper attunement, because I don't think it's that dangerous of a way to have sex.
Two separate conversations we're kind of having right now, but so because I'm kind of more focused on I'm just trying to figure out what you want to get out of it. We'll follow this tangent for a little bit. So if the person is just laying there, you want to fuck them, you don't feel like it's really a big deal. It might not be to you because it doesn't seem that sexually intense, right?
No, it could be very psychologically intense.
Yeah, and I think that's like the issue is that the person feels like there have been people that I've been with where nothing extreme is going on, but you can tell for them like it's a very psychologically or emotionally intense moment. Yeah.
Yes, that's for sure a consideration. But that's why I'm saying. So I think that's true of both of us. We're both very likely to have some kind of like trauma freak out during sex.
A little bit, but it's different when you're the one in charge. Because when you're the one in charge, you have a way easier time stopping. Whereas for the other person, if they get nervous,
they have to actually speak up.
Yeah, which is very challenging. And you've already had videos saying you don't care if they do. I'm just fucking with you. Well, half fucking with you, but go ahead.
Wait, saying I don't. That's that time. Yeah.
But so I guess I think we both probably agree and understand that. But the backing up a little bit, I guess I'm trying to figure out like, I'm trying not to like. It sounds like I'm trying to trap you. I know you don't think I would do that, but I'm trying to find a different way to ask you. Like, do you just want to rape somebody? Can you help me find a different way?
Steven, I trust you enough to just lie still while you do your thing.
Yeah, because it sounds like that you want.
Take me wherever you want.
You want to basically, however. You basically want to have a person where you're just like, there's a thing that I want to do. I want to do it because I want to do it. I don't care. You figure your own shit out. And then I'm going to, do that.
That's the key. Figure your own shit out.
I don't know if this is possible with humans without a lot of drugs. That's what I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to think of if it's possible. Because there's two.
I think you might be being a little sexist here.
Okay.
If Melina asked you, will you lie still during sex? I just want to ride you once every month. I just want to ride you and do my thing.
Mhm.
Do you think it would be fair to say, well, you might have trouble advocating for yourself in that situation? It could be traumatic for you psychologically, and that would only be possible if you did drugs. I feel like
For
you're saying
me,
this about...
well, no, hold on, because it's totally different. Because if a girl were to ask me that, I'm like, if that girl was you, if you wanted to ride me and you were saying, Steven, I want to take you into my pussy, right?
Yes.
I would say to you, okay, Max, but I'm going to agree to it very quickly, and I'm going to have a lot of fun doing that. Is that going to ruin the experience for you? And you're going to be like, fuck, it's not the same now. Because that's the difference,
Maybe.
right?
I don't. Well,
like, if you would ask me
you and I would never have this problem in the first place.
Well,
but
anything's possible. It's 2022. Okay. But I'm saying,
no,
like,
I meant
I'm
because we're so compatible, we wouldn't have this problem.
Of course, yeah. But I'm saying, like, so you gave me, like, these 3 criteria earlier. That it's your idea, that the other person doesn't say, like, yes immediately, and that you have, like, a certain way of talking about it, right? But, like, if you suggested that, I would agree immediately. And I'd be like, yeah, sure. And I would have a lot of fun doing it. So, like, I feel like that would ruin that for you.
Maybe, but I still don't think that you would need drugs to do it.
Well, no, what I'm saying you would need drugs for is to genuinely have an experience where you're positing an idea that the other person's not really into, but you want to be able to kind of like get access to their body and use them for that. That there's either one of 2 things happening. Either 1, they're legitimately getting raped, or 2, there's found some way to dissociate themselves from the experience so much, usually with like some kind of drug. Yeah, that like I don't see how a normal human interaction could go that way. Yeah.
I don't think the problem is that Shaylin isn't into it.
Okay.
I don't agree that she's not into it. The problem is that she's not into agreeing to things.
Well, if she was into it though, wouldn't that ruin it for you?
No, it's not that I want her to dislike it or not like it. I think what would ruin it is if I felt like actually I was acting out her fantasy. It's not that I want her to not like it. It's fine if she I'm sure she...
Well, it feels like you could like get into that. You could start doing it and be really into it, and then all of a sudden, she orgasms. And you're like, "Fuck you, bitch! I didn't know you liked that this much.
It's fine.
You liked it more than me." No, okay.
No, that's fine. It's not. I'm not saying I don't have to like it more than her. I just want to have to not worry about her or not feel like I am serving her. That's what it is. Is I often feel like I'm serving people in relationships. And so if I'm just in that hypothetical, I just meant if I said it and then she reacted in a way that was like, "Oh, I've been trying to get you to say this for a long time. Good job, my pet." Then that would make me feel just used again.
Sure.
So it's not that I want her to it's more about framing. It's not so much about her experience of it, like if she orgasms or likes it or whatever. It's more about what bothered me in the conversation is that it felt like it was the agreement itself was being reframed as somehow I have to be super caretaking of her. Like no matter what, I can't escape it. I can't escape it during sex. I can't escape it. And so then if I'm like, well, what if we can take this out of sex? She's like, well, then you have to caretake me right now. And it's like, I want the burden to be lifted.
Sure, I'm trying to think.
I want her to take on the burden. And I think if she were a man, I feel like you would think this was a more reasonable request.
I think that, so I want to be very careful when I say this. This isn't a slight on Shaylin.
Do you want sausage?
I need a knife.
Yes, it is.
And this is good. It's not a slight on Shaylin, but I think that
it's okay if it is.
What you're asking for would be like an exceptionally rare thing. I don't think many people can handle that level of self-care when they're that intimately engaged with another person. I think I could, but like I would understand that would be an incredibly rare thing. Thank you. I don't.
Well, then that's what I need.
But so then, where do you go from there? If your partner isn't able to like...
Wait, she said yes, right? I mean, like, we have the same understanding.
Well,
at the ending
she said
the
yes
video.
with a lot of obvious emotional reservations, right?
Well, that's
because
perfect.
She said yes, but
that's perfect.
But she wants to wrap it in that nugget of things about her. That's the issue. She's never going to say yes to what you're looking for because your issue with the rest of the conversation, she didn't, and that's why it fell apart at the end. The issue with the rest of the conversation is she said yes to the thing in the middle, and then the rest of it was building the nugget, right? Because that's what you were upset about her for. Like, why are you making this about you? Why can't we just do this thing? Why are you guys know what day of the month? Like, Jesus.
But I said no, I said no to the nugget. I escaped the nugget.
Yeah, but by even saying no to the nugget, the nugget is being made, right? Like if it's a 90-10 thing, by even acknowledging the 10 thing, now it's become the 90 thing, is what it feels like. Because it felt like that was the majority of your disagreements for like the whole last half of that interview, was how to deal with the emotional stuff around what you want to be fundamentally an unemotional experience.
Yeah, I'm not saying it went perfectly, but I feel like I feel happy with the resolution.
Why?
Because I got what I wanted.
Yeah, but do you feel like she got what she wanted?
No.
Why shouldn't, in a relationship, if you guys are looking at yourself as some sort of singular entity that you've come together and joined to make some
Well, you're putting me in a impossible, like, either if she gets what she wants, then I lose, and if she doesn't get what she wants, then we're not a singular entity. I guess I just don't think of us as a singular entity.
No, you don't. I mean, you're both individuals, but when you come together in a relationship, especially for sexual purposes, there's one thing that is existing here that like has to be dealt with, right? There's a new thing that's created.
Once a month.
Okay.
I don't want us to come together as a singular entity.
Mm-hmm.
I want us to come together as individuals. I want to jack off with her body.
Sure.
And I want her to do whatever she needs to do to not make it my job to be super attuned to her. I actually want her to act in a way that makes it harder for me to attune to her.
Sure. But it seems like in order to get to that point, you're going to have to lay a whole bunch of emotional groundwork to get there. Like, you're going to have to do a lot of work to get to that point. Does that make sense?
I feel like we're there.
Hold on. I was going to say I don't think so. Let me rephrase that. Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because it seems like she's having a lot of trouble emotionally processing everything going on around this event.
Yes. Whose problem is that?
Both of yours.
No. I see. This is another thing I'm trying to change in my relationship with Shaylin.
Mm-hmm.
Processing your emotions is your job.
Sure, but
now,
you're both invested in the outcome of that process, are you not?
No.
Of course you are. You want her to be more emotionally stable and right? It's affecting your happiness.
Yeah. I care about that.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as getting what I want, I just need her to process her emotions on her own, or not process them and then say, "Oh, I freaked out. I can't handle this." Either one.
What if you get to the point to where she's basically saying, like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I have to exit the relationship.
I don't think she would break up with me because, I can't do what anymore? Process my own emotions?
Without any sort of input or guidance or help or acknowledgement from you or feeling seen
by
you.
Look, we both help each other process our emotions. I'm not saying that I don't want to help her, but it's about responsibility that I'm saying. I don't want it to be my job to process her emotions for her instead of her. That feels like parenting.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would say the same in my relationships. I go really hard on that. I don't want to feel like your dad. I'm not here to do it for you. But even at that point, there is like, I'm going to understand that, especially if I'm making a really big ask, there's going to be the other person is looking for some kind of assurance. Like they want to make sure that things are okay. And I think that asking people to just basically jump off the edge of a cliff and close their eyes and hope that there's a balloon at the bottom that's going to catch them. It's a really big ask for most people.
Yeah, but that's that even your framing of that is the responsibility that you and I feel is so baked into that analogy that when you and I get asked to manage our own feelings and process our own feelings and lie still so that we can be used, we're not jumping off of a cliff. We're not hoping there's some balloon at the bottom. We're just managing our feelings. But when we ask Shaylin to do it, it's throwing a little baby off of a cliff. And like I agree that I kind of feel like that, but I don't, it's not true. I don't want to feel like that.
I think so here okay. So I'm speaking
this baby better fucking grow wings.
Speaking from a place of personal experience here, because I have a lot of issues with this too. So I've had to deal with this a lot too. But like one thing that you have to accept is not everybody has the same emotional needs. Like I'm the type of person, and also this is one important thing. Not everybody has the same emotional needs, number one. And number two, not everything in a relationship has to be reciprocated.
Those are both true.
Yeah. So if different people have different levels of emotional requirements, it's not fair. I don't want to say it's abusive, but it's like it's not fair to bring up your emotional composition as a counter to theirs. And I'll admit I do this sometimes when I fight with Melina, even where she'll say like, "Oh, well, I feel bad about this. You should do that."
You said I would never fucking do this.
Yeah, and I'll say like, "Bro, you could do 20 times worse than me. I don't want to give a fuck. I'd go to my computer room and fucking stream. Like, get the fuck over yourself, right?" I'll say this when I'm mad, but I shouldn't. It's not a fair thing to say. Like, you can't expect people to match your internal emotional composition just because you want them to, right? Because they'll never be that. They can't, unless you're dating like 14-year-olds. They'll never turn into that person. We're grown up. We're adults. Like that's not going to change at that point. If you're in your 20s,
I don't know if that's true. I think we're dating some pretty young ladies.
How old is Shaylin?
We are dating 14-year-olds. She's 27.
Okay, well that's no.
I'm pretty different from how I was when I was 27.
Really?
I'm much more. Yeah. I couldn't talk about my feelings at all. I could not process or manage. I was like Shaylin. I was a complete fucking mess.
I mean, I still think you're a mess, but I bet you weren't that.
But not a complete mess.
Not a complete mess. Maybe, but okay.
Do you think I'm a complete mess?
No, not a complete mess. But I think you have trouble interfacing with other humans sometimes, or it seems like.
And I think you don't have enough trouble interfacing with other humans sometimes.
Okay, based.
See, just because you can help somebody manage their feelings, and just because they're saying they need you to, and even if they actually need you to, that doesn't necessarily mean you should.
I agree, and those are boundaries that I'll set. Like I'll tell somebody, it's usually for fighting, so I'm doing it in a bad way, but I'll be like, hey, like if you need me to like manage this for you, then get the fuck out of my house. I'm never going to do it, right? There are like things that I won't do. I can't do that. But there are things that I will do that I wouldn't expect somebody to do for me because I understand that I'm an exceptionally emotionally detached individual. But I would never. But if I walked through life trying to place the same expectations on other people that I would want them to place on me, I'm probably never going to find anybody ever because people process things in different ways. It's just part of the concessions we have to make when we join into a relationship, right?
I agree. I do more of in this specific way in the terms of helping the other person process their emotions. I do a little bit more of the lifting there.
But it's probably because you don't need help processing yours, right?
No, I do. I think I actually do, and I ask her for help with that, and she does help me with that. So it's not all one way. I do need help with that. But when it comes to this doll sex, I need a break. Daddy needs a break.
Well, no. You don't need a break. You need access to their body and then for them to shut their emotions off. It's a way bigger ask than just saying, I need a break.
No.
Right?
I don't want her to shut her emotions off. I actually need her to not shut her emotions off.
Well, you need her to shut her emotions off from you. You don't want to engage with that. That's her. Yeah,
right. I don't want her to dissociate because that will cause problems. I think that's the concern, is that she'll do this by dissociating. That would not be okay with. If I sense from looking at her lifeless body that she's dissociated, then I will yell at her for a whole new thing. I need somebody to be taking care of Shaylin. I just need it to not be me once in a while.
You need like a threesome with like a caretaker to be touching her head while you're...
Yes. And explaining to her how she feels. And calling her a stupid bitch and telling her to shut up. Somebody needs to take the reins for 12 minutes.
Gotcha.
12 minutes a month.
Have you ever thought about just paying... Oh, no, because you guys are in a closed relationship. Have you ever thought about just like paying a prostitute for this experience?
I could pay Shaylin for this experience.
No, you can't because you don't have that... You can't just change your relationship. Like that
I don't have that kind of money.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a... I don't know. No. See, that's the thing, is that the prostitute would have the same problem as the doll.
Which is?
It's not really giving me anything. A prostitute's not really doing something for you. Like, they kind of are, but it's...
Do you feel like if somebody gives you, like, a blowjob, are they doing something for you, or are they doing it only because they love you, so it doesn't count as them doing something for you?
I think it depends on the blowjob. I've gotten blowjobs that felt like somebody was just trying to suck my soul out of me. And then I've gotten blowjobs that felt like they're doing a nice thing for me. I don't have a blanket interpretation of getting a blowjob.
Okay.
I still contest your overall view of this situation as unresolved, and that Shaylin said no. She said yes, and I got what I wanted, and I feel like this is a victory.
I don't think that should be the goal of those types of conversations, right?
Well, maybe that's the issue, is you don't like my goal.
Yeah, I don't think you should be trying to win confrontations with a partner. I think that the goal should be
to get something.
Yeah, but the goal should be that both of you walk away feeling like you've gotten something and you're both satisfied.
That wasn't my goal. Yeah. So you just don't like my goal.
Well, from a business perspective, sure, but from a relationship perspective, like, it just seems not healthy for both parties. Like, if Shaylin was trying to extract something from you like that, like, you would probably walk away feeling awful, right?
It wouldn't be an extraction. That's the thing, is that I would just answer her question.
Mm-hmm. Well, like, you would just say no or whatever, right?
I'd say yes, or I would say no.
Okay.
Or I would say, I need to think about this.
Okay.
Or I would say, I have some clarifying questions to make sure I know what I'm agreeing to. But whatever I said, I would give her the clear sense that I am figuring out for myself what I'm okay with, and I will return with an answer for you, and you'll know clearly where you stand. Again, I reject the notion that Shaylin is saying no to the sex act, or that she has even any particular reservations about the act itself.
Mm-hmm.
She just doesn't like making agreements.
I disagree, but you know her way better than I do, yeah. So, like, it feels to me like she doesn't have any problems with the act itself, but she's trying to figure out, like, emotionally where both of you are going to be standing before and after the act.
She's trying to control where we're going to be standing. She's not trying to figure it out.
She is trying to control, but that's because she's one of the members of this interaction. So of course she wants some kind of control.
Oh, let me be clear. When I call Shaylin controlling, my problem isn't that she is exerting control. It's the way she's exerting control. It's that she's underhandedly trying to control it.
How do you feel like it's underhanded? Like, in what way? What do you mean by that?
Well, if what you're trying to say is, hey, listen, I want to provide this thing for you, but I have to be honest. I'm a little scared and feeling a little abandoned by the prospect of you completely detaching from attuning to me, because, as we both know, I'm kind of an unstable bitch. And as an unstable bitch, I need you to be somewhat more attuned to me than you normally feel like you should be. And this is a constant power struggle between us. So I want to try to work out with you what level of attunement we're going to have, or for how long you're going to be not attuning to me. And this is something I'd like to work on, maybe in a couple years or something, I'll be able to just say yes to what you're asking. But right now, you're asking me to take care of myself. But the fact is, I don't really know how to do that. I'm not very good at it. And so here's what I need from you. And then come up with a list of demands or counter proposal or whatever, or say, this is something we could work towards. I can't do it right now, though. I'm really not ready. Any of that would be just great. My problem is not in that conversation. My problem was not her saying no, because she didn't say no. She didn't say yes. She didn't say no. She didn't say yes to the conversation. She didn't say no to the conversation.
Yeah, okay.
She just leaves me in this
here's
hell.
Yeah. So what do you think is happening? What do you think is the problem? It's pretty simple, I think.
I think there was a problem where the conversation about the interview, I think, is a metaphor for how she feels during sex, and she doesn't explicitly think.
Too complicated. So this is my feeling. You can tell me if you think I'm right or wrong, okay? I feel like her problem is that she doesn't know where she wants to set her boundaries, and she's kind of hoping that you'll help her figure that out. And you're frustrated because you're not having a conversation with her trying to figure out where her boundaries are. You're making an ask, and you want her to already come to the table with that solved. Like, you want her to be able to come to the table and say, like, yes or no. Don't ask me these dumb fucking questions, Shaylin. We don't need to have this other random shit. Just tell me what you want or tell me what you don't want, and then boom. But she's coming to you, we're in a bit more of a undecided state, and her trying to navigate her feelings and yours simultaneously are different when she's trying to, because she's trying to advocate on her behalf and your behalf, but you're only pushing
women
your side.
so much charity.
No,
can't
actually,
believe
I'll
it.
be totally honest with you. I literally just had this huge problem like 3 days ago in my relationship where I'm really bad at asserting boundaries. And I literally just now I can speak from Shayla's perspective. I literally had the exact same issue where I'll have problems where people will. Here's a personal thing that I've just recently figured this out. I don't know how the fuck it took me so long, but when I get into conflicts in relationships, my thing is usually I'll withdraw or I'll start lying. These are the two things that I'll do because I just don't want to like interface with their person. They're irritating me. And what I found out was that there are some boundaries that I have in a relationship. There are now usually these are more passive, like don't ask me about this or don't talk to me about this or act this, do this particular thing, right? And this is like a need that I have that before I thought I didn't care, but now I'm like, actually I have this need. But when the other person isn't aware that those boundaries exist, they're just kind of existing in a state where they're kind of pushing, pulling, trying to figure shit out, and then I'm getting triggered, and now everything is getting fucked up because I'm not doing a good job at asserting boundaries, right? So oftentimes in relationships, people will blame the aggressor when in reality, the person failing to assert themselves can be just as much responsible for everything else because their lack of having clear boundaries means that the other person doesn't know when to push and not push. The other person doesn't know what's safe to go into. And then the person with the boundaries doesn't know how to negotiate any interactions because they're randomly getting upset at things as well, right?
I understand what you're saying about yourself.
Okay.
And I believe you.
But you don't think Shaylin has trouble asserting her boundaries?
Shaylin is not like you in this sense.
Okay.
I think you're assuming that Shaylin is trying to figure out what her boundaries are and then assert them. And that I don't believe that is happening. I believe that Shaylin and many of these other women that you and I come across and disagree about get a lot of power by not having boundaries and not asserting those boundaries. Because when you tell someone what your boundary, what you're not just saying everything on this side of the line is not okay. You're also saying everything on this side of the line is okay.
Yes.
And so all these other tools you have, like arguing and figuring things out and explaining and writing narratives and co-authoring narratives and problem solving and all these other ways that you exert power and get power in relationships and conversations. Shaylin, as you saw, Shaylin got angry and did use those. She does have those tools, but that's not where she gets most of her power. Shaylin gets her power from the dark arts. She's on the dark side. And when she so to me, things like setting so like lying and withdrawing, I would say those are dark side powers that you're using.
Sure.
Light side powers are more like setting boundaries, problem solving, arguing, saying what you want, being explicit and direct and above board. Shaylin gets a lot of her strength now from the dark side. So she does things like not setting boundaries, asking questions that make no sense, pretending to be confused,
yeah, but like
sobbing loudly from the other room.
Yeah, I agree, but like sure. But
she's not trying to figure out what you're just assuming this like extremely well-intentioned like goal of hers, but she doesn't. I'm
not saying that there's like this intentional, like something that she said. So this is why I think that she is doing this. Is she made a statement when you guys were talking, saying that like, she feels like she has to do this. She feels like she has to make a decision, and you're like, and you don't know like why. Why do you feel that way? Like, it seems like you're asking her that. Like, what do you mean you have to do this? What do you think she means when she's saying that? Like, it feels like I have to do this. And you're like, no, you don't.
I think she is saying, in order to maintain the image that I want on your channel and with your fans.
No, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you think that, then there's like... Because I'm interpreting everything both of you are saying in like the best light possible. But if you think she's just saying,
No. You're interpreting everything she says in the best light possible.
No, both of you. This would be a way different conversation if I was not being charitable to you as well. Okay.
She's a demon.
You're pretty demonic as well. If I was to interpret you, absolutely.
I don't think so.
Absolutely,
no.
For sure.
I'm an angel. No,
You're very charismatic. You have a really
Yes.
good way of spinning every single emotional complaint she makes into a hypothetical attack against you that then becomes an attack that you can use against her. And you constantly undermine her feelings by either saying that she doesn't truly believe the things she does for the reasons that she says she does, or that she's just using it to like control you. And then when she has an emotional outburst, you also assume that that's a form of manipulation, and then you manipulate her by pretending she's manipulating you. And then you bring it all back at the end with like either like a hug or something else, like, oh, look, we're good, it's cool, or whatever, right? These are all like theoretically, if I frame it that way, these are all theoretically like emotionally
I guess,
manipulative.
but it doesn't make any sense. Like you can do that, but it doesn't make any sense because she agreed. She agreed to the plan immediately.
No, but
and
that's
without
like,
complaint.
Do you understand? This is why I don't like conversation about rape, okay? It's so easy to get people to do things that they don't want to do that they will agree to it. This is why I don't like the concept of like consent or even enthusiastic consent. There are so many things that you can get people to agree to without them.
I agree with you. I agree with you there.
Yeah, so like...
But in this conversation, the conversation did not break down when I asked her the question. The conversation broke down when I would not let go of calling her controlling.
But her method of controlling was her trying to get some control over like her emotions in that situation and how you were engaging with them. That was where the control was
and the
coming
way
from.
she was trying to get control over that was by asking nonsensical questions.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if somebody is looking for, if we can, like,
but that's my whole problem.
Sure, but like, let's say instead we take a more impressionistic view of language and not like a discrete, like, these are the words you're saying. It sounds like what she's saying there. She's not saying like, can we figure out the dates of the month that this would be the most adequate time for you to free use my body? What she's doing is like saying like, hey, okay, I think I can do this, but I feel like really emotional right now, and I want some sort of like emotional reassurance from you that we're like on the same page. That's what she's looking for. Yeah,
I know. We both understand that.
Then why can't you just do that or give that to her?
Because I don't fucking want to. That's the whole thing I'm saying in the first place is I don't want to change my entire lens for looking at language to an impressionistic one so that I can squeeze some extra fucking charity juice out of myself to make it okay for you to underhandedly try to get me to reassure you
underhanded.
It is absolutely underhanded. It is absolutely underhanded to ask a fake question to get somebody to take care of you. I think it is completely underhanded, at least for me. Okay, so maybe
if I go to like a doctor, if I go to like a doctor, if I've got a thing coming up, right, and I'm sitting there and I ask something and I'm like, is this gonna hurt? What a fucking stupid question. Like, like if you were a doctor, you would look at me and you would go, this is a fucking cancer biopsy, Steven. Is it gonna hurt? If I say yes, you're gonna fucking cancel the operation? You stupid fuck. Why would you even ask me? Such a waste of fucking time, right? That's the result. And I would say, okay, well, I was just like looking for a little bit of emotional reassurance. I'm sorry, right? That would be the issue.
I understand how to do what you're asking me to do.
Yeah, sure. You just are unwilling to.
I don't want to. I don't want to take care of Shaylin. I don't want to be her fucking doctor. I want to fuck her corpse. I don't want to be her doctor. The whole point of the conversation is I don't want to have to lie to you or manage you. I don't want to manage your feelings in this conversation. I don't want to manage them. One thing I've been saying to her a lot is when you want me to parent you, I need you to explicitly ask me to parent you. I don't want you to try to get me to.
Yeah, but even at that, you need to use different words because nobody wants to feel like she's not really asking you to parent you. She's just asking for some help.
She is. No, it's
from
fine.
your perspective. But from other people's perspectives, they're going to say, I just want you to be a normal, caring partner that's like has an investment in my feelings.
Fuck that. No. So I don't want appeals to normality. See, this is what I see in a lot of responses to this. I see people just being like, well, why can't you just be normal? And like, well, okay, being normal means the man just parents the woman. That's what you mean by normal. That's what the default is. And I don't want that. I don't want that for my relationship.
The reason why that's great. And I've said the exact same things to Melina. She'll say like, hey, like this is like a normal thing. Why can't you do this? And I'll say, well, if you want a normal thing, go find a normal guy because that's not what the fuck I'm here for. So I understand. I can empathize with you there. But you have to be aware of where the normal spectrum lies so that you can understand when you're making requests that are way outside the norm.
I absolutely understand that I am making a request that is outside the norm. And when I say, when my girlfriend wants me to become her dad, she has to actually know that that's what she is doing and say that. And so if she had said in the conversation, hey, can you take care of me for a second? I feel freaked out about this. I might have said yes. Or I might have said no. I would have been free to say no or yes, as I see fit. I would have been able to set my own boundaries. But by blurring her request and by saying, no, you've already agreed to this. You've already agreed to take care of me. And the way I'm going to ask you is by asking stupid questions that make no sense and sobbing in the other room. No, 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 no. Then I don't want to. I need explicitness.
Sure, I understand. I think that the realization that you have to have then is that what you're looking for, one, she might not be able to even rise to that standard. I don't even want to say
But
rise.
she did.
No, she didn't.
But she eventually did.
After crying in another room and
Yes.
trying to manipulate you a million times.
Yes, if you want to, yes, she did a lot of horrible things that nobody's proud of in that conversation. But at the end of the conversation, I held my boundaries. I didn't rush to the other room and say, hey, eventually, she, was naked face down on the bed, just like I asked.
But I don't. If you were to ask her, does she think that there was a positive resolution to everything? Do you think she would say yes?
No, because I got what I want. I don't know what she would say.
Is there? Well, but isn't that?
And
isn't that like important? If you're
no, I'm so happy that I don't know what she would say. I feel so proud of myself that I can have my own narrative of what happened that is not dependent on hers, and she can have her own narrative.
Okay.
That's what I want. What I want is to just like have something be for me.
Sure.
And the only way we can do that is if Shaylin delineates when something is for her. So she has to be more explicit about when something is for her and what role she wants me to play and what role she wants to play. And the more vague she is, the more power the underhanded person gets and the less power the explicit person gets. I don't want her to derive power from being vague. It's a super bad idea, especially around sex.
I agree that it's a bad idea, but the problem isn't that she's like intentionally trying to manipulate you.
You think she's not capable of anything? Well, she's gonna have.
Not right now. No, I don't think so. I think that there's like a set of tools that she hasn't developed yet when it comes to establishing boundaries, and because of that, you're able to take advantage of her inability to do that. I think that's the issue.
Oh, you think she's taking advantage of me?
No, because in this situation, you said you got what you wanted at the end, so. She wasn't here.
Yeah, after hours of what I think is abusive and coercive behavior, eventually she was able to have a explicit, direct conversation with me. Now, I'm not saying she has to be perfect. I am okay with her reaching for these dark side tools and me having to say like, hey, I need you to stop doing that. And I'm okay with people thinking I'm a bad person. Well, I would rather they didn't, but I can withstand people thinking I'm a bad person or that I'm an abuser because I don't want to engage with somebody using these manipulation tactics on me. But eventually, if I hold my ground long enough, eventually she'll
break down and she'll lose the ability to advocate for her own interests and she'll acquiesce to whatever your demands are. Does that sound a little bit not good?
No, because my demand is just that she come up with an answer. I'm not asking her to acquiesce to my sex demands.
But that's what it feels like to her. That's why she's saying.
No, it's not. That's where you're wrong about.
But she was
Shaylin.
literally saying, she's saying, you're pressuring me, and you're like, how am I pressuring you? She says you're trying to pressure me into doing what you want me to do. That's what she's saying. I wrote the quote down. But you're not really, right? You're not. You said you'd be happy with either answer, but she doesn't feel that way. That's the issue.
I understand. Right? I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
When she says that, it's not true.
Okay.
It's just not true.
So she doesn't feel pressured at all. She's lying about that.
She may think she feels pressured. But,
okay, so she's lying to herself.
But if you look at her behavior through the conversation, the thing that makes her freak out is me saying, "I think you're being controlling. I think you're being abusive, and I need you to be explicit about what you are saying. I need you to either explicitly say yes, explicitly say no, explicitly say you want to have this conversation, explicitly say you don't want to have this conversation."
Why do you think she's...
I even went as far as telling her exactly what she could say word for word to get out of the conversation.
Sure. When you said that she was upset and that because you said that she was being controlling and abusive, why did that make her more upset? Why did she get really upset about that?
Because I'm taking her power away. When you call an abusive person abusive, you are you are
So
demanding a transfer of power.
Yeah, let's
from them to
rephrase
you.
that a little bit more. Okay, taking the power. So you're making her feel powerless in this interaction, right?
Yeah, because a lot of
somebody
Shaylin's
claims
power,
that you're
a lot of-
pressuring them, and now you are depriving them of any power or agency in an interaction. Of course,
No,
they're
no,
gonna
no,
have
no,
an
no.
emotional-
That's not. That's that. I can understand that could be her feeling. If the only
That's
way
all that
you
matters
can
at the end of the day is how she feels.
if
about
the only
it,
way
right?
if the only way you can express yourself is by throwing dishes at Melina, and then Melina says, "Stop throwing dishes at me," you may feel, "Oh, well, now you've rendered me entirely powerless because I can't talk about my feelings, I can't set boundaries, I can't negotiate with you, I can't be direct. All I have is this like plate of like spaghetti I was about to throw at you." Like, yes, I guess in a way she would be telling you have no power, but I think that's not a fair interpretation.
Yeah, but imagine if throwing dishes was the only tool that I had. Now it's a little. It sounds like a weird example. But
Then
like, here's
you
a,
have to.
Here's
then
a
you have
question.
to learn.
Sure. Here's a
you have to
question.
learn
Let's say
another
that. Let's
way
say the
to get
only
power.
way. Let's say the only way I could get anything done is by screaming at people, right?
Yeah, and so eventually you may run into a partner who says like, "I need you to stop screaming at me," and
Sure.
if that's the only way you have of advocating for yourself,
But if we have a,
you're not going to be able to advocate for
If
yourself.
you have a literal baby, and all they know is to scream, you work
Shaylin
around that.
is
right?
not my child.
She's
not my
not.
patient.
But if she doesn't have the tools necessary to firmly establish a boundary and then talk around it, then all you're kind of doing is like taking away the only bit, like you're duct taping a baby's mouth shut and saying, "Figure out another way to do this."
I'm not duct taping a baby's mouth shut by asking my adult girlfriend to learn how to set boundaries like a fucking normal.
If you want her to
well-adjusted
learn
adult.
how to set boundaries, then you don't figure that out in the middle of a negotiation about things that the boundaries would be about.
So what are you
do that-
suggesting I do? I say like, you're asking me to drop my boundaries, and I
No,
don't
I'm
want
not.
to.
I'm saying send her to
Absolutely.
therapy or something.
It breaks,
say go to therapy.
Okay, but in the meantime,
Yeah.
yes, we're starting couples therapy.
Cool.
In the meantime,
Uh-huh.
you're suggesting I just drop my. I'm saying she was breaking my boundaries in the conversation repeatedly. That every time we hit a snag, it's because I'm saying I don't want to communicate this way, and I won't.
You can't aggressively assert a boundary like that and say that my boundary is that when we're discussing something that I want, you're not allowed to obfuscate with questions. That's not a boundary.
That's
You're
not-
like
that's
you
not
have
the
like
boundary.
a force field that's
not
going
the-
into their brain. Okay.
No. That's not the boundary. She can do that, but I am going to then derail the conversation and only talk about it until she stops. So I'm saying I won't participate in the conversation. I won't participate in a conversation where you're saying, "I don't know if I want to be talking about this. I'm not sure."
Mhm.
That is going to break the negotiation. Then stopped. There was no more talk about sex after that. Then the only conversation we can have is, well, are you in the conversation? Or are you out? Or are you making a power play by having one foot out the door? And if it's that one, that's all we're going to talk about for the
Why
rest
do
of this
you-
conversation.
it
I
feels like
refuse
you-
to budge. Wait, stop. You agree? You admit that this is me setting a boundary. I'm not reaching into her brain. I'm just saying I am going to flail and not fucking move an inch until you
I just
stop
don't.
doing this.
It feels like you're the one that's more emotionally composed than the other in this situation, and the other person is flailing. And every time they're trying to they're like sliding off a mountain, trying to grab a ledge, and every time they grab something, you're like, "That's abuse. That's controlling. You're gaslighting." And it's like the other person isn't trying to do that. They're just trying to get their footing
But that's
somewhere.
how that's how all abusers feel.
She's not the abuser in this interaction. You're the one making
She
the
is.
ask.
She is the abuser.
I
in
think
this
that
interaction.
you're the one making the ask for something that's making her uncomfortable for some reason, and you have to figure out why.
Abusers, okay, having been abusive in various interactions, I know what it feels like when you resort to an abusive tactic.
Sure.
I've been abusive with Shaylin recently. Like, I've screamed at Shaylin.
But
I know that when I'm doing that, I feel like I'm sliding down a mountain and grabbing on to whatever I can.
I think that
but
there's
that
a
doesn't
difference.
Mean it doesn't make it not abuse.
I think there's a difference between an abusive tactic that somebody uses to get control of themselves or to feel like they have presence in a situation versus an abusive tactic somebody might use to get something out of somebody else, right?
I don't know if that's true. I think, in my experience, every time I've never screamed at a girlfriend to try to make them do something. I'm always screaming at them to try to get some semblance of control. It's out of fucking panic. It's not out of like, you better fucking lie still for me, you little bitch. That's not the emotion I'm feeling.
Let's say Melina really wants to get dinner at a place. Okay, I really want to go to Fogo de Chao. I'm like, Melina, we're not going to Fogo de Chao. I don't feel like spending $200 on dinner. And then she starts sobbing and crying. Okay. This is a little bit abusive. What the fuck, dude? Are you serious? We're going to do this, right? Okay. Let's say that it's a different relationship and I beat the shit out of her every time I lose a game of League. Okay. So she's getting beat up a lot. Okay. Let's say that one day I come walking out of my room and I look like I've been playing League, but I haven't. I've been playing a different game, so I'm not a miserable fuck. But she sees me, and as soon as she sees me, she starts like crying to get me to feel bad. Like, is she technically being abusive there by trying to manipulate me with her emotions? A little bit, but it's way different than the Fogo de Chao thing, right? Like, there's a difference between being reactive in terms of how you're retreating in a conversation in an underhanded manner versus like proactively trying to get something, elicit something, extract something from somebody else. I think these are fundamentally different. And to call all of it abusive, I think misses the point of what's actually happening. We're missing what's going on in the interaction. Like, if Shaylin were to come to you and she were to be like, hey, like, I really want to peg you tomorrow. And you're like, I don't know. And she's like, okay, this is bullshit. Like, you're not hearing me. I don't feel seen. Blah, blah. And you're like, well, you know. She's like, no, like, I don't know. Right?
I would never react that way.
That's great. Hold on. I don't care how you would react. But I'm just saying, in that case, if she was using the same tactics, but she was making the big ask, then I'd say, like, okay, yeah, this is like pretty shitty or abusive. I could see that.
Okay, but that's not what happened though. The analogy would be if I said, yes, you can peg me tomorrow. I just want to ask you though, what time tomorrow? And she's like, well, it's not, I'm just trying to ask you if I can peg you tomorrow. And I'm like, well, what time would it be at? And I get this like very frantic, like, I just want to know what time. Is it too much to ask to just know what time it's going to be tomorrow? Then she's like, well, I feel like you're kind of making this about you now, where you're acting as though you're really concerned about what time it's going to be, as if that's like, would it make a difference what time it was? And I'm like, no, it wouldn't make a difference. And she's like, okay, well then I feel like you're kind of being controlling by asking this. And I'm like, how is this controlling? And then I run to the other room and start crying. That would be the analogy. You keep acting like she said she wasn't sure. But she did not freak out until I said,
she doesn't seem to be sure. She might not have said she wasn't sure, but all of her emotional languages, all of her body language and nonverbal cues are like saying a different story, right?
I think you have a highly charitable read of her body language, and that you think she's unsure about the sex, and I think she's unsure about saying things are okay, making agreements, sticking to things, losing the power of ambiguity and vagueness. Losing the power of being able to say retroactively, you know what, I wasn't okay with any of this. I retroactively do not consent to everything that you and I just did, and therefore you're the abuser. Which is the entire thing I'm trying to get away from. This feeling of never knowing if the rug of me being allowed to do what I'm doing is going to be pulled out from underneath me.
Okay. Well,
she gets a lot of power from having her hands on that rug.
I need to moderate a conversation between you and her, okay? I'm so curious what it would look like.
I know. So when you see her waffling, like, I don't know if I want to do the sex act, I see her hands reaching for the edge of that rug. She's getting it nice and taut, and she's getting ready to yank it. And so I'm doing everything I can to prevent her from doing that. I'm like, I'm like, okay, no, if you don't want to be if you don't want to be in the video, then walk away. You don't have to be in the video.
If I'm negotiating a sex act with somebody, and they feel like they're on the other end of it, or they're waffling, I would just interpret that as like a no. Like, if you're uncomfortable, then clearly something.
She didn't waffle about the sex act.
But she was asking all these questions about it and everything, which makes it
That's
seem
not
like...
waffle. I know. Again, you interpret that as waffling. Mm-hmm. I interpret... Like, if just look at it from my point of view. It's fine if you don't agree with me. Okay. But do you see how, if I feel like Shaylin is preparing the following power moves, I never really agreed to this. I never agreed to this conversation. Mm-hmm. You sprung this conversation on me. You won't tell me the details of what happened. And any one of these can be used to pull the rug out from underneath me and say... you say basically you raped me.
I mean, what it sounds like to me is what she's saying is that, like, I
I
love you. I want to make you happy. I do want to do the sex act. I just want to make sure this other shit is like taken care of so that I'm like emotionally.
She's the devil, and you just don't see it. If you saw it the way I see it, can you see how in that conversation then, every time I see her reaching for the rug, I'm just trying to keep her hands off it. I'm saying, if you don't want to be in the conversation, then just walk out. If you don't want to do the sex thing with...
Yeah, but she doesn't want to do that because she loves you.
If you don't want to do the sex thing with me, then just say no. If you want to talk about it more later, then say, let's talk about this later. What else can we talk about? If you want to walk out of the room, walk out of the room. You have all the power as long as you do it explicitly. But what you can't do is be passive and vague and then pull the rug out from underneath me and say that I forced you to do something. That's the only thing I'm trying to prevent her from doing in the entire conversation, and I think I did a pretty good job.
Okay. Well, when are we getting Shaylin on here, Max?
I think I have to protect her from the masses.
Well, why do you put her in her videos?
Because I'm a bad person. No, because I think it's different. Because in a video, I can control what happens. I can edit it. I can.
I feel it feels weird that because both of us right now have a different interpretation of her internal emotional state. And
yes. Well, Shaylin's not the best at interpreting her emotional state anyway.
No, but I think
I
feel like Shaylin would have an interesting perspective on Shaylin's internal emotional state. You know, worth considering.
She would,
maybe.
but that's I am going to protect her from live streaming.
Okay. Gotcha. Well,
also, even if she comes on and agrees with me, it's not you're not gonna be like I stand corrected. You're just gonna say like, oh, well, I guess he got to you.
No, I would be super interested. There are tons of things that she could say that would dramatically change the way that I view the situation. That's absolutely possible. Like she might say, like she could come on and she could say, I have a lot of personal problems sometimes setting boundaries. Like I have no problem doing things with Max. Sometimes I get nervous and I just like ask like stupid fucking questions that don't matter like in a week anyway. And then when we get around to things, like none of it ever mattered. But I don't know why I just have a habit of doing dumb shit. Like if she said some shit like that, I'm like, okay, maybe yeah, I do dumb shit. Like I give really good advice on my stream and I follow none of it. Okay, I have a whole bunch of problems in my relationships where I just do dumb shit. So like I could believe that like people fuck up and do things. She could also say other things though that would reinforce my view. Where she's like, I don't actually like any of these sex acts at all, but like I super love Max and I feel like when he talks to me, like he's always on the verge of getting super pissed off at me. That like anytime I try to get any clarification on anything ever, he gets really mad. So I feel like I have to talk around it just to get like some emotional reassurance because I can't ask for it directly or talk about the act directly, and then that leads to him getting like she could say that and I'd be like, okay,
but she would be so stupid if she said. I mean,
no, she wouldn't be. She would just be expressing her emotions. Like,
but that would be so stupid because I'm literally telling her if you just say explicitly what you're feeling or what you want, then we'll be fine.
Yeah, but
the thing
it doesn't.
I'm getting mad about is
don't,
that you're being underhanded.
People aren't computers. You don't input code and get out a reliable response every single time, right? We work on way more abstract levels than that. Most people do. It's the more human thing to do.
I think you're too charitable to women.
It's not to women. It's to people. I do this dumb shit.
I think you're too charitable to women.
How? Why?
See, people keep saying it's because you're a coomer or it's because you're trying to fuck Brittany Simon or something. I think that's stupid. Obviously, I don't think you're trying to fuck Brittany Simon.
Okay.
I just think you're too charitable to women.
I'm charitable to everybody. I'm being very charitable to you in this conversation.
Yeah, but you're not being too charitable to me.
I'm being very charitable to you. If I wanted to, I could have a Vosh conversation with you where I just call you an abuser and hang up.
But is that what you think?
There's a chance you could be, but I'm not leading into that as much.
Wait, but what do you think? What do you actually think?
I think I've told you what. I think that... What's the nicest way I could say this? I think that some people have...
No, I don't want you to say it in the nicest way. I want to know what you actually think. Like,
Sure.
What are you going to...
I think that some people are charismatic and they know how much they can get or push other people into agreeing with, and that I think that some people can unhealthily thrive in the ambiguity of other people's personal boundaries. I used to do this in my early 20s. If I knew that somebody was waffling on something, I can always put a foot in there and force you into a position. Very, very, very easy to do that. I don't do this anymore, but I understand that feeling of like, if you're undecided, I will make the decision for you, and I know I can do that. And that's a thing that people do. And when I watch you and Shaylin interact sometimes, Shaylin's boundaries and borders seem very, very ill-defined sometimes. And you can very much like step a foot in and go, this is where your boundary is going to be. If you don't like it, tell me that you fucking hate me. You don't hate me? You do love me, right? This is your boundary. Stop being stupid. Boom, boom, boom. That's the feeling that I get when I watch you do it.
I feel like you're conflating two things.
You're
conflating me saying what her boundary should be with me telling her she has to have one. If I was trying to just talk her into having doll sex with me once a month, when she asks what day of the month how we're counting it, wouldn't I just say, well, however you want to count it? Like if I'm trying to get the goal, if that's my goal, wouldn't I just say, let's do it by calendar month?
Yeah, but you won't say that because you feel like she's playing a game and you don't want to play it, right?
Okay, so then the thing I'm trying to get her to do is explicit and set.
Yeah, but here's
set
what I'm not
specific-
sure because of the power dynamics of the relationship. Because I don't know. I don't see enough. Right. This is why I'm honest.
Yeah.
I don't go on stream like, oh, I know he's
Yeah,
abusive
yeah,
because I don't know.
yeah.
I really. But it could be the case that, and I don't know your history.
Yeah.
Maybe she's asserted a certain boundary in the past that's really angered you. And maybe she actually does super love you or is infatuated with you or whatever. And she's worried that if she asserts a boundary that you don't like, you're going to react negatively. And that's where she says, like, you're pressuring me. Even though from your perspective, you're not pressuring at all. I'm not trying to pressure you to say that. Just pick something,
And what do you,
whatever,
and,
right?
But what do you think? What do you, or are you saying you don't know?
I can only give you, like, degrees of probability. Like, the wave function doesn't collapse
No,
until
well,
I talk
where
to
are
her.
you- where are
I
you-
just
where
told
are
you,
you
like,
at?
oh, in terms of what or which part?
I don't know. What's your, what do you think of me in this situation?
My thoughts don't crystallize until I get more information. It's hard to say.
Okay.
It looks kind of abusive, but I don't know. But I don't have enough information. You guys have been together for what, like 7 years or some shit. So
Okay. So I think you're too charitable to women.
Okay, maybe.
And not in the sense of I think you are purposefully taking a charitable view of women. I'm saying I think your actual views of women are too charitable.
When you say charitable, what you really mean is like infantilizing or something, right? Or what do you mean by that?
I think the part where whenever you create a metaphor to compare my relationship to Shaylin is that she's like a baby or with duct tape over her mouth, or she's like a doctor's patient. I think that's kind of infantilizing. Not necessarily that you're infantilizing women, but that you just seem to take it for granted that like I should be parenting her. So I guess that's kind of infantilizing, but it's more like
well, I guess when I see
it's like you don't want to just tell her like, well, fucking grow up.
Yeah, there's like, I guess when I see a dynamic where one person appears to be far more aggressive and confident, and the other person is a little bit more wavery, I tend to, if this is the totality of like a person's boundaries, like this, and they're like wavering like here, I'll instantly assume it's like all the way on the other end, because I'll grant that, because like it could be, and I don't want to force somebody to agree to something or do something where they're not 100% like with both feet in the water or whatever. So it looks charitable, I guess, but
well, you're very charitable about the intentions of women.
Not necessarily. What do you mean? I think we actually
Well,
both
I'm like,
agree on
I
her
make a whole
attention.
video. Okay, we agree that Shaylin is manipulative and trying to get power, and that's
exactly what I was going to say. She is absolutely trying to get power. I just don't agree that that's always a bad thing. If somebody feels powerless in an interaction, I would expect them to try to get power. That makes sense. I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. And if somebody is constantly vying for power, then there's two possibilities. Either one, they're an abuser or a predator, and they're trying to gain an unhealthy power dynamic, or two, they feel powerless in an exchange, and they're trying to at least feel heard or seen.
I think those are the same. I think that's
they're
what abusers
totally different. Those are.
I think that's exactly what abusers and predators are.
Okay.
People who feel powerless, who cannot feel powerful via normal means, and so they resort to the dark arts.
I disagree, but
manipulators. Well, I mean, if you could get all the same power by not being manipulative, why wouldn't you just do that?
Well, because you're talking about a fully fleshed out, fully matured person that's able to establish health. Like this is like fucking probably less than like 2% of people on the planet are capable of like setting and respecting and having like super strong boundaries and doing that in the middle of disagreement. It's a really difficult skill to pick up. Like, you have to be very deliberate about it.
It's a spectrum.
Sure, and Shaylin is obviously pretty far down on that spectrum in the opposite way that she should be.
Yes. I guess I think the way you frame it enables her to stay there.
It's not that
I'm
enabling.
I should just pick up the slack instead of just being like, well, yeah, we're going to have an impact. Anytime she says the only way I'll interact with you is in a way that you think is abusive.
Well, that's because
then, like,
I'm talking to you right now. I'm telling you.
Well,
all
why should I pick up the slack? Why aren't you saying?
Because you can't. Because I'm not talking to her. If I was talking to
You should be
her,
proud of me.
If I was talking to her, My conversation would have nothing to do with your actions. My conversation with her would be like, hey, you need to figure out your boundaries way better. Before you engage in a conversation with Max, you need to figure out like what's okay and what's not okay. You need to be able to communicate with him in a language that he understands. You have to like, if you feel yourself getting emotionally dysregulated, pull back from the circumstance, take an hour and then come back. That would be my suggestions to her, right? But I'm not talking to her, I'm talking to you.
Not an hour of sobbing loudly, a silent hour.
Well, it depends on how upset she is, right?
I guess my problem is that you're asking me to enable her, and you're saying because you're saying it's bad to have conflict. Almost, it's like you're saying,
no, what?
Like I think you should be proud of me. I think you should be saying, wow, she really threw everything she could at you in a video. You know you're going to publish to the internet, so you know it's going to make you look terrible. She did every manipulation tactic that you were calling her out on, and you still didn't give in. You didn't break, Max. You were strong. You did something today for men all across the world, and just people, but especially men. You did not cave. You did not say, oh, okay, if you want me to parent you, you need me to parent you, but you won't say it. Fine, I'll be your daddy. I'll just be your default, emotional regulator and processor whenever you need me to be. You didn't do that, Max. You didn't give in. You held your ground. That's great. Allow there to be an impact. Allow her. So what if she has to run out of the room screaming? let her do that. What's important is that you held your boundaries. You're not saying that. You're saying like, oh, you should have dropped it. Did you see how much she was crying, Max? Did you see how loud she was sobbing? You should have dropped your boundaries. Lower your standards so that Shaylin meets them whenever she's going to freak out. That's why she's freaking out, because she wants me to. I literally said to her, when she was crying, I said, you're still trying to pressure me into doing what you want me to do, and she said yes.
Okay,
I should get a fucking medal.
Okay, here's like my question. Okay, or let me give you a scenario. I'm just curious. Okay, we'll say I'm on Tinder talking to a girl. We agree.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come over at 9 o'clock. We're gonna have sex at 9:05. We talk about it. That's the agreement. It's been like, yeah, come over. We'll chat for 5 minutes. We're going to have sex at 9:05. You're going to be gone by, 9:30, 10 o'clock, whatever. It's like, okay, cool. Got it. Boom. Let's say that I drive over there. I arrive. 8:58, okay? Get up the door. Open it. We get inside and we start chatting for a bit. And we both get naked. Let's say that she's sitting on the bed and it's 9:05, okay? And let's say that she seems like a little bit nervous or fidgety. And she's like, hey, do you think we can chat for like 5 or 10 more minutes? Like, what is your response in that scenario?
Either yes or no.
Do you ever bring up the fact that like, hey, you already agreed to this at 9:05? Like, why are you changing it? Why do you want to chat for what are 5 or 10 more minutes of talking going to change?
Maybe if I felt like she's saying like, I feel weird about you, or I feel uncomfortable with you. If that made me uncomfortable, I might say why. Yeah, I could ask that.
And then what if she doesn't have a good answer? She's like, well, I want to chat for like 5 or 10 more minutes. Is that okay? I guess like what the point that I'm getting at is it seems like people aren't always great at expressing themselves. I don't think you're necessarily treating them like a retarded child to say like, hey, well, let's figure out like what's going on, right? I think it's okay to try to take a step back and figure out like, well, emotionally, it seems like something is incongruent with what you've told me. Yeah.
But I don't have to have sex with her. That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm okay with showing up.
You literally started off this video with Shaylin though by saying you have to have sex with me, right? Like,
well, I didn't mean right now. I mean eventually we have to have sex.
Sure, but it's the same thing, right? Like you're saying
no, it's not the same thing. Showing up at somebody's house on a Tinder date on a one-off one-night stand is not the same thing as being in a long-term sexual relationship with somebody.
Yeah, Shaylin feels like there's a non-negotiable kind of on the table that she's trying to like.
There is. Right? We have to have sex. Eventually, we have to have sex. That's a fact of romantic relationships. If you don't, then your relationship is no longer romantic, or you break up. But in order to have an ongoing sexual relationship, you have to have sex.
Sure, I agree with
eventually.
That. Yeah, of course. Okay. We both
okay, so that's all I was saying. I was saying like
sure, but the framing of it that way, and then like the pushing.
Well, I think it's important to acknowledge like that she feels raped just by virtue of being in a relationship.
I think we both do. I don't know if she.
No, I was saying that. I was saying I think we both should acknowledge that there's an unfortunate thing about being like freaked out by sex and being in a relationship is that we are forced to have sex with each other eventually. You're not
forced to because you could also just end the relationship, right?
Yes, I think that was implied. Yeah, obviously you can leave, but I'm saying if you're with me, you have to have sex with me.
Isn't that kind of a manipulative tactic, or no? Like, we have to do this or the relationship ends? Don't people use that sometimes to manipulate each other, or?
No, I wasn't saying we have to have sex in this way, or
well, but
the
we have to.
relationship will
Sure,
end.
okay, all right. Is there anything else you want to go over, or go for it?
The implication of the Tinder story is that you're just not okay with things being derailed. And I think that you lose a lot of power if you're not okay. Like Trump says, the biggest power is the power to walk away. And like if you don't like the questions the person's asking, you don't like what they're saying, then like, yeah, I don't have to have sex with this person just because I said I would. I can have an impasse with them. I can say, oh, you know what? The way you're saying you want to talk for 5 minutes makes me think that you're just another one of these controlling women who's going to string me along until you decide you want to have sex. What's the whole point of setting a time if you're going to tell me that you're going to just change the time? Like, no, I prepared myself for this. So if you don't want to have sex now, then we're not having sex. I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing for me to say.
Okay.
The classic Destiny okay.
It means I disagree with you, but I'm done fighting over it.
I know.
But
I know what it means.
Is there anything else you want to talk about?
I don't think so.
I'm supposed to moderate a conversation scene between you and Eurodite. Is that happening?
Yeah. I said it felt a little too similar. Yeah, speaking of women you're too charitable towards. I said it felt a little too similar to the Britney conversation, so I feel like we should wait a little bit. But yeah, right? Do you want it? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting. You were very uncharitable towards her. Holy shit. So yeah, I think it'd be.
You're too
but
charitable.
I'm too charitable.
You're too charitable to women.
Well,
you gotta hold their feet to the fire, Steven.
I'll do a better job, okay?
I'm going to help you with this. It's really going to be, it'll look like a moderated conversation between me and Erudite, but it's really going to be me doing an intervention with you, and I'm going to show you how to hold a woman accountable for her actions.
Okay. I'm just there to moderate the conversation. She's a smart woman. She could talk for herself. Or maybe that's just me being charitable towards her. I don't know.
Yeah, I never said she wasn't smart. She's very smart. That's
in a
not
demonic kind of way, you know?
She's controlling.
What,
when I say control, I mean underhanded. I'll start saying underhanded. I'm fine with Shaylin. You saw Shaylin get mad. Like she could be very controlling. Like when she's mad, that's fine. I don't mind her being controlling. It's underhanded.
I'm asking a question because I'm seeing this in chat. I don't know if this is true or not. People are making up lies. Maybe somebody said Mr. Girl literally doesn't allow Shaylin to have a cell phone or use the internet without Mr. Girl's consent. Is that true? Max.
Are you really asking me that?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, I want you to decide if you're actually asking me that.
I could see Max answering either way. I could see you saying on one hand, obviously she has a cell phone and access to the internet. It would be crazy for her not to. That would actually be insane for me to limit that. And then on the other hand, I could see you saying, I've been doing the online content world for quite a while. I don't think Shaylin could handle what she sees on the internet. I don't know if she has the responsibility to manage herself.
That's right. She has to be protected from the outside world.
She has to be protected from the crazy people online.
From her friends, from her family, her therapist.
Okay.
She can't talk to anybody.
So she at least has a limited cell phone plan, is what we're saying.
Yeah, she can call me.
Okay. McAfee free antivirus. Way to go, dipshit. That was the guy in chat that said that.
Okay, so it feels like you're saying that you're willing to believe all kinds of things about me. How would I restrict her from having a phone? It's not fucking Saudi Arabia.
I have no
How would
idea.
I stop?
How would you
I
post
even
videos of her
accomplish this?
online when she's saying, I don't want this posted online? I don't fucking know. I don't know.
That's
your
a
guys'
good
relationship.
question.
Yeah, I don't know what your relationship is like. My ability to judge character comes from the fact that I'm willing to reserve judgment until I've seen a lot of shit. A lot of people will make snap judgments about people, but I keep an open mind. There's a lot of things that you could be, but I'm not going to be charitable and say, well, I think Max is a great person. I don't think he's ever mean, blah, blah. But I'm not going to be like an asshole and say like, oh, well, I think he does these horrible things. But there's like,
But Brittany
there is a
Simon
whole-
and Not So Erudite and Shaylin of all fucking people, you're willing to say. Shaylin is the one who doesn't let me.
Here,
have
wait, hold on.
access
Let
to
me be
it.
very clear. Here's what I say about you, Brittany, Erudite. Okay, what I say is you guys are very interesting. I enjoy my conversations with you.
I know what you say.
That's what I say. I don't sign off on any
I
of you.
know what you say.
I don't sign off on any of you as human beings. I just say that you guys are really interesting. I like talking to you. That's my fun part.
Not signing off on me as a human being is different from leaving the door open that maybe I don't allow my girlfriend to have a phone.
Why would I? Do you think that I have enough information to 100% or 95% make a statement in those regards?
I think you have enough information. I don't know how good you are at synthesizing that information. Are you saying you're a bad judge of character?
No, I think a really good judge of character. One
So
of
if
those
you're a good
reasons
judge of
because
character-
one of those
if you're
reasons
such a good judge of
because one of those reasons
character-
because I'm willing to reserve judgment until I've seen a lot. Until then, I
So
give
you're a
everybody
good judge of
opportunity to-
character. You're a good judge of character by not even being a judge of character. is that what
Exactly.
you're saying?
Because anybody
I
that
see.
thinks that they can come to 100% conclusive things about a person's personality or character with a few online conversations, I've never met you in real life, is fucking delusional. I'm too
I
old
think-
for that. I've been in real life too long for that. And anybody that says otherwise is lying to themselves or lying to everybody else. Absolutely.
Do you think you're good at knowing when people are lying to you?
It's going to depend on the topic. But
Interpersonally?
I think generally, but it's going to depend on it. That's going to be so context dependent. But generally,
I think when people say good judge of character,
Mhm.
I'm angry. I'm angry at you. I'm
Good.
angry
Be
that you're
angry.
asking me. I'm angry that you're.
Yeah, I'm Lauren
asking me if
Southering
I
you,
allow
where
it.
you're like, do you really think I like kids? Is that what's happening right now? That's what you're. Yeah, go for it.
No,
Mhm.
because you're not lying.
No, I'm not.
So that's not. You're not Lauren Southerning me.
Oh,
Lauren
okay.
Southern was lying.
Oh,
You're not lying.
okay.
I'm angry that you genuinely don't know if I allow my girlfriend to have a phone.
Given the content of yours that I've consumed, and given the totality of your online presence,
The totality.
if it came out that that was the case, do you think that most reasonable people would be like, "Oh my God, Mr. Girl doesn't like his girlfriend like on someone's show? I had no. That's crazy. I would have never guessed that." I think the reaction would be like, "Yeah, you know, it's possible, right?"
I don't think that's reasonable.
Okay, maybe. I think that with the character that I project online, not the character, my personality is relatively atypical in a lot of ways. If it came out that like I like murdered my girlfriend or something, or I don't know, I'm trying to think of something like this. I can understand. It might be frustrating to me because I feel misunderstood. But I understand a lot of people being like, "Yeah, no shit." Like he shouts at her on stream, he makes jokes about killing people all the time. Like he's
They're not
talking about killing
reasonable.
people. What?
That's not a reason. You said most reasonable people.
I can understand it. I think a reasonable person could be like, "Oh yeah, sure, yeah."
I think it's an unreasonable estimation of your character to think that you're going to kill your girlfriend or wife.
I mean, I would hope that most people think that, but like, depending on like what people see, the shades of you that you see online, the shades that are seen of you online, people's perceptions of that, and how normal people act versus how somebody like me, or even somebody like you might act. I think that there are a lot of possible actions that I could do that wouldn't surprise the internet.
I think that me saying, I need you to set clear boundaries with me and stand up for yourself and stop acting like a child does not translate in the mind of a reasonable person to you're not allowed to have a phone.
That's
Those
not
are
what.
those are
That's
diametrically
what, yeah.
opposed.
I agree, but that first thing never happened. Whatever you just talked about was a fantasy in your mind. What you were doing is those statements that you were making coincided with you pushing aggressively for an action that she
Tell me,
seemed to
you
be
caught me
on
in
the
a fucking
verge
nuke when I wasn't
to be able
insulting
to
you.
have,
Holy fucking shit, are you?
to be able to have some sort of sexual interaction with her.
How
like-
did I push aggressively for that?
Because you literally said that at the end of a conversation where she was like sobbing for a few minutes in the other room, you still got that win. And then when I asked you further, like, how do you...
Wait, no, how...
And then you said
I
you didn't
got
care
it.
how she felt about it. You're like, oh, I don't care if she felt okay or not.
I said I don't want it to be my responsibility.
That's fine. But I'm just saying that, like,
how did I
given
how did I aggressively push for it?
I would argue that anytime you're trying to get a concession out of somebody that's highly emotional and you continue to push for that concession, it's a pretty aggressive action.
When did I even continue to push for the concession?
The fact that you would even still entertain the possibility of what you were going for once she's already gotten emotional, started crying.
Okay, so now we're saying that if I ask Shaylin for something and she starts crying and I still even allow her to consent, then I'm aggressively pushing for it.
Yes, I would say so.
Can we invent a new category for that is not lumped in with me saying, like, if I
don't think it's rape. I'm not saying anything like that. It's not like rape or anything.
I'm not saying it's rape. I'm not saying you're saying it's rape. I'm saying if I said, hey, wait a second, you're crying and I still haven't gotten my answer. I need you to do this for me. Remember, we're going to break up if we don't do this. I need this from you. You have to do this. Wouldn't that be aggressively pushing? Like, but you're saying that even allowing her to continue the conversation with me. This is why I'm saying that it's too.
But it's not even like allowing her to continue, right? She at a couple points she exited or wanted to exit the conversation, right? Like it's pretty
no.
aggressive.
I said, do you want to exit the conversation? You can exit the conversation whenever you want. I wasn't even aggressively pushing for that. The only thing I was pushing for is I need you to decide if you want to have the conversation. I need you to decide. I need you to be explicit about what you're saying. I never aggressively pushed her to for any sex thing at all. All I did was ask her.
Okay. I understand your perspective because you feel like you're saying all the right words. But I guess there's a lot of emotional subtext that I would like. Here's like a thing. I'm asking you to read that. Yes, I am. Yes.
And so that is our central disagreement.
I understand, but if I meet a person, we've talked about fucking, we've figured out all the boundaries, and I meet them in real life, and they seem a little bit iffy, and then maybe even we go to do it, like, wait, hold on, I need a moment, and they like start crying a little bit. Chances are we're not having sex at all that night. I don't care if they stop and they're like, okay, I think I'm okay now or whatever. Like, it's probably like, okay, let's just take a step back. But if you're like, okay, are you done crying now? Can we keep going? Like, that feels a little bit aggressive to me.
That's not a fair analogy. I didn't say, are you done crying now? Can we keep going?
No, but kind of.
I said what I would say in that situation. What I said in that situation is I would say, I need you to figure out what's going on, and I need you to make up your mind.
But like, wouldn't the more
a wise man once said that if you need somebody else to figure out your sexual boundaries for you, you're acting like a retarded child.
For sure.
Where's the omni-liberal when I fucking need him?
If I told you, if I was having a conversation with Shaylin, my advice would be geared towards her, and I would be very critical of her actions. But I'm not talking.
But I want Shaylin to change.
That's great, but you can't change somebody that you're negotiating against. That's the issue, right?
Well, I want our dynamic to change, and
yeah,
so
but
all I
you
can
want
do
it to
is
change.
play
But you have to understand, on your end of the negotiation, you only care about Max. It's not your job to change her to better suit you. That's the issue.
Well, I want to change.
Do you?
Yes. Just not in the direction you seem to fucking want me to, but I want to change in the opposite direction. I want to be less the way you're telling me to be.
Well, okay, if that's the case, then what I would say, oh, no, so you want to be even more aggressive, or not aggressive, but more whatever Max
I want to be more me. I want to be more me. I want to be more, I want to advocate for myself better. I want to be me. I don't want to be a hybrid of me and Shaylin, and while Shaylin just gets to be Shaylin. I want to be me. I don't want to be her parent. I don't want to be a parent of everybody. I just want to be me, and I want to be able to advocate for my own interests. And you're saying that I have to be so tuned into her that if I detect any hesitation or discomfort, that I'm basically forcing it on her if I don't immediately withdraw my request. As if she's a retarded child.
We should all treat each other like retarded children, Max.
You're not treating me like a retarded child.
Yeah, I am. That's not why I'm not screaming at you that you're an abuser. You're only upset because you're trying to push me to give a concrete declaration of your character. I don't really know you well enough to do that. I would never like there are a ton of stories because of the type of person and because of the type of person I am as well. There is a ton of stories that could be released about either of us, where any reasonable person could look at it and go, yeah, sure. Like if a story got released tomorrow, I like shooting. I just recently like trap shooting. It's a lot of fun. If a story got released tomorrow that Destiny was at a range and he said to the person next to you, wow, you're black just like your gun, and then they got into a scuffle and Destiny shot and killed him, I think a lot of people could read that and be like, you know what? I think Destiny could say some dumb shit like that. Now, personally, I would never say anything so stupid, and it would bother me even think.
I know that.
You don't know that. You don't know me well enough.
I do know that.
You don't know that. You're being too charitable to me. You're being too charitable to me. I'm telling you that.
No, I'm being too charitable maybe to my own judge of other people's characters.
Okay, some people do that. But I'm just saying that, like, there is some dumb shit that people could say about me that I think even somewhat... Book Smarts, we got into an issue where he was like, Destiny was in a restaurant and he said the N-word really loudly and there was, like, black people there or whatever. And it's like... And there were a lot of people around. I was like, yeah, Destiny, I guess he could say something. Like, he seems really crazy. It's like, no, what the fuck? No? But, like, I mean, given, like, how edgy I am online and everything, I could see, it sucks, but I could see some people saying that. I'm just saying that, like, yeah, having, like, a really good judge of character, I don't know if I ever told you this. I think I have. My requirement for a good judge of character is that I've been through something where somebody is tested where they have to make a hard decision. One where they could either throw me under the bus or one where they have to make a sacrifice to choose to do something, and then I see them choose otherwise. Because when it comes to streamers, 99% of the times, the choices that we make are not only the best for our careers and financially viable, they're also, like, the choices that end up being the things that work well in life. Like, people will be like, oh my god, like, it's so brave that this guy had a really difficult conversation with his mom on stream. I was like, yeah, I guess, but I also got paid a lot of money for it. I got a lot of hits on my YouTube for it. Like, that wasn't a hard decision. Like, there's a lot of choices that people make that kind of seem hard, but they're always, like, super beneficial. This is my big criticism of, like, Hassan and Vosh. People are like, look at how committed they are to their causes. They did big fundraisers. Yeah, because they can show how much clout they have with a dollar amount. Yeah, because they get a ton of viewership doing it. These aren't hard choices to make. A hard choice would be donating $50,000 of your own cash. That would be a kind of a hard choice, right? But that's all I'm saying. I haven't been in a situation with you where I've seen you have to make a really difficult choice, because that's where I can divine somebody's character. Now I see what kind of person you are. It's not like a personal insult or anything. It's just like reality, right? In my opinion. So I don't think you're a horrible person or a bad person, but I don't know if you're a good person, because I'm honest.
I know.
Sure. Maybe someday we'll be in a situation I'll wake up and you'll be standing up on me with a knife, and you'll say, I could have killed you in your sleep and I didn't. And I'm like, you know what, Max? At the very least, I know that about you. Thank you. And I'll go back to sleep and hope you don't kill me.
And then when you wake up, you'll know I'm a good person.
Exactly.
I think not judging character is more like knowing that you're not a good judge of character. That's not being a good judge of character. That's just knowing that you shouldn't.
Okay. I understand a lot of people feel that way.
I don't even know what situation could be like that where I could.
That's why you never know until shit happens. You never know, huh?
All right. Well, send me the blackmail information about yourself, and then we can figure out.
I'll see if you leak it. Okay.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
You think it's unreasonable that I'm mad at you about this?
I would say so, but I understand your anger because I'm empathetic. But if somebody told me, I don't know if I can trust you, yeah, I get it.
Well,
like if Brittany or like Lauren or Nick or you or somebody was like, oh, like, I don't know if I can trust you 100%. Like, yeah, that's fair, 100%. Especially given my history, sure.
I don't know if I can trust you 100% is different from I don't know if you allow your girlfriend to have a phone.
I don't have any insight into your guys' relationship, and everything I've seen is like super like whoof. So I don't know. I just don't know. I wouldn't make a statement about it. I'm not sure. I'd be open to all possibilities.
I just want to clarify that's different from I don't want you to reframe this that I'm angry that you said I don't know if I can trust you 100%. That seems
sure,
like a
I understand.
reasonable
Here,
thing to
like,
say.
I would say that of all possible worlds, in the majority of those possible worlds, you would allow your girlfriend to have a cell phone. In over 65%, in over 75% of those worlds, you'd have your girlfriend have a cell phone. So there aren't that many where she wouldn't. So.
And what do you think is unreasonable about me being angry about that?
I think that you should understand that I don't have a lot of intimate penetration into your relationship and your personal life. I haven't seen it. So why would I take a strong stance on how you guys conduct yourselves privately? I just wouldn't know. Maybe she doesn't even like cell phone stuff that much. Or maybe she's like a more subservient kind of person. She's like, oh, if you like this, I'll do this, whatever. She's like very housewifey. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. I don't know that.
You've seen the kitchen.
Especially in the same conversation where you've told me, I don't let her talk to people online because I'm protecting her from the internet. That opened up like from all possible worlds from like 80%, then it went down to 75%. Now there's like more possible worlds where maybe Mac's like, you don't got a cell phone.
I didn't mean I don't let her. I meant I will not platform her talking to people.
If she reached out and she was like, I'm going to talk to Eurodite about our relationship on stream, would you be okay with that?
No, but I wouldn't physically stop her.
Would you like break up with her?
No.
Oh, okay.
I would say I don't want you to do that. I think you're interfering with my work and my art. And make a fucking painting about it or something.
What if Shayla reached out to talk to me? Would you like that, or would you not be okay with that?
I'd be a lot more okay with that than Erudite, but I would talk to you on stream. If she wanted to talk to you privately, then I would be happy. I'd be happy with that. If she wanted to talk to you on stream, yeah, I would tell her not to do that.
Okay.
I would just say that you're undermining my voice. Like, this is my thing. Talk about me in another arena or way. But if you come into my like professional artistic sphere and start contradicting or even validating my narratives and my work, then you're I don't know.
That's super unfair.
It'd feel invasive.
Okay.
Why is that unfair?
Because you've made your relationship and your disagreements in your relationship part of your work. So it seems a little strange that you can have your voice fully represented there, but you're worried about her representing hers.
I'm worried about her representing hers in a way that undermines mine. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're undermining her, right? But that's okay. You're okay undermining her.
No, I'm not. I'm not undermining her. I'm painting a picture of her.
A really undermined one. You called her a demon.
Well, it's only undermined assuming you think she disagrees with it. But
I imagine she probably doesn't see herself as a demon or demonic or manipulator or abuser. Like in that 30-minute
Well,
video,
you can imagine all you want,
okay,
but
maybe
that
she
don't
does.
make
Maybe
it. That don't make it true.
Maybe she agrees. Maybe she
So
is.
Shaylin has a comic about our relationship
Mm-hmm.
that she draws, and she posts them on Twitter.
Okay.
Her Twitter is sheebyjeebies, if you guys want to look at it.
Okay.
I think it's 1E _ and then JEEBIE. Or she's Ms. Boy on Twitter.
Okay.
But so she has a comic about her relationship, and like that's her thing. And so if her comic got really popular, and then I was like, well, I don't like how you're representing our relationship in your comic, so I'm gonna also make a comic, and then start drawing comics that contradict your comic. I think that would feel a little invasive. So I'm fine with her speaking publicly about our relationship. I just don't want her to do it in the same medium, in the same way, and sort of use my megaphone to contradict me. Like the only reason you would talk to her, or Erudite would talk to her, is because I am a streamer. It's not because, that's not her thing.
I got it. It's a really good rationalization, so I'll accept it.
Doesn't sound like it.
What's on the agenda for Max? You got anything fun coming up?
Just fighting with you.
Okay, cool. Fun.
Wait, I was trying to finish something.
Oh, sorry. You didn't want her to use your platform, your megaphone.
Yeah. You're saying that makes your stance more reasonable. I was gonna say.
Wait, I didn't say that. you might have assumed I thought that, but no. Okay.
Well, no, I was assuming that because you said you went from 80 to 75%. So you're saying that lowered your.
Well, the 80 to 75%. Oh yeah, was the one. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
it lowered it. That was a hit to your faith in me.
Now that you've explained it, I'll go from 75 up to like 77%. Okay.
Okay, I got 2% back.
2 points. Yeah.
Okay, so I think I understand people really well, really quickly, right?
Okay.
And you're saying we could be friends for 10 years, and then it could turn out that I'm like a mass child murderer, and you'd be like, well, you live and you learn.
Depends on what kind of friend we've been, yeah.
Right. So we're going to have a problem. We're already having a problem.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Of increasing discrepancy between how well I think I know you and how well you think you know me. And I'm also, I think, a more trusting person than you in general. So how much I trust you versus how much you trust me, there's going to be a gap.
Trust is a fundamentally different thing than how well do I know your character, because there's very few things that I trust anybody with. So there's not like, if I trusted you 1,000,000% with everything in my life, more than anybody else, and I didn't trust you at all, period, like 0, there's very little difference in how I would treat you, because there's just not really much to trust anybody else with. Most of my private affairs are incredibly public, save for very, very, very few things. Unless you wanted to like babysit Nathan or something, like there's not very much like, yeah, that's just the kind of person I am. There's not much to trust you with. So whether or not I trust somebody is fundamentally a different question than, you know, how do I judge that person's character to be? They're not, yeah.
I guess maybe trust that I am representing myself to you in an accurate way.
Oh, so whether or not I believe you when you say things that you tell
Well, like,
me.
do you trust? Do you feel like you can trust me to be me?
I don't believe anybody for that. No.
Right, and I do. So I think that there's a gap there. Obviously.
Maybe that's not unsolvable. That's just a personal. Melina has never lied to me in her entire life, and I don't even trust her when she tells me how she feels sometimes. Not because I think she's lying to me, but because I'm maxing her.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's a solvable problem. I just want to point out that I think this has actually been happening ever since our first conversation.
Oh, so you're trying to control me and how I feel. Is that what you're doing right now, Max?
No, I'm just explaining that this could be something I get angry about on an ongoing basis. I'm not telling you have to do anything about it, or I'm not even saying it's a solvable problem. I'm just saying I think it's, maybe I shouldn't have said problem, conflict.
Okay. That's fair.
I'm sure I'm not the first person that you've had this with, and you're not the first person I've had it with. You also seem to get betrayed by other streamers on a pretty regular basis.
Yeah.
I haven't had Stardust or housekeeping stab me in the back. So I'm... Or you.
I won't. Stardust won't. I don't know about housekeeping.
Why not?
I don't think housekeeping would ever stab anybody in the back, but he might play some shit up for content, maybe.
I could see him doing that, but that's okay.
But Chad actually seems pretty cool. Stardust seems really cool too. Those people both seem pretty decent. I'll give them my temporary character seal of approval, but anything could be possible. Okay.
Right. And do I have your temporary character seal of approval?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say so. I'm being highly charitable to you in all of our conversations. Unbelievable.
Seal of approval with an asterisk.
That's why I said it's a temporary seal of approval. That's what Stardust and Chud got too. Okay.
Yeah, but mine also says a charitable seal of approval.
Well, yeah, I do the same for Stardust and housekeeping.
Oh, you think you're being highly charitable to them too?
I'm highly charitable to almost everybody. People don't think that for some reason because I fight with a lot of people, but like I'll talk with anybody, hear anybody out for anything. But if they start attacking me, then we'll fight, you know.
Does it make you mad that I'm mad at you?
No, I think you have good reason to be. I think it's pretty insulting when you feel like you've been pretty vulnerable with somebody and you've shown a great deal of your character and the other person still has some reservation about you or thinks something that you think to be inconceivable of yourself. I think it's pretty normal to feel upset about that.
But are you mad?
No, I understand you. Why would I be upset about it? I think it's reasonable.
Well, I understand you too. I'm mad because I understand you.
Okay, well.
I'm getting a neon sign made for my new hotline show, my call-in show.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
How much is it costing you?
I think it's going to be $600.
Ooh, not bad. Okay.
I recommend it.
For my background?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the most exciting thing. Then I'll go back to working on this pedophile groomer research video.
Gotcha. Should be fun.
Yeah, I want to get some. I want to get an FBI agent on my stream somehow, or an ex-FBI agent. I want to interview an FBI agent.
Oof. I've heard that for some divisions relating to children, you're like, as part of your job, you have to watch a lot of really fucked up shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to find one of those people.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you're ever tweeting looking for him, I'll give you a retweet, okay? It's part of my temporary character seal of approval. I'll amplify your voice, all right?
All right. I'm gonna mail you a Save Shaylin shirt.
Okay. Medium.
Yeah.
Oh, I have your CD and your tape on my shelf over there. They're like the only two things on my shelf, so feel special.
That's an honor. I do. I would like to add a Save Shaylin shirt to your collection. Do you want the black or the light blue? This is the black one.
What does the light blue one look like? Listen, I'm fashion challenged, so just do black. Goes with everything, okay?
Okay. All right.
All good. Oh, I'm getting merch soon.
Okay.
You have to model some of it for me, okay? Just need like 2 or 3 pictures. Okay, good.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Just let me know what merch.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Anything else?
Erudite.
Should be fun.
Yeah.
Good faith conversation between 2 good faith people.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. I think that's it. Yeah.
All right. If there's anything, feel free to shoot me a DM.
Oh, you too.
Of course. Thanks for responding to me today.
My heart is always open.
Okay. Well, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too.
Try not to be too aggressive to anybody, okay?
Try not to be too charitable to anybody.
Yep. All right. I love you. Have fun. Bye.
I love you too. Bye.
All right. Good job, guys. Is the Erudite chat today? I'm not sure when that is. Oh, apparently Max thinks Erudite is like just in it for the money and hates patience. Unironically, that's like his position. So said I'd moderate a conversation with them if they want. Was that a difficult conversation? Nah, you just have to recognize the extent of like where the boundaries. It gets like kind of weird talking about like how does Shaylin feel about something because honestly he has more experience with her, so he might know better than me, or he's missing something and then I know better than him. But neither of us can know for sure because she's not there for the conversation. So Now call Brittany, then the roundup will be done. I don't know if there's anything for us to talk about relating to the conversation. Did you consider this a conversation where you kept the kid gloves on? No. When I Jesus. When I have if I have conversations with people, there are multiple paths that we can take through the conversation. Some of these paths end the conversation immediately, and then some we can go on a little bit longer. If I accuse him of being like an abuser, and I say that like, oh, like he's just a horrible evil person, what do I get out of that? Like the conversation ends immediately and then we're done. Yeah. So I don't think it's ever worth it to just go hard, because like what do you get out of it? And then it's more interesting to hear more of his perspective, I guess, even if I disagree. So. Do you think Mr. Girl's intention not allowing his girlfriend to talk to you since he actually kidnapped her and is using her content? Good question. Probably not. Fuck off. The Not So Eurodite and Brittany Simon chat happened on Brittany's YouTube stream. Eurodite's Twitch stream was crashing. Interesting. How did that conversation go? I swing wildly between thinking you shouldn't be platforming Max and thinking he's incredibly interesting. I don't know what to think. I mean, all these people, all of the new cast of characters for our Destiny universe are interesting, at the very least. Thank God. Dude, one thing that I noticed compared to fucking Twitch is that Twitch is like a blob of mess of like everybody trying to be the same person and do the same thing, and it's so fucking annoying. And if one motherfucker hates you in that group, like Casey trying to recute it, you're like axed from everything. It's like, how annoying. But like the whole Twitch universe is like one amalgamation of fucking toxic sludge garbage shit. It's so boring. Whereas on YouTube, I noticed that there's way more like distinct communities of people that you can talk to that are all that are so interesting and unique and different. Whereas on Twitch, it's like, I really like Ludwig, who's friends with all of OTK, who's dating like Cutie. I like Mizkif, who's in OTK, who's friends with it. Like every single person is like connected. If you draw like a tree, it's like that circle where you connect every other fucking dot to every other fucking dot. It's so boring, and everybody's trying to suck each other off all the time on fucking Twitch, where everybody like, oh god, I can't say anything mean about Hassan. I can't say anything mean about XQC. Oh god, I can't say anything mean about Mizkif. And if anybody says anything mean ever, they're all like fucking chill. Like, oh god, we have to make amends, and here's the apology video, and look, Pokey and the other guy are eating lunch together, and everything's cool now. We're all gonna. It's like, oh my god, it's so fucking boring. Whereas like in the YouTube world, there's like all these different communities and characters that don't even know each other or have like no crossover at all. And I think that it's way, way, way more interesting. But way more interesting. Let's go to a high school lunch table. Yes. Another thing that's nice is that talking with flawed people can give me like an outlet to discuss other things as well. The boundaries thing is a really good example where, oh god, I hate that I'm about to say this. Jordan Peterson has an interesting quote. I think I saw this on Twitter, but it's something like, it's very easy to see when people are being excessively hateful because they're like hanging people or murdering people. It's very hard to see when people are being excessively compassionate. And both of those things can be equally bad. So I think it's similar to when you look at relationships. It's very easy to see when somebody is being excessively aggressive and pushing for too much. It's a lot harder to see when somebody is being excessively weak when it comes to setting certain boundaries. This can be sexual or non-sexual. Yeah, and if somebody fails to set like appropriate boundaries, then like everybody's fighting all the time. Neither person knows where they're standing at any point in time. Like everything just gets like super fucked. Yeah, and it's not good. And sometimes a person's inability or unwillingness to set boundaries can contribute just as much, if not more, chaos to a relationship as somebody that is just too aggressive or pushing all the time for things, you know? Yeah. Can you give some examples of people who are excessively compassionate? Yeah, when people want to indulge in every single fantasy of a child by saying that they're a victim, that they need help with everything, that all of society is oppressive, that you should never be sad or upset about anything. The lack of willingness to challenge people is our The lack of willingness to challenge people is our number one crime today. That people think that a pain-free existence is a good existence, that there's no type of good conflict. There's a lot of good conflict that you can introduce to somebody in school, especially, because that's the best place to do it. That grows your character, right? Conflict is good. Conflict breeds a whole bunch of potentially good things. Now, I don't mean you should be like raping children and that they'll overcome that. I'm not saying that, or you should beat the fuck out of your kids. But like some level of discomfort or conflict is necessary to grow in almost all circumstances. Reading, nonfiction can be boring, but you learn. Going to the gym sucks, but you get stronger. Eating healthy isn't as much fun as eating donuts all the time, but you grow, right? Like there's a lot of like potential conflict that you can introduce. Having some, ideological friction with people around you can be uncomfortable, but like you learn and grow from it. But I think that people's like overwhelming amount of compassion these days, it's really ignorance, I think, masquerading as compassion, because you're inhibiting people's ability to grow and learn by saying that they can't handle any conflict in their life at all, Do you think that a teacher could implement conflict in a classroom? Absolutely. Yeah, of course. When you guys do like mock trial stuff or whatever, like, oh, you guys have to argue, write a paper arguing in favor of this or that, or, like these can be like ways of introducing conflict, Like the gold stars in School of Rock. True. Anything else about this, or are we moving on from this conversation? Are we good here, or? Okay, hold on. Sorry. Somebody's asking me, can you explain how a person who is too accommodating can be bad? Okay. If you have something that makes you uncomfortable, there are two negative ways that this can be dealt with, okay? We finally have learned this about trigger warnings. Thank God, although they're probably never going away, even though now we know they're garbage. They don't do anything, okay? So either one, you can be over accommodating to yourself, meaning that you constantly avoid like triggering stimuli, or two, your environment can be over accommodating. So I think that what the research has said now is that when you over accommodate people, you make people more stressed out about the things you're trying to over accommodate for. So if somebody wants to link it in chat, I don't have it, but they did, I think they did a study where they had a bunch of people read a passage, or it might've been several passages, and they, for one of them, they provided trigger warnings beforehand, and for the other one, they gave no trigger warnings. They had them read it and they report back their feelings like a day later or a week later or something about it. And when you're given a trigger warning, you are more likely to report feelings of discomfort relating to whatever you've seen. Like just being primed with that trigger warning already makes you uncomfortable. And yeah, I think it says something to the resiliency of a person. If you like just reading something, you need like 15 different trigger warnings, or like trigger warning, rape, trigger warning, whatever. It's like, bro, it's a fucking sentence on Twitter. Okay. If you're honestly this triggered, you need therapy. Okay. Like we shouldn't be building the world around accommodating every single potential negative interaction somebody could have with a particular stimulus. Like people should be built up to be resilient enough to navigate the world without having to avoid every potential thing that can make them uncomfortable. That's another thing too. And this kind of goes along with my compassion thing. You cannot, your life should not be about avoiding every single uncomfortable thing. Like you should be able to handle a healthy level of discomfort in your life. So it's okay. It's okay to feel a little bit uncomfortable. You should be able to deal with that. You should be able to emotionally handle that. Maybe your, pulse is a little bit, whatever, but like physiological habit, but you should be able to deal with it and then move on. Not every negative experience has to be traumatizing. Not every bad relationship was abusive. Not every bad sexual encounter was rape or sexual assault. Like sometimes things are just like, it is what it is. Like Dan avoiding working on his knee. Exactly. Okay. I think the hard part is making yourself seek it out when you need to, not just dealing with it when it comes your way. Yeah, but the problem is that like this, I think that this starts in school. Right? What do we teach people in school? Because it feels like now, I haven't been in school for a while, but it feels like what's being taught, especially in colleges, is they don't teach you how to deal with uncomfortable situations. They teach you how to avoid uncomfortable situations. These are the types of people you should never talk to. If somebody has this sticker on their car, avoid them. They're a fascist. If somebody has this color hair, ignore them. Don't ever do anything. If somebody's this political party, they're a Nazi. Don't talk to them. If somebody does this thing, like, they're not worth it. They're not even human. If somebody like that, we're not teaching like, hey, when you're having a conversation, somebody's like really challenging a lot of your preconceptions. Like, think about this or that, right? Like, do you feel confident in what you believe in? Do you feel confident that you can represent what you believe in? Do you feel confident that you can listen to somebody say some real dumb shit and not get ultra triggered over and be like, okay, I understand your opinion. I don't really respect it much, but whatever, we're good, right? Do you have building on those types of capabilities or resiliences is more important than helping you avoid every single potential negative interaction in your entire life. That's insane to me. I think that's really, really bad. You see it happen on social media, right? We have the most useless tool that exists. They should just get rid of it. I think that they should just get rid of every single block or ignore function on every single platform. I don't even know why blocks exist anymore, because anything that you would block somebody for, now you can just report them and they'll get banned. It used to be, in the very late 90s and in the 2000s, you're like, oh, this guy's saying some shit that you don't like, block him. Just block him, ignore him, mute him. Wait, who cares, right? But that's not a thing anymore. It's not enough to block somebody. Now you have to get them banned, fired, kicked out of their apartment, and banned from every payment processor that they ever used to run a business. Like, Jesus. Go back to school, please, before actually commenting about what is being taught in school. I'm going by the things that I've seen. I think I've seen enough in schools to say that, this is an issue in schools. I think one of the biggest examples of this was when the Rittenhouse verdict rolled out and every single school decided to, not every single one, but a fuck ton of schools in the United States started to mail out statements to the student body saying, if you need counseling because of this highly traumatic infringement of justice upon black communities, then go ahead and report to the counseling. Bullshit, dude. At that point, bro, if you're sending out messages like that, you're fucked, okay? Your student body is fucked. Your people are fucked. Your humans are fucked. Your minds are fucked. You're that upset about the outcome of a court case that, get the fuck out of here, okay? It's not Dred Scott, okay? It's not Plessy v. Ferguson. We're not talking about fucking, oh God, black people are slaves again. Sure, let's go to counseling. Now we can talk. Now there are problems, right? Give me the outcome of no. That's insane, okay? Was that for the Rittenhouse shit? Yeah. That was absolutely unreal to me. Jesus Christ. I think it happens more in colleges rather than high school. Yeah, this seems to be more a college thing, but yeah. I don't think that many schools did that. There's hundreds of unis and colleges. You're going to have someone. My school did it. UNO, the University of Nebraska at Omaha. Fucking, if my school did it, and I saw a few of the Ivy Leagues did it, it wouldn't surprise me if 50% of schools did it, made some sort of statement. Maybe I'm thinking way too high. But I saw statements from a lot of different colleges. And I know that mine did it, which is a fucking state school in Nebraska. So, yeah, I don't know, but maybe my estimates, maybe it's really high. Maybe only 10 schools did it, and mine just happened to be one of the ones that did it. I don't know. The issue is that we are teaching the opposite literally, i.e., anyone slightly off from my prescriptions is evil and irredeemable. True. Because a lot of colleges now see their students as clients now and feels they have to cater to them. No, I disagree with that. No. People will, if we set aside all the lefty bullshit and all the conservative bullshit, people go to college because that's where the fucking money is. You will make money with a college degree. Everybody can pretend that's not true because that's the popular talking point. There's a reason why people go to college and get degrees. And that's because you get fucking compensated for it, okay? The money's still there for it. I think that the thing is that school administrators are very, 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 very left-leaning. School administrators are crazy left-leaning for whatever fucking reason. More left-leaning than the professors, usually. That's what I see over and over again when issues pop up. It doesn't seem to be the case that it's a professor that is irritated about stuff going on. It's always school administration that's pushing really far to the left sometimes. Yeah. He was saying that the college sees the students as clients, and the administrators try to cater to the very lefty student body. Yeah, but I don't think you have to cater to the lefty student body. You can just tell students like, yo, fuck it. This is what we're going to do. We're not going to do this shit. What are the students just going to not go to school? Nah, I don't think so. They'll still go. My experience is that the admin people are super wild, but the professors always seem to have reasonable takes. Yeah, that's my take too, based on the stories that I see coming out. Seems like professors are generally reasonable, but school administrators are fucking wild, fucking insane. Holy shit. Absolutely fucking unhinged. Political shit isn't even touched that much with a 10-foot pole in relatively political classes. This is a culture thing rather than schools teaching lefty propaganda. I'm not talking about, don't misunderstand me. I'm talking about like the culture at colleges. I don't think that you're going to take a college class and they're going to teach you to be like super intolerant or weak. I don't think that's the case. I think that is the overall college culture that exists today is one of like college was ideally supposed to be a place where, or this is what I learned growing up. College is the last place for you to truly be challenged in an uncomfortable way before you go off into the real world. College is the last place where they can mind fuck you as hard as possible, and it's good. You're chill. Like you can you're in a safe spot. You've got people that you can talk to. You've got professors to like give you guidance. Like this is the last place that you can stop at to be truly challenged before you step out of school and then you depart into the real world. And people aren't going to like make you uncomfortable at work or something, right? But it seems like there's a greater interest now in making sure that it just kind of caters to all of the little individual emotional whims of the students to make sure that they're perpetually happy and never upset or challenged with anything. Is there another student body that makes a big deal about things? Yeah, maybe, yeah. How come conservatives have almost no cultural pull, even though there's so many of them? I don't know. It's a good question. I think a lot of them have themselves to blame. This concept that like art is for losers and you should only focus on like I think conservatives like fed into that a lot, and I think it fucked them hard. Like they obsess over art from like the 1800s and they don't even know any of it. They just say they like it, and then they pretend that like everybody doing music and everybody doing painting and photography are all fucking loser kids or whatever. It's like, okay, well, if you want that to be your perspective on art, that's fine, but you can't be surprised when 30 years later the left won the culture war, okay? Because you have no cultured fucking people. You all got MBAs and you went to work on fucking Wall Street. How can you be surprised if that's the outcome, you know? Yeah, I don't know why conservatives were. I do know why, but like it's just stupid that you like are so invested. That dichotomy between like art and science, like they're two like diametrically opposed things, and an artist can't think like a scientist and a scientist can't think like an artist. It's just so fucking irritating. It's so stupid. But do you require retrospection from your partner? Does a very retrospective person need another retrospective person for a successful... Wait, what is retrospection? Looking back on things? Do you mean introspection? Did you experience any of that from your family growing up doing music school? Bro, my family moved away when I was like 16, 17. I did whatever the fuck I wanted to do. I didn't. Why would I have their approval for anything? It's not like they paid for any of my schooling or anything. You think Mr. Girl meant Shaylin was being an excessively compassionate person by being underhanded? No, I'm too lazy to explore that. Or explain that. Or explore it. Surely the answer isn't just to be unaccommodating and reintroduce arbitrary problems like racism. How do you reverse this trend of overaccommodation without harming people unnecessarily? A little bit of harm is okay. You can be around a person that's like racist or hateful a little bit in small doses. It inoculates you. You should be able to handle a little bit of it. You should have the ability to deal with that. You should be able to be around people that don't like you, even people that might even hate parts of you. Like that's like we live in such a huge country with so many different types of people and so many different types of beliefs that you're going to have to accept that at points you're going to come across people that really don't like you, might even hate parts of you. That's part of the agreement that you make living in this society. Like that's just how it goes. That's why it's really sad when you see like people going to speak at colleges getting protested off campus. It's like, bro, just don't go to the speech if you don't like it. Are you serious right now? What the fuck? It's very hard to modulate how much racism any one person is exposed to. It's very hard to achieve what you're advocating for. I mean, setting up society is kind of hard. I'm not saying that you have to like make it so that like, hey, you know, we have a quota that we have to have at least 2% of our student body comprised of KKK members. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that like, I don't know if we need like a diversity safe space on every college campus where white students aren't allowed without getting bullied. You know, like I'm just saying like, there's gotta be, we can do it. Okay. You can find a better middle ground. Why not apply this to high school too? I mean, it can be a little bit to high school, but like I think in high school you're still like a little bit too formative. College is a good place to challenge people, but there are POC only dorms, dude. I try not to think about it, but there's that stupid fucking video of like the woke guy and the racist guy and how they agree and everything. I remember walking around at Dartmouth, and I was like looking around. There were a lot of dorms that were like, this is like the Asian whatever dorm, this is like the Indian whatever, and I'm like, isn't it a little bit weird that you've like segregated a lot of your dorms by ethnicity? And it was like, and the kids are like, yeah, I guess. Oh, something in my teeth. No. But I mean, like, it's kind of funny. It's kind of interesting, but they are not segregated. I mean, you can say they're not, but I mean, like, they literally, could a white person go and live in one of the like Indian dorms? Is that possible? Or Dartmouth is pretty unique in that regard? Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Were they separated by ethnicity or were they dorms of students who moved from a foreign country? I think... No, hold on. Let me be more clear. They didn't have, like, all ethnically separated dorms. It wasn't like, this is only for white people, this is only for whatever, and this is only for whatever. They just had a few dorm buildings that were reserved for students of a particular ethnicity. And it might have been for, like, if they couldn't speak the language or something, maybe. I'm not saying that these are, like, the worst idea in the world. I'm just saying that in the totality of everything, sometimes it seems a little bit funny, but I'm not saying every single dorm was separated by like blacks here, browns here, whites here or something. Do you think Mr. Girl is being abusive? Listen, I don't know enough. I don't have enough, again, insight into their relationship to know, so. Okay, I'm gonna get a drink, and then we're gonna... I didn't even finish my housekeeping shit. Weasel alert. What am I weaseling on? Oh, I'm sorry. Pisco, do you want to talk to Mr. Girl next? Is that what you want to... Do you want to be the... Watch this. Liberals meltdown about trans rights. Oh, God, I need this. Be back one sec. Mel?
I love women so fucking much, gonna want them to step on my balls and peg my asshole until it falls out. Goon, why? Pepe wins.
You need to have a one-on-one with Shilin. If she's down, of course. Take my money, Copian. Mr. Girl didn't draw a line on this, but he did say a 21 should be given a life sentence for our asterisking a 15-year-old. And Mar Girl also said he is anti-punishment, like the punishment of using drugs on people to prevent crime. Schizos too. If Shilin reached out, would you do a one-on-one? Or shy away because Max doesn't want it? Does this mean that you agree with the radical candor way of thinking? Jonathan Haidt is your man. He's done so much research on this topic. He's not a spiteful conservatives reactionary. He's a liberal research professor. Every public school in Michigan did it. They cater too much to what feels good to say. Do you require retrospection from your partner? Why? Does a very retrospective person need another retrospective person for a successful? Why?
Obama. Obama. Oh, hell. Yeah. Obama. 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 Obama.
What do you think about quitting a job before finding a new one?
Oh.
I too agree that trigger warnings are cringe. Now get rid of those pesky NSFW tags so I can coon at work.
Hey guys, please spam Urban Time for mod.
Oh. Nope. Yep. Hey, I actually need advice on what the donor said. How do you go about quitting a job while looking for new work? Why would you quit your job while you're looking for new work? Why wouldn't you find new work first and then quit your job?
El Dodo incoming, low letter lead losses. Lauren's little logic legitimizer. Lackluster linguistic leanings. Low list. Lately.
Hi. Yes. You dumb fuck, that's exactly what this person is asking. Wait. How do you feel about giving 2 weeks notice? I mean, you should if you don't want to like burn whatever job you're leaving, but... Read some of the donos that went off while you were gone. You know, I think they were read. I think we're good. $600 debt, Klarna loophole using PayPal. Hey guys, I have $600 paying on Klarna monthly, but I'm currently out of a job and I'm paying it off each month with PayPal using cycle. Does anyone have any idea of how long I keep using this loophole? Wait, what? There's no interest in the moment.
The more I watch political discourse, the more I see it as people just in conflict for the sake of winning the conflict and producing more conflict. I feel the need to step in and try to be an exploratory voice of reason for some people.
Cool. I don't know what the fuck Klarna is, but this must be some weird British shit.
I'm good. I'm God. God. Okay. No, it's okay. I get a. I'm out the Starbucks, bitches.
What?
No, it's okay.
Doesn't really count if it's any percent, guys.
I get a. I'm out the Starbucks, bitches.
Hey, what's up, babe?
You realize what's happening now.
What?
This is going to be the opening clip in the Rose Wrist Burns Destiny Bridge in like a year and a half from now. It's gonna be this. It's gonna be black and white, some sad music playing, and then it's gonna like go through the sequence of events. And this is gonna be like the opening of us having like a friendly conversation with each other.
Good. I'm glad.
All right, we're good to know. Good to know that we're on the same page there. But yeah, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How you doing? When the fuck do you sleep? What time is it over there?
It's fine now. Well, okay, it's 1:30 a.m. But I fell asleep at like fucking 8 a.m. yesterday. So there's no way I'm falling asleep quite yet. So I'm gonna have this conversation. I'm gonna try to like wind down and get to bed. But it's sleep schedule's fucked. It's rough out here. But yeah, I'll try to figure it out. By the way, have you remember we were joking about like Baked and his case and everything? I sent you something on Discord. Have you seen this? That tweet.
Nope. What is this?
Check it out.
Do I want to watch the? Should I? Okay.
You don't have to watch. I mean, you can just you can look at what it says and then you can. Yeah.
Well, can I just watch it? It's a.
Oh, go ahead. If you want to watch it, go watch it.
Okay. Let me.
I mean, I go IRL to protest all the time. I mean, I'm not some like, decorated New York Times journalist. I mean, I don't even really consider myself a journalist other than.
Okay, hold on. Wait, okay, you should. So, I don't think you should ever say that, right? If a big part of your defense is going to be you as a journalist, why would you ever say publicly you don't consider yourself a journalist?
No, I'm saying I don't see myself as like a New York Times journalist.
Occupy the Capitol, let's go! We ain't leaving this bitch! I am sleeping in this room. I call this chair.
Barstool Sports or something, or that's a bad example too. Like, Washington Post and Jake Paul. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm a troll. I'm a content creator Yes, I report on the news. I make funny videos. So yes, technically I am a journalist, I guess.
I am
We got
Global
over
Dem
10,000
2.0.
people
I will
live
not ditch you in the middle of the
watching.
day as I am
Let's go.
an alcoholic.
10,000 people live watching. Let's go. America first. 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 Let's go.
I'm more of just like an entertainer, and I go and interview people. I see what's going on in real time. So that's different. I don't write fucking articles and shit like that. That's what I'm saying.
Dude, don't. I'm going. Stop shoving me. No, you got a fucking problem. You're a fucking oath breaker, you piece of shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You piece of shit. You broke your oath to the Constitution. Fuck you. Fucking shoving me and shit for no reason. What the fuck? These fucking oath breakers shoving me and shit.
And so IRL streamers are important, and I think it's stupid to just
wait. Do police swear an oath to the Constitution? I thought it was just like military people. I have no idea.
I'm not sure. I think it's more of like depending on your department probably, but yeah, it's like
hold on.
It's very possible now.
30 more seconds.
say like, oh, they're not real, they're not real journalists. You got to be part of these big companies. No, you can work for yourself. You can do that for a living. And I think you have every right to be there. I don't think it's right to just throw you in jail for a year because you're covering an event. Yes, of course, I agree with the protest. I'm a Trump supporter. I think the election was fraudulent. But I don't think I should go to jail for that. So that's why I'm fighting it in court.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, so it looks like we're actually going to be presented to a jury at some point, maybe. So that's.
Well, wait, who is this guy? Why do you?
I mean,
yeah,
I
it's
go
like a
IRL.
verified account. That's why I picked it up and sent it. I'm not sure who this person is, but I just saw a little tick and I was like, wow.
Oh, cute. Well.
But yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. And it does seem like police officers do swear an oath to the Constitution. So.
Oh, okay. Cute.
Seem to be on board with that. But yeah, how do you think that it went overall?
Seemed to go okay, I guess. Kind of.
Yeah, I think that
Nick is very good at like talking around things when he doesn't want to answer a question. The format is kind of what fucked us the most. Like, I didn't like that, like, every time we wanted to... I think Nick knew that it's a loser of an argument, because as soon as you'd ask him kind of a specific question, he would just talk around it for, like, a minute and a half every single time. It's like, okay, this is kind of dumb.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, there's no way, like, Brittany was just letting him talk for 1 minute and then cut him off, because it just felt like, okay, has it been a minute right now? It really feels like it's been a minute. But yeah, I don't know. We just kind of got stuck there for a while. But I agree. We definitely like got distracted a bit, and he was able to talk for quite long. So the format probably would have been good if we could agree to that at some point, like at the beginning. But yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to get Brittany. That's what I was trying to. Someone was like, Brittany, please put 1 minute timers on cheese. But then she like wouldn't. So it's like, But.
Yeah, I had the exact same thing. I had a debate with Mark Collett, who's like another like really far right dude, and the same thing with Politically Provoked as well, where Brittany was like, okay, we're gonna let Bro speak a little bit, and then just Mark just kept talking, and just Brittany just didn't do anything. She just kind of sat there and was like, I was gonna let you finish your thing. Okay, now let Rose speak a little bit, and then fucking Mark kept going, whatever, and nothing really happened. So yeah, I guess when we're on Politically Provoked, we gotta be really like on top of it, I guess, when it comes to being more assertive, and that's one of the main things I've received. Now, when it came to, of course. I think that one of the strongest points of this was that because we didn't get to speak much during the thing because Nick would go on and on, but fortunately our combined preparations for the opening statements counted for quite a bit, and I think that was like relatively important then compared to everything else. So I'm happy we put that work in.
True. Yeah, I feel like when it just comes to some of these things, there's just like not much to talk about. Like the other people they're either going to be all conspiracy driven or yeah, and they're not gonna be able to critically engage on anything. Like how many times do we run loops on that like 74,000 like discrepancies, and it's like, bro, there's something else to say about this,
Yeah, and I realized at the very beginning, like we're gonna evict them from the lawn, like you're like, okay, what type of conversation are we gonna be in for? Yeah, and that was one of the main things I was gonna ask you, because this is one of the main things I've reflected about. Is I felt that, and I want your honest opinion on this right now. When it comes to like all the quotes and stuff like that, I felt like at one point I might have pushed a little bit too hard, with them, and we kind of got a bit like stuck on that because it was just like, oh, Nick would talk for a while, and then I throw in a quote, and then he would talk about it for a while, and then we
I think the quotes that you had to establish what they were doing in January 6th was really good. Quote mining from 5 years ago to talk about a political ideology, I don't think is as good. My audience is going to get really triggered, and they get triggered every time I say, I don't give a fuck. But like, I think that the political ideology of the extreme right on the internet has evolved quite a bit from 2016, 2017. I think it's like almost unrecognizable. I think it's way, 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 way different than it used to be. So like, also, I think that, I think it's better to deal on as much substance as possible, or as much, rather than trying to like mine a quote, I think. Because especially if he's got like some explanation of like, well, this was an edgy quote. I mean, like, I don't know. I think it's weak. If you're trying to condemn somebody's ideology and you're going to quotes from like 4 or 5 years ago, then it makes it seem like, because his response is really good. Well, I do a show every single night. I would probably say something like, I stream like fucking 10,000 hours a year. I'm sure you can find a couple quotes and be like, oh, like fuck these people, I want to kill this dude or whatever. But I'm not saying it all the time. But yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, then there was the other thing as well that
I think oh, sorry, hold on real quick on that. I think that I don't remember if you and me were doing this, but the building on the idea is way better of like, there's a great replacement. You don't think we can work through the system or whatever. Or at the very least, we don't always like to think of it this way, but it is okay to pull concessions out of them too. And I think that like because like as weird as it sounds, like even if you can't make them into something politically like you could at least move their politics a little bit. And getting Nick to admit publicly and say things like, yeah, we have to work within the system, we've got to use the system, like that is a good thing for him to say. Even if you don't like him, even if we don't like his politics, it's good for him to say that. So I think that it was okay to get those types of admissions.
Yeah, and the other example was when I and I may have used some cringe terminology looking back at it, but when we talked about the whole genocide and what kind of like self-defense that would inspire or justify, how we eventually got to a point which it doesn't make much sense, but I mean it's good that he said it nevertheless, which is that we got to a point where he said, well, it's not necessarily justified to engage in violent self-defense against people who are genociding you. Which, however weird way we're now using the word genocide, where it describes an activity that somehow doesn't justify self-defense. At least we got that. That was like, hey, okay, it's still not okay. Even though I'm saying that these people are genociding you, you should like violence against them is still not okay. Which is, it's interesting. But like you said, I mean, it's an important concession, and I would agree with that.
Sure.
When it comes to like the development of stuff like that, because they seem very intent on bringing this into the domain of talking about the great replacement as a theory instead of what the actual topic was, right, which was the Buffalo thing. And I wish I could have talked with Nick a bit more about what he meant when he called it a false flag, because we never really talked about that. Like we got the whole mentally ill thing.
I think that's a really bad convo for them, so we probably should have focused more on that. It's hard to get like super deep into that, but them calling that a false flag is so stupid.
Yeah, and that was one of the main things. Was like, oh, we really should have talked about that more. And I mentioned in my intro, but then I just kind of forgot about it, so it was never brought up again. So having that brought up there again, and then there was another point where, which once again, I can kind of understand why we got stuck here a little bit, because it wasn't like we were there to debate the Great Replacement, but when it came to the I think that culture is like inherently derived from your race or whatever, and that's kind of like where it comes from. And with the question you asked about the secular Danes versus the
I was happy that I could get him to like be very frank, like, I'm a race realist. I think that I was happy to get that. I wouldn't call it a concession, I guess, if he's open about it, but it was good to get that up for the record, I guess, so there's no obfuscating there.
And then I think we probably could have pushed a bit more on that there then. So like, for example, I think you've done this one like quite a few times, like, okay, who am I going to have much more culturally in common with? Is it going to be other racial person from a different racial group from me that lives in my general area, or a person with the same racial group as me that lives far away? But we really never got into that. I think that would have been good.
Yeah, potentially.
If we would have mentioned that. But when it comes to, this is another thing that I want to see what your thoughts were on this. A lot of people felt like I was asking too many questions. And I wasn't stating as many like direct arguments. That was more of like a me asking this and then trying to build on that, but it didn't really fit the theme of the debate. How do you feel about it?
I could see people thinking that you were asking too many questions insofar as like, I think the issue wasn't you were asking too many questions. It's that every time we would ask a question, they would like take like 2 minutes to respond. So we were like losing momentum kind of. It's just, that's not necessarily your fault though. That was kind of the fault of the format. Like it was impossible if you ever to like ask a question and then get an answer. It seems like it was always just like we would ask a question and then they would ramble for like 3 minutes on something that's not really related, which was really frustrating.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I would agree that the format made that a bit worse, but I probably could have adapted to it in the moment. Nevertheless, what would you say? So you said that the quote mining was one of the major things that was like, okay, you know, when it comes to the second point, they were significantly weaker, but you said in the first part of the debate they were really strong.
Yeah, quote mining to prove what they were doing during January 6th was really good. I think that was really good. Like, what did you mean? Because then they look really silly. What did you mean by evict them from the Capitol? Yeah, what do you mean by evicting them? Well, just like from the lawn. He looked ridiculous there. That was so silly, you know?
Yeah, so there was that. I would agree that was one of the stronger points. But then, yeah, the things about the questions a little bit, and then the quote mines for the second part were a bit weaker. What would you say? Was there anything else that stood out to you as like one of the main, like, I guess, like critiques or pieces of feedback that you would have for me in that debate? That something that I should probably think a bit more about.
Be less gay, lol. No, I'm just kidding. That was the big
goddamn. Okay, never mind. I'm not backing down. The cat ears was a fucking genius play. Okay.
Wait, did you wear cat ears?
Did you not see it?
No, did you have cat ears for that debate?
Not for the whole thing, but at the end, like Nick made like a comment about, oh, you know, I'm disgusting, I'm slime or whatever, and I was like, you know what, I'll adapt to something that, you know, I know that you like a bit more, and then I put on fucking cat ears to fuck with him. And nice. Then he treated me significantly nicer after that for the remainder of the debate.
Cute.
So I'm not gonna back off from that. Okay, be less gay, be less.
No, I was just saying that because he called you gay. I didn't actually know you were actually acting gay. My bad. I just.
You weren't even paying attention. Unbelievable. You missed the main debate tactic.
The main debate. I did. That was my bad. I fucked up.
Unbelievable. Okay. Well, apart from your bad piece of advice that I should maybe have worn cat ears, what was there anything?
I love his real gun.
No, I think everything else was okay. The only other like potential criticisms that I could have are really going to be like flavor criticisms. It's not going to be like you were wrong here. So like I think people noticed this during the debate that where I'm at now in terms of how I talk to people is I'm usually just trying to get some kind of like common ground thing so that I can either instill a little bit of sanity into what they're saying, or at least get them to admit that some of what they said is a little bit insane. I think that's typically what I push for, whereas in that conversation, it seemed like you were pushing more for like, you need to understand that you are factually wrong on this, you're deductively incorrect on this, like just pushing for like huge concessions and then trying to like kind of like establish that you were like deductively more correct than them on things. I don't think either one of there is right or wrong, it's just like a different approach. Like I was happy to admit that like, oh yeah, you know, BLM did fucked up shit, like that's okay, but like if you guys are gonna say BLM did fucked up shit, you gotta admit that like you guys are doing kind of fucked up shit too, that January 6th is probably not good as well, right? I think it's like a way that I usually go.
Yeah, and I would agree with you, and I think I do that for 90% of conversations. But then we run into, and this is like the classic, maybe I'm trapped in 2016, who fucking knows. But I mean, I was also, this is also something I thought about more when it comes to, for example, like the log question, and then the way that Nick was handling the debate when it comes to like how much he was talking, rambling about nothing. Don't you feel like the kind of like the strength and the importance of that thing of trying to like build that bridge and working towards like some common ground so you can work from there? Don't you feel like that's significantly hurt if the opponent may not be kind of engaging in the best of faith and is trying to deflect and distract and go to ridiculous interpretations of things, how that basically allows them to kind of like lead you around wherever you want?
It could be, but I think that it makes you look increasingly reasonable when you're willing to make an obvious concession, and when the other person doesn't. It's hard for me to know the psychology of this, but just in terms of reading what people say when they email me and then reading comments in other threads, I do think that you have a troubling sense of reasonability, or you come off troublingly reasonable to some people when you're willing to make some concessions. So when somebody sees me debating Nick on like, hey, January 6th isn't okay because people will say crazy shit and lead people to do crazy shit, like, okay, fuck you, Destiny. But if I'm willing to admit that like people jumping to conclusions on cop videos and running around screaming that ACAB shit, and then, you know, you see BLM riots happen, it's kind of what's going to happen. It's not good. When anybody in the right hears me say that, they're like, absolutely based, absolutely true, Destiny. Like that instills a version of me in their mind where it's like, okay, well, this guy definitely understands this at least, and nobody else on the left is willing to admit that. So he totally understands that. And if I'm saying, I'll admit that, but you got to admit that some of the rhetoric around January 6th, you scream and get off the lawn or whatever, probably not good for like what's going on at the Capitol. I think a lot of people will at least be like, you know, you're a little gay, but maybe. Yeah, you can pull them a little. It'll never happen to the people you're debating, but to the audiences, I think they'll see that. They'll be like, okay, he's at least reasonable, you know, which I think is a good start. But
okay, so I wonder then if this is brought about by a change in the way that you perceive how you think that like debates are perceived. Because I remember before you talked a lot about the main thing that people kind of look to and gravitate towards in debates are appearances of strength, right? And that's kind of like what you've talked about this as well before, how it's not about, you know, looking like you have the most reasonable arguments or whatever. It's mostly about like, hey, you look up to this figure, you think they're really smart, and if you see them kind of get like, you know, thrown around a bit in a debate, you're like, damn, that's kind of cringe, you know, this person wasn't an intellectual titan as I thought they kind of were. And in that scenario where you kind of analyze things, it's like, you know, that the appearance of strength is one of the major, most important things in the debates. How does that square with the simultaneous belief that making like these, even though they're reasonable, making the concessions, which are fairly like inextricably tied to, you know, weakness and the more like one-dimensional view of it, at least. How do you think that those two things squared? Have you changed your perception of like strength being like maybe the most important thing in debates and discussions, or how does that work?
Yeah, I think the strength and bravado thing was a lot different when it felt like there were fewer people that believed in things. Like if I think that you have I think that if you have some crazy fuck belief, like some insane fucking alt-right Jewish, like maybe we'll have a debate out, like just crush this out. And then the strength, because a lot of those people in the past dominated because they looked strong. I think that's where their power came from. Like, I am crushing the left in my debate prowess. That's where they came from. And I can match them on that level. But nowadays, I think that they're not coming across that way because they're super strong and powerful. It's because they seem more empathetic. They're willing to speak to problems that other people in society won't acknowledge. Nobody on the left will ever admit that, like, hey, maybe white people and men feel a little bit lost in today's society when society is constantly screaming, trying to capture the attention and the opinions and interests of minority groups. Maybe white men feel a little bit lost there. Nobody else on the left is willing to admit that. People on the right can appeal to those people without being strong. They do it by being empathetic. They say, like, hey, when you're white and everybody's saying like hooray for the Mayo side and, you know, fuck white people and fuck men, it kind of feels pretty shitty. I understand that. Like, we can chat about that, you know? And if people on the right are willing to do that, they're not fighting a battle with strength. They're fighting a battle with compassion, as ironic and crazy as that is. It's just compassion for a certain group of people and not for others. So my goal is to I have to fight using their tools, because if they're gathering audiences with compassion and then I attack those audiences with strength or aggression, well, I'm reinforcing the compassion on their side. Like, Destiny's out here saying like fuck white dudes, fuck white people, and fuck our movement, and I'm out here saying like I'll give you a voice and I'll listen to you. Well, it's not going to make me look any good. It's just going to drive that wedge even further, I think.
Okay, so you would say that like a major change on the online politics, like kind of, community and discussions like that has shifted away from like attraction through strength to attraction to compassion, and that's why you kind of change your approach a bit more.
Yeah.
Okay, so then what would be the difference between the way that you would handle somebody who you think is engaging like perfectly in good faith when it comes to discussions, and somebody who you think is kind of like lead you around, is being evasive and stuff like that? Is there any major difference? Or?
Yeah, you have to bring out like heavy duty debate tactics. You need to start like, and we did a decent job of this, but there are a couple. So like when Nick did it a few times, this is just like a practice skill. You need to be able to center on the convo, and you need to understand when your questions are being dodged. So I think there was a few times where there was one time especially where I was like, Nick, this was the Maricopa County response. Okay, well there's hold on, Nick, I'm reading the Maricopa County response. Okay, well, but there's all these discrepancies. Nick, these are the discrepancies from the response. Okay, like you have to be able to just walk back, boom, and hit it. If they're not going to respond to something, repeat it 2 or 3 or 4 times so that people can see you are not answering this question, and then you can move on afterwards. If somebody wants to squirm and weasel or whatever, that's fine. Just make them squirm and weasel for a little bit. Don't let them weasel out immediately. Let them weasel out after they've weaseled for quite a while, and then it makes you look better because then they look like they're being kind of dishonest in that, I think. So yeah. But you have to, that's like a practice skill of being able to hold, because it's very easy for people to drag you around by a leash and lead you to other points, because especially in this conversation where we feel like we can so confidently argue like every point, like it's almost fun to like, oh yeah, what do you want to talk about now? Oh, let's go to this. Oh yeah, let's go to this. But what you don't realize is when you're walking away from points you've got 100% wins on, you're actually like losing a lot of credibility there. You're losing a lot of your power. Yeah.
Yeah, because that was essentially the thing that I was worried about, right? Because I felt like there were strong arguments presented. I felt like we can make strong arguments for all the aspects of it. But when we were kind of being, thrown for a little bit like here and there, and we were talking about this, and then we're talking about this, and at the same time, There were actually a few concessions like the ones we talked about before that came from Nick. So I guess that's kind of a bit more balanced. Then never mind. Okay, I think those were the main thoughts I had about the debate specifically. Just out of curiosity, of course, beyond what I know about that we both worked together for the preparations. Was there anything in particular that you looked into for this, or did you just kind of like wing it?
I've read a decent bit about the election stuff, so I was pretty confident on that. And then I knew that the Buffalo conversation was going to be one of rhetoric and philosophy, so there wasn't very much like factual stuff to go off of for that. So this was just one of those ones where I don't know like how much I really needed extra shit for it.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah. I think having the quotes though was really good for the January 6th stuff. If I was like doing a super serious debate on my own, that might have been something I would have thought about, because you want to having the footage. Yeah. Oh, there was more stuff even that people were linking me during the debate of like crazy shit that Baked Alaska was saying while he was at the Capitol. I watched one of the videos like where he's like in the office like pretending to pick up a phone and being like, "Senator, we need to rescind the election results right now. Is that going to happen?" Like as a joke kind of, but like obviously like that's if I would have had those kinds of quotes ready, it would have been pretty funny. But otherwise, I think having those quotes for that was like pretty important. But yeah.
Okay, I get you. All right, cool. All right, that was the main things I had to think about there. Now, I heard you were talking a bit before, and this is something that maybe I can weigh in on a bit, because I recently got out of high school. I'm just now starting like higher educational institutions. I didn't get the entirety of the discussion that you were talking about before when it comes to the way that, at least in America, you perceive that universities and colleges and stuff like that are catering to like a very general like.
Yeah, in the United States, it's gotten, I don't know if it's the same in Europe, but in the United States, it's gotten very, very, very Care-Berry, like very much like avoid all uncomfortable feelings, like make as infinite concessions and accommodations to uncomfortable students, and it's really cringe.
Okay. So I think discussions like this are really difficult to have, because unlike, things like workplaces and stuff like that, it's true to some extent to workplaces, but not nearly as much. You're kind of in higher education, you're in high school, and then you're not anymore. So it's not like you can go through high school once or whatever, and then see how that was then, and then go at it again and see like the ways that it's changed. And higher education, you technically can, if you want to like go back and complete a degree or like do another one when you're a bit older, it's possible. So it's hard to make these comparisons, but from the impression that I have gotten, at least in Europe, I get the impression that even though Europe on a lot of issues is significantly more left-leaning than the United States of America, from things, just things that I've picked up generally through reading and through seeing, like hearing people talk and stuff like that, like the Rittenhouse thing, for example. I do get the impression that despite Europe probably like on the whole being more left-leaning, it seems like in the US, when it comes to universities and those institutions, they're a lot further along there than what Europe is, which is confusing. Because
I don't think like, Europe. I don't know if you guys tell yourselves of this in Europe, but a lot of progressives in the United States, I don't really think Europe is that much farther left-leaning than the United States. I think if you look at a very narrow continuum of like some economic policies, I think that Europe, then Europe can come across looking a lot more left-leaning. But past that, like, I mean, you guys have vicious fights related to stuff like immigration, especially like 2013 and onwards.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you've got like people like Marie Le Pen would be considered pretty far right in terms of her rhetoric and shit in the United States, and she got, what was it, like 45% of the vote against Macron?
Yeah, Marie Le Pen was literally, and this is like a lesser known thing, like in 2013, she was literally like talking about the replacement of the French people. So
yeah, so this idea, it's a very American progressive idea that Europe is so far left, but like no, I think you guys fight over. There's a big continuum of tons of different issues, and I think that when it comes to social issues, I say this and I get emails on both sides, but I'm pretty sure when it comes to social issues, the United States is quite a bit farther left than Europe. Like in the United States, like we have states that allow for like elective abortions in the third trimester. I don't know if that exists anywhere in Europe. Like, and that's what we are essentially fighting for with where people are saying, like, you should be able to have an abortion, an elective abortion at any point in your life. When it comes to, like, gays, people, I was going to say gay and trans rights, and then I said gays. When it comes to, like, gay people, when it comes to, like, trans rights, when it comes to, like, puberty blockers and medication for children, like, America pushes, like, pretty progressively on a lot of this stuff. Like, I don't know if in Europe, if you guys talk about, like, reparations for people, I guess it's not, like, a mainstream conversation, but, yeah, I disavow this idea. I push back against this idea, like, America's super conservative and all this shit. Well, I think that, like, we are pretty progressive when it comes to social issues, like, compared to, you know, I mean, like, you might be able to go to, like, Berlin and find a bunch of, like, you know, a particular type of person, but across, like, the entirety of Europe, I think that, yeah, I think that America is pretty decently left when it comes to social issues.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I think that at least parts of, like, because, you know, Eastern Europe, it's like the same thing kind of like in the US. I'm making, like, broad statements about the entirety of the US. It's going to be reductive to, like, a pretty great extent, and the same thing's going to be true in Europe, right? The differences between, like, Amsterdam or, like, Poland or Hungary, you know, the cities there, is, like, it's stark. It's massive.
Fuck! Wait, hold on. Real quick, this guy's even said this in chat. Your drug policies still suck in many states, though. Bro, what are you talking about? Wait, how many countries is marijuana legal in Europe?
Yeah, we actually in Sweden, which is regarded as one of the most progressive countries in the world, we have absolutely dog shit drug policy.
Yeah, like even in Amsterdam, I thought all drugs were available to buy in stores and shit in Amsterdam, because that's what they say in the United States. You go to Amsterdam and buy a drug. No, you can't. You can buy, like, fucking truffles and marijuana. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's any European nations that have marijuana legal. So yeah, like, it's not, like, get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. And we've legalized it in a lot of our states at this point. Marijuana, even CBD products got banned in Sweden. Wow. But it's funny because in Sweden you can walk into stores and they have, like, all these gas canisters for balloons. But
oh my, yeah, we have that, and that's the thing about, because Sweden has such good, but, like, the country. First of all, to get on the previous thing, the country in Europe that has the most progressive drug policy would be Portugal.
Portugal, yeah. But they also legalize, like, like, didn't they legalize, like, child porn and shit too? Like,
okay, Portugal is doing some crazy.
I think they did. I think they legalized, like, all porn and all that shit. Like, Portugal is, like, very much out there for shit. Like.
Yeah, exactly. But I can only speak to the drug front because that's what I've looked into. And essentially, what they did is they. I
don't know if that's 100% true, guys. Sorry, just I don't. But okay, go ahead.
You're saying you're not an expert on child pornography laws?
I'm not, unfortunately, but.
Okay, all right, just a second. Yeah, so, like, with the way that Portugal does is, like, and this is kind of the general progressive kind of agenda and viewpoint on this, which is that drug issues should be no longer considered, like, a legal issue principally, unless we're talking about, like, cartels and stuff like that, when we're talking about just private use, and considered more of a medical issue.
Sure.
And Portugal did that, and they really did that in a proper way. So use of all drugs, any and all drugs in Portugal is decriminalized. So you're not going to face any criminal repercussions. Does that mean that you can just fucking shoot up heroin on the street and nothing will happen to you? No. If you're, like, you know, in a specific, like, public place and you're doing drugs, if you're, like, you know, heavily, like, impacted by them and you're at a point where you're a threat to yourself or other people, you know, you'll be taken in for care or whatever. But you're not going to face any criminal charges.
Sure.
I think at the worst you can be put into hey, you got to get in here, you got to rehab, and you can face sanctions, like if you're a teacher or, like, a taxi driver or whatever. You can have, like, revocations of those licenses depending on what you do. And the results in Portugal have been excellent when it comes to overdoses and drug problems, even among youth and all this. So Portugal has done that really well. So I think in Europe we have some of the most progressive drug policy, but then you also have a bunch of other random shit.
Sure.
But yeah, like you were saying in Sweden, and this would be so easy, and this is something I've been harping about for so long, because Sweden is so progressive in so many regards, but our drug policy is really bad, and the stats when it comes to drug overdoses and deaths and stuff match our terrible drug policy. We have some of the highest, like, you know, I think I'm not sure if it's overdose deaths or if it's drug deaths or drug issues, like, you know, negative outcomes from drugs in the entirety of Europe, actually, because of how bad our policies are. And we can easily integrate that because do you know what Systembolaget is?
What?
Systembolaget has.
That's not your. Is that your stupid fucking alcohol store?
Yes, our based alcohol.
Oh
like,
god, dude! I feel like I'm entering, like, a fucking quarantine zone where you've got, like, it's all fucking white and plain on the inside, and there's, like, the people staring at you. I feel like I'm in fucking trouble. Like, I'm buying a shelf abortion, and it's a fucking, like, store full of priests. Okay, fuck you. That shit is weird. They do that in, like, Vancouver and I think in other parts of Canada as well, where they have like the only people that are allowed to sell alcohol are like the government stores. But yeah, what about
Yeah, I think that's gigabyte. I think that's really cool. I don't know. I haven't had the experience of like the cold customer support workers. If anything, like the experience I have, obviously, I'm not. I think it's 20 in Sweden. I'm not 20 yet, so I can't go in and buy for myself. But there have been like a few times where my parents have gone and bought or whatever, and I just like kind of tagged along. And it's fine. You can be there in the store underage, as long as with your parents or whatever. And they've always been really friendly. But it is true what you say about it being a bit more dull. So for example, you will not see, discount, you can get, a 12-pack of beer and another 6-pack for like half the price or whatever.
Yeah.
You won't see that, right? Because the Swedish government is like, we don't want to do things that encourage people to drink too much. I don't think you can even get like 6 packs of beer. And like the traditional plastic rings, you can get kind of like cups of like boxes of cider, but a lot of that kind of in bulk purchases that psychologically kind of encourages people to buy more than what they might really need is taken away. And I think that if we like incorporated marijuana into that system as well, we already have the infrastructure for it. It would be perfect. It would be excellent.
Yeah, I just don't know if your older population would be in favor of that, but
yeah. That's the problem then. It's a popular thing because we are just as a nation, we're generally really opposed to like more liberalization of drug policies. We're progressing in a lot of ways, but in that way we're really held back. But ideally, assuming that we could shift the ideas like that, we really have like a good like avenue to do so. And it's going to be so helpful for so many other things because it's going to bring in a fuck ton of tax revenue. We know from like studies, like police reports in Sweden that the sale of like marijuana and similar drugs like hash and stuff like that makes up like the base income for some of the criminal gangs we have in Sweden and stuff like that. So essentially we can take that money out of those gangs, which is a good thing in itself, right? So there's just so many positives to it, but for some reason like Swedes are too fucking scared of I don't know, the devil's lettuce or something.
Sure.
So we're kind of stuck there at the moment. But yeah, in a lot of ways it feels like in maybe like the 90s, 80s, 70s, like Europe was generally more progressive than the US, I would say, on the whole. And then it feels like the US just like really rapidly just like steamrolled their way through a lot of things, and then they did that really quickly. And then in a lot of significant ways they've passed Europe in significant regard. And then we kind of see some of the negatives that come with that, like when you were talking about the educational institutions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the only experience like that I've ever had is there was one point. Okay, how much can I talk about this? I think I should be fine. But I had like one. It was like a work group or whatever for my university then, where we were talking about like migration. We were having a classroom discussion on it, which is a good thing. Like we were having a discussion where you were presented with like, hey, here are a bunch of arguments people use against migration. They bring crime. They can't culturally assimilate, like all these things. And the classroom had to confront them and deal with them. I think that's really good. I think that's a good thing in itself. Unfortunately, there was an incident where one of the teachers I had at the moment, we were talking about one of the things where, some migrant groups are overrepresented in crime. Like, how can you assure, like we were doing some EU roleplay thing, that the states will be able to deal with this in a good way? And then we worked that question. But then afterwards, when the activity was done, the teacher was like, guys, just remember that minorities and migrants aren't actually overrepresented in crime stats. It's all just racist statistics. I was like, hold on.
Okay.
But then I talked to the teacher, but that wasn't very good. That wasn't a very great experience. But then I took that to and talked to somebody else, and the supervision was kind of was on my side on that. And then that got changed, and some of the groups got moved around, or whatever. So they did take action. So you said before how it's often not the professors, it's mostly the administration.
In the U.S., I don't know. I can't speak to the cultural
US, yeah, in the U.S.
In the U.S., our administrators are very, very far left, and they oftentimes butt heads with faculty a lot. It's a big thing.
Yeah. So here and once again, I cannot stress this enough. Okay. I have literally only been in university for 6-7 months, something like that. Okay, I'm by no means an expert. This is my first year. Okay, not making any broad reaching statement. I'm just talking from my personal experience. Okay, personal anecdotes. But after all, hey, if we get enough anecdotes,
the plural of anecdote is data.
Exactly. So we can be able to form a data-driven opinion here. But yeah, so the administration was a bit more sympathetic. But yeah, that was a fucking crazy story. Like I remember I talked to the teacher after, and I was like, hey. So I haven't seen this talked about anywhere with like how it's all like racist statistics. Can you like tell me where I could find something like that? And she was just like straight up, no, I can't. I was like, okay, can you like tell me like a general direction? I was like, no, you just have to. It exists, trust me, but you'll have to find it yourself. I'm like, okay,
thanks.
So yeah, it was literally the Twitter thing, you know, where it's like it's not my job to educate you, but from a fucking teacher.
Yeah,
so
except it kind of is her job to educate you.
right,
Yeah.
exactly. But yeah, that's the only one experience I had, and the school resolved it in a good way. So yeah, but that's the only experience I've had. But it happened even within a context there where it was about challenging ideas. So I think that I would say from my very personal experience that Europe is a bit better with that than what I've heard in the US. The only time we've ever had a thing like you guys had with Rittenhouse was when the war in Ukraine started, and then we had like a letter sent. I was like, hey, you know, we sympathetic towards, you know, our students in the region that are Ukrainian, that are Russian as well, and just know that like, hey, if you're impacted by this conflict in any way or you're worried or whatever, you need to talk about it. That there are support options available, and I think
that's probably fair. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's literally like a war in your continent, right? Like with like, and there's actually a lot of Ukrainian exchange students in Amsterdam. So I don't get a very reasonable thing to do. But yeah, we didn't have any Rittenhouse thing. That would have been some crazy shit if we in Europe got that way.
Yeah.
Another thing I wanted to ask you about, and if you were like 18 when you originally got into politics, or like around that age range, if you had like the whole 2016, if you debated JonTron, okay, when you were 17 or 18 or whatever, what would be like what would be the main thing you would kind of like take with you from that period of time, if you were to kind of like be like come into contact with an ulterior version of yourself that was that age, that was receptive to criticism, because I know you've said this before that you wouldn't listen to your past self.
Yeah.
Regarding like engagement with politics and stuff like that, and like what's one of the major things you've learned, do you think, from?
I think the biggest thing that I've learned is to like try to talk to a whole bunch of people and get a whole bunch of perspectives. That's probably the most important thing that I've learned, that it's taken me a long time to do that. But something I'm going to be doing a lot more for every future conflict is like asking people to email me with certain perspectives, because getting to just like sit into a sphere of like all these other people's perspectives and absorb them makes you infinitely wiser than trying to like logic or reason how people should feel about a certain thing. Yeah, and then once you have that understanding, then you can like navigate that understanding. You have to have a good sense of self first, though. You don't want to lose yourself in other people's experiences. Just because people have an experience, like there's a lot of good reasons why conservatives might be, there's a lot of understandable reasons why a conservative might be racist, but it doesn't make it right. And it doesn't mean you shouldn't try to change it. But yeah, I think just having a lot of perspective on like why people believe the things they do is probably the most important thing I can think of.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. I would agree with that. I would say that if this is also something I meant to ask you, do any comments get to you anymore, like whatsoever, or are you just like you've grown thick enough skin that you're basically
depends on what you mean by get to you. Like there are things that annoy me. I don't like when people don't understand my positions or people mischaracterize me. That like irritates the fuck out of me. But in terms of like truly like to the core, like really upsets me, nothing online does. But nothing in life does. I'm a very like isolated person when it comes to like emotional support. Like if I've got problems, I don't talk to anybody. I just like, that's just the way that I process things. So that's a little abnormal, I think. It's not like there should be like a goal or yeah.
I promise you, this is not me minding you for things I'm gonna do when I inevitably backstab you in a few months. Okay.
No problem, buddy.
Now I would say that fortunately, and I never had this, and this is kind of what I thought going into online politics. I'm like, okay, you know, I'm gonna be talking with some really like fucking crazy people. They're gonna say a lot of crazy shit, and I've heard the craziest, and you have as well. You know, you have all the lore about your random, like you have a hidden daughter somewhere or whatever the fuck. And I've had some stories as well, like remember the Swedish government handler story that I told that guy. You know, the night before. That's actually something that I had somebody like send me an email about, me like, hey, like this is what I think you are.
Okay,
and shit like that. People thinking that I'm trans, like that I'm like in multiple ways, that I'm like FTM, and I've kind of gone through my transition, that I'm MTF and I'm about to start my just like random fucking shit written like about me like everywhere all the time. And then obviously like the appearance thing, you even had there been the debate about like, oh, you know, you look fucking Jewish, you nose, you have the curly hair, you know, whatever, those types of things. And then the slurs that come with that, obviously. But those things never get to me. I'm not bothered at all by them. But one thing that actually really does, and this can be like this can be the smallest comment. This can be like a fucking whomegalol, like nobody. It's like a random comment that maybe isn't even published. It's like held for review on my YouTube channel, right? And that is when somebody like tells me about something and they say that I'm like I'm incorrect, I have misunderstood something, or my argument isn't good, or something like that. I will read every single one of those comments, and assess them. And if they're correct, it doesn't matter how big the comment, or it can be a tiny comment, I will feel like really like negatively about
Wait, because
them.
you were wrong about an argument or something, or?
Yeah, exactly. That, or like a fact or something like that. Something that I was incorrect about. That will really get to me. And I've gone better at it, but it still really gets to me. And it's a double-edged sword, because that thing drives me towards doing things as good as I can. But then inevitably, I'm always going to be wrong about things, and then it just hits me really strongly, like the negative feelings when there is something that's wrong. Did you ever have that thing? Because I remember you said before how you expected to get more of those types of comments, have to take those seriously, but you just kind of get like random insults or whatever.
Yeah, so here's like, this is a piece of advice that I give a lot, okay? You should be married to outcomes, but never to processes. And as long as you have that mentality, it's very easy to be wrong about some things. So like for me, when it comes to healthcare, I am opposed to single payer healthcare. And yeah, I'm opposed to single payer healthcare. I don't like our current system either. I think a multi-payer system is best. But I don't actually give a fuck about single payer, multi-payer for private health insurance. I super don't give a fuck. What I care about is how do the most number of people get covered as possible in a reasonable way, right? That everybody can afford it and you've got like good coverage. That's actually all I care about. If somebody comes up to me, and I'm a huge proponent of single payer, I like single payer, that's my thing, and somebody shows me that multi-payer is better, whew, I'm a single payer guy. I like identify with it. It's almost like part of who I am. It's like a character trait of mine. I like single payer healthcare, right? It becomes very, very, very difficult for me to move off of that position because it's a little bit like a part of who I am. I'm a gamer. I'm a musician, hopefully, and I'm a single payer guy, right? But if I'm more attached to the idea that like, listen, I just want the most people to get covered as possible. If you're telling me that there's another way to do it, oh, okay, I'll just take that way then. That's fine, right? Like, I'm not here to fight about single payer versus multi-payer versus free market healthcare. I'm here to fight for whatever gets the most people covered. And if you show me a study or some data that proves that like, oh, these countries use multi-payer, these blah, blah, blah. Oh, single payer works. Okay, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I'll do that. That's fine. Try to get like more attached to outcomes, things that are like almost a roundabout way. Like if you've got like ethics, political policy, and then like effect at the end, try to just tie, you're taking your ethics and you're tying that to the effects at the end. That's what you're really after. The political process here, the policies, it's just a way to express your ethics. Politics is a way, policy, prescriptions. A prescription is just a way to take a meta-ethical idea and apply it to every single person. That's all it is. Don't get too attached to it. If you find a different process that applies your ethics in a better way, then switch processes. Because 99% of your debates aren't going to be about outcome. Everybody's going to say, well, I think most people should be happy, healthy, take advantage. Everybody's going to agree with that. 99% of your debates aren't going to involve ethical discussions. Most people believe that like we should generally treat everybody well, that most people should have the ability to pursue life, liberty, most of your disagreements are going to be policy. So as long as you can change this opinion without feeling personally attacked, usually you're in a decent place, I think.
Yeah, and I think this was one of the, I've heard you say this before, and I 100% agree with that, and I've tried to incorporate that more. But then I still get the feeling that like, hey, if I've been arguing for this as like a means to do something for so long, and obviously like in my head, if somebody asked me, oh, why do you do this? Oh, I would say, because of the outcome, obviously. But it kind of comes with time. It's not an attachment to the thing, but it's just like, if I've been doing this thing, and I've been doing it for very little, especially compared to you, right? Just a few years. And then, like a few years, and I'm like, hey, by the way, you're totally wrong on this. I'm like, fuck, for the past X months, for the past whatever, I've been saying something that was like incorrect, that was misleading, or was not reflective of what was actually going on. And then that really gets to me, and that's an outcome oriented thing. But it gets to me in a different way. Now there's something else that kind of plugs in here, which is the kind of like the radical, radical optimist thing, and I try my very hard to like force myself into this way of thinking, because I think it's the best, it's the most productive way of thinking. But it's like, hey, you made a mistake. It's bound to happen. What's important is that now you are closer to what's most accurate. Yeah. And you focus on, I've had this call out, and now I'm better for it, instead of you had this call out, oh, what about every bad thing you've done while you weren't aware of this? And that's been like another thing that's been going on there. But yeah, I don't know. It can be like the case where I can have like a debate. It can be like a 2-hour debate, and I'm on top of it the entire time. Then like one point, like halfway through, I mix up like a number or a stat or whatever that's
or whether a cop died from mace or whatever, right?
Exactly, something like that. And then that will, like, I thought about that. I legitimately thought about the cop mace thing for like fucking 2 hours.
Yeah,
I'm not fucking with you.
I've not. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
And I'm still trying to get over that shit, but it's like it can be like, and even in debates where I was like really dominant on top of everything, there's like small fuck up, and then bang, my brain's gonna I'm gonna think about that for the fucking rest of your night. Okay, fuck you. You know, you're not gonna be allowed to sleep. And that's like one of the major things, because for you know, like a young brain and everything, this type of like online space with so much like people fucking looking at your shit and everything, it's probably not healthy. Like fucking social media as a whole is just, it's not a good idea for young people. It's some bad shit. But yeah. You've never had anything like that, or?
I mean, yeah, it happens every now and then. I always try to reframe it as that like I'm learning new things, and I'm excited to learn new things, and that's how this is like an emotional thing, not an intellectual thing. You just kind of have to like feel it over time. Like I'm always happy to learn new stuff. Yeah. I think that once you've changed your opinions enough, eventually like you'll feel okay about it. And also like make sure that you have an appropriate amount of conviction for what you're saying and appropriately scale what you're saying to what you know. I had to do this a lot, and I had to teach people, even though nobody learns anything. I had to tell people to do this a lot when we were talking about the coronavirus, right? I have never made a statement, maybe I've misspoke once, but I've never, ever, ever truly made the statement, ivermectin is not and will never be an effective treatment for the coronavirus. I've never said that. My statements have always been, the data so far shows that ivermectin is not effective. Tons of RCTs, lots of data. It's pretty unlikely that it's ever going to be effective, but maybe one day. But where it stands right now, it doesn't look like it. When I make a statement of that level of strength, then if a future study comes out that shows like, holy shit, there was a huge RCT when they, did this, they added this. Now it looks like ivermectin is pretty well. I can easily be like, oh, okay, well, hey, now there's data that shows that ivermectin is pretty effective. So yeah, sure, yeah, just be careful the level of strength, right? So hopefully, now obviously debates get heated, but I'm not saying things like, like this is never going to be politically viable that we can do. We can never do this with student loans. Maybe that changes. Maybe in 5 years, maybe in 3 years, something does change. It's like, oh, you know what? Hey, it is politically viable now. If my earlier statement would have been like, as long as it's not politically viable, we shouldn't pursue this. When it becomes politically viable, oh, well, now we can pursue it. And it doesn't feel like I'm being a big hypocrite or like I have to like totally change all my beliefs, I'm just like always making the appropriate levels of conviction for wwhatever it is I'm talking about.
Okay. Yeah, and I 100% agree. That's helpful in large ways. Like there was, recently, like I had a thing where I had done a few debates where I mentioned I had like a random call-in. This is always what it's fucking, and there was veganism came up there, right? And I had some arguments against, against veganism there, and then it began the veganism vortex, okay? And then I talked, and most of the conversations there were absolutely terrible. But then I talked to like a few really helpful people, and then I actually ended up changing my mind. So I'm vegan at the moment, which is why I've come here to debate you, Destiny.
Nice.
But that's one of the things that. Because of like the way I think I did my statements there, that having to change my mind there, even though it's like a really significant thing, right? Because it's like a lot of moral and ethic things, that felt not as bad as like even something like small like the cop thing yesterday. But yeah, but it's also a double-edged sword because I'm worried that if I detach myself too much from stuff like this, then I'm gonna lack the drive to get better. Because even though I get these like really negative things, whenever I get something wrong, where I'm like, fuck you, you're gonna think about this for 2 hours now, you're not gonna be able to sleep. That also comes on the flip side as well, where like, if I do something well, I'll get something similar, and then because of that, I'll be like, hey, I gotta drive myself to get my shit correct because I don't want to feel like that again, right? So it's like a double-edged sword there. But yeah, I'm gonna think about the things that you said and try to incorporate them as much as possible. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna sound. This is gonna be some absolutely schizo posting. Okay. That I'm about to tell you. All right. I'm super curious if you have something that's similar to this. But will you ever have a thing where if you've like been streaming all day or whatever, when you're trying to like go to sleep and like in between like your sleep cycles when you're kind of like semi-awake, semi-asleep, you think you're like streaming in your bed?
I've had kind of thing. I think every streamer's had things like that before. I've had streams where I've woken up and I'm 100% positive. I'm 100% positive I've been permabanned from like Twitch because I like said the N-word or something, just like something crazy. Yeah, exactly. And I'm like checking me. I was like, oh god, wait, or like, but I have pretty realistic dreams like that sometimes, where I'll wake up and I thought I had like a really important phone call with somebody that was like really emotionally important, and then I wake up and I was like, oh fuck, did I talk to that person last night? And I'll have to message them, like, did we chat or whatever? And they're like, no. And I'm like, okay, you're not just saying that because like really bad shit happened. They're like, no. I'm like, okay, just like I think it happened. I think it's probably a normal human thing. Yeah.
Okay, I just need to check because like it can be super intense, like legitimately, like I'm because normally in my dreams I can actually tell that it's a dream.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever I have the streaming thing, I genuinely think that I'm streaming, and then all the pressure from like, oh, now people are watching me, and then also like often like if I'm fucking in my bed and I kind of think I don't know, my stream has started somehow and I'm like in bed streaming, I'm like, oh fuck,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get TOS or anything, like shit like this. It's like, and yesterday as well, there was where I would have like a dream that I was streaming and I was doing the debate that we just had, but I was saying the most stupidest shit, like in the dream version of this fucking debate I had, and then I woke up feeling like shit. Yeah, okay. It's good to know that I'm not alone in this.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah.
This experience. Okay. Good to know. The final thing I have here, okay, is it was coming eventually, okay. The Lauren question.
The LQ. What's up?
The LQ. Exactly. First of all, what the fuck? I'm to this day I have no idea what the meaning of your quote tweet was.
Which quote tweet?
You like when I made a tweet asking Lauren Southern for that debate, you replied with a fucking image. What was it?
I just listen, okay. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, okay? You ready?
Fucking so confused.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, okay? I have like at any point in time here. I've got one right now. There you go, sneak preview. At any point in time, I have random Among Us images on my fucking desktop that I always want to tweet out, and every now and then I'll see a tweet and it's like, I'm gonna throw an Among Us on that one, and I think that's exactly what happened with your tweet.
I think that is exactly what happened. So and I was so fucking confused because there's like 6 million possible interpretations. Because the image you had was like slang adjective for someone who you think is know what they seem, especially if they might be the imposter in the game Among Us. And I was like, okay, what the fuck? Is it that the request is suspicious? Is it that
no, yeah, I literally just had an Among Us meme and I saw your shit. Yeah, and I'm like, fuck it, this will be funny. And I just throw it.
Is it saying that you might want to moderate it without talking to you first? Is that suspicious? Am I sus for like trying to blame? Like, I don't know what the fuck that meaning was. And I was mind fucked by it for like 10 minutes just trying to figure that shit out. So now I know to never take any of your tweets like, seriously ever.
Not any Among Us tweets. If there's Among Us involved, then you never know what's going on. Okay.
Okay. So there was, so just like, oh, here's a random tweet. I'm just gonna fucking slap an Among Us on that baby. Is that just?
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, I've been looking all day today. I want to throw this rock guy out there. He's a good Among Us guy. I'm just looking for the right tweet to do it.
Just waiting for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. All right, cool. But have you been following any of the things between me and Lauren, or are you?
I see them pop up every now and then on Twitter. I think didn't you challenge her to a debate, and then I think did you post my subreddit that did she reject it?
It was really funny actually because fuck, I don't want to do that whole fucking lore thing. But the thing is, Lauren replied to your fucking Amogus quote tweet. And what the fuck did she say? Hold on.
Oh, she asked me to do the debate instead, I think, right?
Exactly, and she just completely fucking ignored.
Yeah, because I think I've earned enough trust with her. She's like a scared cat kind of who like doesn't want anybody to rub her belly, but I can like pet her head or whatever. Basically, I think is that sounds way too
the cat analogy.
Yeah, the cat analogy. Yeah, I think she's just really worried that somebody's gonna try to rub her belly when she's not looking. I think that when it's not just Lauren actually. Vosh actually says some of the things, but there's this weird dynamic that exists when you're like a big content creator that like everybody's out to like fucking nail you on some shit. And the worst feeling in the world is that like you kickstart a career by some like hater that comes and like owns you in a debate over some crazy technical shit that you weren't ready for. That's I think it's if I had to guess, that's probably her fear on it. Like even
to
with
be honest, okay, if she's not like some random technical shit, is her replacement to like her relationship to like the Great Replacement? I don't know what to say, but yeah,
I'm not sure. Hold on, sorry to be clear, so because my audience is about to make 50 million new threads on about it. I'm not justifying her position or saying it was good or whatever, but I'm saying like even if you listen to her conversation with Pisco, even on that one for quite a while in that conversation, she was like pretty guarded because she wasn't sure if Pisco was just trying to like nail her and shit or whatever. So that's just like the virtue or the nature of like people in those political arrangements. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this is what 3-5, and this made me a bit more confused. So true. King is what she called you. Rose Wrist is the imposter. I could just debate you on the subject. Question mark or a bit spooked by decision trees. Ooh.
Oh, the decision trees must be because she reads my subreddit. Yeah, that's a whole other random thing. But
and then yeah.
And then I replied, listen, if I'm saying anything about like imposter shit, I've never even played Among Us, so I don't even know what half the shit means. I just spam the words because they're funny. Okay.
I say, oh, it makes sense that you can play Among. You're like you're an empath, right? So that's also why you don't play Among Us.
Exactly. True.
Because you'd lose all your friends. Your
Exactly, they would know
what did he
what's
say?
going
Fucking
on.
4.2%. What did he say?
I thought it was higher. It was like 17%, but yeah.
7. Oh yeah, 17. That was actually pretty high. You're right. Yeah. And then I replied to Lauren Street asking if she was venting from me, and she didn't answer.
Damn,
so this
bitch. Oh.
Whoa.
Or
oh
not,
my god. Weren't
sorry.
you on the anti-misogyny arc?
True.
Excuse me?
My bad. Well, she's a man.
Are you relapsing
She's
right
a man in
now?
Ontario, isn't she? So technically, it's not misogyny. It's respecting trans rights.
All right, excellent. Okay, but yeah, otherwise, that was the main. I just wanted clarity to the Among Us tweet. Okay, but now that I know never to take any of that.
I'm sorry. I hope you didn't stay up too late thinking about that one.
No, I didn't. No,
I
that,
sure
that,
didn't.
that was like a 10-minute of like, what the fuck does he mean by this? Does it? Yeah, but then it got resolved, so don't worry. It was fine. But yeah, no, Lauren Southern like acknowledged your thing, but she didn't acknowledge my tweet or anything.
What
Mine
a
at
piece
all.
of shit. Damn.
I know, unbelievable, disgusting. But yeah, that's as far as I'm gonna get with the lowering question right now. If there are any new developments, I might bring it up again. But yeah, we'll see. Okay. Yeah, those were the main things I had in mind. Is there anything that you want to talk about or that you're thinking about?
Not that I can think of right now, but.
All right, excellent. Well, I enjoyed the debate yesterday. I really appreciated all the preparation we did. It was super helpful.
Yeah.
And
wait, what are you going to school for? What's your major?
So I'm currently majoring in sociology at like honors level, and then I'm thinking of after that doing a PPLE degree, which is politics, psychology, law, and economics.
Gotcha. You
with
mentioned this. Okay.
Yeah, with like a focus on law. I think that's what I'm currently oriented towards. But we'll see what fucking happens. But yeah. Those are my demo. Game of Thrones from fucking chat. Half of the shit that Destiny talks about on stream is like directly related to sociology, okay? Unbelievable. You guys, Game of Thrones, and all this shit, when Destiny wouldn't be able to do what he's doing if it wasn't for the domain of sociology, okay? All these sociology, that needs to be your new arc, okay? Anti-sociology arc, okay? Destiny?
Okay. I'll keep that in mind after we finish our anti-misogyny arc, okay?
Alright, excellent. Thank you very much. Alright. Well, enjoy your video gaming and your very successful housekeeping.
Thank you. Be careful, buddy.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Good job, guys. Why is my dude dying? What the fuck? Chill. Any other Amoguses in here? Anybody else feeling a little sussy baka right now? How's Mr. Mooton's subathon going? What's he been up to today? We're gonna run for local government? Fuck. What? Why do I do debate? Oh, I was gonna talk about this for a while, but I feel like I've talked about so much random shit that now I don't want to talk. I feel like I've probably hit it up and, or probably more or less gone around it in other conversations I've had today. For my goal right now, I'm just kind of explicitly saying this. My goal is that I've thought a lot about like what do I do that's like better than most people, like what is like my unique contribution. I think I do a pretty good job at understanding people. Wait, let me not undersell myself. I think I do a really good job at understanding other people. I think I'm uniquely gifted in being able to incorporate other points of view into my like beliefs or speeches, or like have an understanding of that. So generally my goal for conversations is to like take other people's worldviews and then try to like figure out a way that they can be a little bit less fucking insane. Like, hey, like if you believe this, like maybe you could do this, or like whatever. Or like, I understand your problem with this, but like maybe there's a better solution. So that's kind of like what I'm oriented towards right now in terms of my political conversations. So I know sometimes you guys watch me do conversations and you're like screeching like, push back against everything, push back, ah! And it's like, that's not like, it's not really what I'm here for. I also think that like I can't control your guys' rhetoric, but like my goal is also not to like convert people. It's a little bit weird. Like, so like let's assume that like if Lauren and I are friends, like I'm never gonna be like, are you feeling more liberal today? Am I converting it? Like my goal isn't really to like convert everybody, right? My goal is to like show you that I understand what your issues are, I understand what your problems are. Like this is another way to think about them. I'm just giving you like another way to like, you know, hey, I know you don't like this particular thing, but like maybe this is a better solution than that, you know? Maybe the election wasn't fake. Maybe this is something else you could focus on. That's like kind of my main goal when it comes to, oh my god, I just moved my fucking mess. That's my main goal when it comes to chatting with people. Yeah. Destiny, were you surprised when you said she hadn't changed? Not that much, because I mean, like she kind of was admitting it, but like, because I think she was saying, wasn't she saying at the end of the day, like, well, I haven't changed at all, but I would change my messaging, like, and that might be, so fundamentally, I could be wrong, and that maybe she truly never harbored any like racially charged beliefs ever. Maybe it's possible. And she was just kind of like swept up in the making the videos and rebel meeting and all that. That could be the case. Or maybe she just doesn't want to own the idea like, yeah, I was racist. That's a pretty big thing. I don't know if I'd expect anybody to like own that position. Maybe she just doesn't ever want to say that, which is, I don't really care. I'm fine with that. But like, I'm happy enough to hear if somebody's willing to say that like, yeah, you know, my messaging was probably like pretty irresponsible right here. Yeah, I am super happy with that. I'm content. Cool. I agree. Like, because technically, like, is there a great replacement happening? Yeah, kind of, right? White people are, you know, having children at lower rates. There's a lot of non-white immigration. So it's like, these things are like technically true. If you understand that at least like you want to have a conversation about it in a more responsible way, I'm cool with that. That's good. That's like, I'm super, super happy with that. More happy than I could be, right? Spite-driven boat thing. Yeah, I mean, I think I said in the past that I would expect that. Yeah, I mean, the fact that she, I don't want to say the fact she admitted it because that sounds like really mean to her. Like the fact that she was willing to say it, I thought was like pretty surprising. I didn't think, she must have been really comfortable chatting with you, or I just make everybody so comfortable. But the fact that she was willing to admit that, I thought was like pretty good. Yeah, because I think even if people won't say it, I think most people feel that way. Like, I'm not gonna admit shit to you because fuck you. People still accuse me. You guys still accuse me of doing this all the time. That like Desi just don't want to admit that because he's spite driven. Like even you guys say this sometimes. So, I mean, like her admitting it, I don't think that's like a huge deal. I know that you wanted to kind of go like the logic lord route of like, well, if you're willing to admit that you had a spite driven take in this situation, then technically that nullifies every single person. It's like, listen, baby steps, okay, one thing at a time. I think the vast majority of alt-right was alt-light, and the vast majority of alt-light were never genuine hardcore racists. That's probably true. I think that the majority of the alt-right was like driven by a very small number of people that maybe were genuinely racist, but a lot of them were kind of alt-light. And also, a lot of these people, like, they didn't find these places because they were racist. They probably found these places because they were like, they had funny memes on the internet and maybe they felt like a little bit like neglected by society or something. Like that's typically how it goes, right? Like people didn't join ISIS because they wanted to go and fucking murder infidels. A lot of people from Europe went and joined ISIS because they felt like they had nothing for them in society. Nobody was speaking to them. Nobody was doing anything about them and they had no purpose, right? And I think it's the same with like all political online extremists, you know? Same thing with all like the crazy commie kids and the crazy, like the ultra crazy LGBT activists. And all that. Like, I don't think these people are like, I want to go and hate everybody. But it's more just like, oh, like I don't have any friends, you know, I feel a little bit strange or isolated in society. I have a lot of power online and people will listen to me here. So like they move to these places, right? Like alt-right radicalism, fucking the crazy activist radicalism on the left. Like I think all of this. Damn, what is going on? So people are messaging me that this girl's like fighting with everybody now. What the fuck is happening?
Just before you go, Mike from PA is a prick.
Oh god, this guy talking right now is such a loser. I know this fucking loser. Ugh.
You will find that out at some point. I don't know how. I hope it's painless for you.
Mike from PA is a prick. He's coming on my stream later today. He's a great guy. He's one of the he's one of the people with the most integrity on Twitch politics. And
oh my god. Holy shit, imagine saying that statement unironically. Yikes, fam.
I have a lot of respect for him.
Okay. I mean, again, whenever that happens, then I probably will have to say I told you so at some point.
All right, well, I mean, you're just... I don't really have to take this from a drama baiter.
No, you don't.
You ended it by, like, drama baiting. Your entire stream is drama baiting. I don't...
Okay.
I don't value your opinions whatsoever. Have a great day.
But just before you go, Mike from PA is a...
Dylan Burns is literally in an active war zone right now, going live on Twitch to make drama content out of me banning him from my Twitch chat. Motherfucker literally traveled to Ukraine and it's now in Ukraine making drama videos about me. Uh-oh. The thing is, it's never been about Dylan or his fans being banned from her chat or her not wanting to be on Hippy Dippy. That's not what Dylan is addressing on his stream. It's the fact that she lies constantly. I can't help but feel like she obfuscates the issue on purpose. It's Vosh's community. A few months or years late to the what Destiny's learned fucking years later. I don't really care for the ratio stuff, but in my opinion, Kevels is now just entirely negative. She's the most toxic person to gain popularity in the political streaming sphere in a while. I don't think she handles internet conflict well. That sounds like your problem. If your whole existence is starting internet conflict, that's on you. This whole drama started because she was invited to a show and she didn't respond to the invite, which is totally normal, happens all the time. Then 5 minutes after the show was scheduled to start, when they had already booked other people to the panel since she didn't respond, she said she wouldn't go on because she had some drama with friends of people on the panel. Even at that point, drama could have been avoided, but then she decided to start tweeting about the show and claim that Dylan Burns said she'd be... Uh-oh. I assume that Kevels is a good person given how many people on this sub like her. What the fuck? I don't know. I've never really watched anything with her in it, so coming from the outside, she just comes across as a complete fucking asshole in this exchange. Ooh. Like hitting up Decibel 11, hitting up Dylan Burns 11 minutes before the panel or calling Stardust a bitch, then making up shit about how Dylan was ambushing her. Damn. Uh-oh. The Keffel's bridge is failing quicker than we thought. Oh, fuck, okay. I wasn't going to say anything, just for you guys. So I wasn't going to say anything because I feel like it puts Train in a really awkward spot to, like, expose things, and it makes his relationships with other people weird. I'm hoping that won't happen now because of the things that he's tweeted. Trainwreck's tweeted a few days ago. What was it? That, like, he's given away like $10 million out of his bank account to people. When I got banned on Twitch, Train DM'd me. He offered to give me $100,000. And I was like, no, that's okay. And he was like, no, really, you should. And I was like, no, dude, it's fine. He's like, no, you really should. Like, I legitimately 100% think that he would have given me that money. I thought it was really, like, I haven't talked to him in a while. We haven't done, like, sometimes we're on the shows, we fight or whatever, but, like, that's, like, pretty crazy shit. I thought that was a really friendly, like, extension of goodwill from somebody that I don't even actively talk to that much anymore. So, I didn't want to say anything public at the time. I'd like to give him credit for it, but I don't want to say that and then everybody's, like, hitting him up for money. But, like, he tweeted that he gives away a ton of money on his Twitter, so, you know. But, yeah, I thought that was a really, really cool gesture. Finally got around to checking out how Keffels responded. Unbelievably disappointing. A complete double down with just more unprovable accusations to boot. Could have easily been avoided if she accepted my offer to talk in private. What are you going to do, though? She responded to the video without even watching it. Wait, click the Tyler clip.
The world we live in. And it's just...
Jeez, hold on. Jesus, why is there...
Fuck this guy. Wait, why did this guy just do that, this piece of shit? Wait, why did this guy just ping it for me, and then when I queued it, he last hit it? What the fuck is wrong with you fucking people? I'll lose this goddamn game. I don't give a fuck about my LP. Piece of shit.
I only read like every now and then on like league-related shit on Twitter or Reddit. I've heard that the Korean server is the worst
Destiny,
server.
how did you get over your young nihilism? Asking for a friend. What steps can someone take to be able to feel again?
A lot of introspection, a lot of personal thoughts. I wish I could help you with that one. That's a journey everybody has to go on. Like apparently, like in Korea, it is you go there to practice your mechanics. You don't go there to learn how to play League of Legends or to play games. Like the amount of people that just leave instantly if they like die and they're just like AFK. They're just like whatever. Nobody groups, nobody macros. There is no macro. It is like the worst macro server in the entire fucking like all of League. It's just like people just go there to grind and then they're boom or whatever. Which sounds like a hellscape of a fucking. Sounds like a hellscape of a time, but yeah. Jesus.
Human rights have been up for debate since humans were existed, and it's the sad reality. They shouldn't be up for debate, but they sadly are. Me hosting a debate panel on an issue like transphobia is not going to change what Tucker Carlson broadcasts every night, or it's not going to be like, wow, now transphobia is now less accepted, right? That's not going to happen. I really don't. If somebody could show me how that would save people, that would be great. But I also want to say I don't really host topics about trans people anymore on my show. I don't really do that very often. I think the last thing that was even somewhat connected to it was the Don't Say Gay bill, but that was because it was specific legislation. So this isn't even that connected to like the modern form of hippy dippy. We used to do this a lot more earlier on, but it's just not that way anymore. I mean, when's the last topic we had trans anything as a topic? Does anybody remember the last time we had trans as a topic on Hippy Dippy, like anything to do with trans people? The Don't Say Gay bill is the only thing I can think about, and that's not even specifically trans people. That's a piece of legislation. Trans sports, true, but again, that's a piece of legislation, and nobody can tell me like, hey, don't debate legislation, right? Like that feels weird, right? Don't debate legislation that has to do with human rights shouldn't be up for debate, then we're screwed. Wait, we canceled the transports debate? You're right. We actually we thought about doing it and we decided not to because we didn't think we could do that one responsibly at that time. You're right, Danabo. We actually ended up not doing that.
Good job, Danabo. Let's go. Wait, is Let's Go, is that like a kids Zoomer Minecraft thing, or is that like a fucking America First thing? Because I feel like I hear a lot of people say, let's go, let's go. Is that an AF thing, an America First thing, or is that just a Zoomer thing? It's a Zoomer thing for sure. Okay.
It really sucks that it seems like sometimes the most that comes out of this sphere of Twitch is they manage to do like a canvassing campaign, which you do not need thousands of viewers in order to do.
Why would she shit talk me?
Campaigns have no online presence to them at all.
Dude, I hate this disgusting fucking trash piece of shit. Why out of everything, why would you still find a way to drag up my shit? What do you mean, like, canvassing campaigns don't have, like, any kind of... Yeah, canvassing campaigns usually have 2 people to show up and knock doors. Like, this motherfucker's probably never talked to a real political person. Okay, we're not doing anything. All right, don't care. Oh, let us... I don't know what opportunism is, but fuck it. She interviewed the kid to talk shit at Shapiro, and it was cringe as all shit. Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. Why do you have to slurp? Because the people love the slurp. Oh, Rob wanted to talk in 10 minutes. I don't know why. Does the content of the latest talent overall justify reusing the game? I don't know. I haven't played the new maps yet because I haven't beat this map on the hardest difficulty yet. I'm trying to do it. Literally, no one loves the slurp. Hamster Hawk, you love the slurp, baby. It's okay that you do. Triangle Sturgeon any good? I don't know. I've only done one battle yet, so I can't tell if the battle system is good or anything.
For content, would you ever review Dave Rubin or Not Bullshit videos again? Or do you think that's technically ableist now?
What? Would you ever review Dave Rubin or No Bullshit videos again? I don't know, maybe. Damn, No Bullshit just like disappeared off the internet, guys. What the fuck happened to him? Did he just like make his money and leave? What? Like from 4 to 5 million views a month to just done. Does Destiny look at YouTube chat or no? Nope. I think he has a different channel now. Does he?
Hello and welcome back to No BS. Today we return to talking about one of the biggest gaming studios in the world, Rockstar Games. They just recently released, or I should say re-released, some of their most popular...
I never thought this guy's followers were real. I could never tell though, because like all of his socials were so sad. 4,000, he's gotten up to almost not even 5,000 followers. He has a YouTube channel with 600,000 subs. How's that possible? But I don't know.
Games in what's called Grand Theft Auto The Trilogy Definitive Edition. This new gaming package contains 3 classic Grand Theft Auto games that have been remastered and updated with new graphics, but it's not going too well for Rockstar, to say the least. It's been a very, very bad release, something that compares to Cyberpunk 2077 from
Please
last
unban me.
year
I'm
that
sorry
had
for whatever.
really
I did that
bad
ruined
release
you.
too. It's like that. It was hyped up. People were stoked about it because Grand Theft Auto is a very, very big, very popular gaming franchise, and this release has gone really poorly. It's not working right on some systems. In fact, Rockstar had to pull it off of the PC gaming platform because it kept crashing. And in addition, there's been some changes. It doesn't really look that cool either. Some people say they still prefer the originals, even with some sort of dated graphics, but there's worse problems here too. They've removed a lot of things from the game, and apparently in some ways they've gotten woke. They've removed some of the more edgy parts of the original games that really gave Grand Theft Auto its character. It's sort of a game about pop culture and current events and comments on things going on in the world, and it does so in a very rated R way. There's a lot of cursing, there's lots of explicit content in the game, but that's really what makes it fun, and that's why people are worried about this new release. So we're gonna get into the details, talk more about it soon, give you all the breakdown in a moment, but first let's take a quick moment to check out our sponsor. Today we're talking about a very cool part of the Raid Shadow Legends game, the species known as orcs. Orcs get a bad rap in fantasy, but in Raid they're not all that bad. While they were created by the Dark Lord Cyroth, they have really good reason to not like humans. My favorite orc champion by far is Angar. He values victory in the battle of words just as much as victory in the contest of arms. If you want to find out more, play the Raid Shadow Legends campaign for the full story. Also, there's lots of new features coming out in Raid this season. They've got special events every single day, plus a bunch of awesome new champions. But the biggest update coming this month is the Guardian Ring. It's a huge feature that gives you a load of new ways to use your champions. So, if you want to get a huge head start and play Raid Shadow Legends right now, all you have to do is hit the link in the description or scan my QR code, which is on the screen, and you'll get an epic hero named Chinoru, who's amazing in the Doom Tower, by the way. You'll also get 200,000 silver, 1 XP boost, and 1 energy refill. And if you look here, you can see the inbox section on the game Raid Shadow Legends where you can access your free treasure. And don't forget, these links and these bonuses only last for 30 days, so make sure you download Raid today. Great, now that that's out of the way, let's get back to talking about GTA. You see, GTA, or Grand Theft Auto, for those who don't know, it's a very, very popular gaming franchise, something I myself have loved ever since GTA 3 came out back in early 2000s. I believe it was 2000.
This guy literally sounds like the energy vampire from What We Do in the Shadows.
Maybe. Okay, I'm chatting with Robin a bit. Is that equal then? Yeah, I think so. We ever play Final Fantasy Tactics on stream? I never played War of the Lions, actually. So I might. We'll see how much fun triangle strategy is. Did we just watch that video for the ad? Yeah, and then we're done. Based. Oh. You guys try to be back one second.
I'm a shiny bitch. I got lots of shiny shit. I got glitter on my clit cause I'm a shiny bitch. I'm a shiny bitch. I got lots of shiny shit. I got glitter on my clit cause I'm a shiny bitch. I'm so shiny you can see me from fucking space.
Is Jack Allison a persona? No BS.
Just remember this one piece of advice from a Margot, and you'll be set for life. 50 no's and a yes means yes.
I'm so shiny you can see me from fucking space. Wow, blinding. Like I'm out here blinding airplane pilots. Whoa, I'm like one of those super rare shiny Pokemon cards. Oh my god. Exclusive bitch. Even my shit is shiny.
Place of Obama. Should draw from it. Hydrogenum porquoy as a we infonsum chichicho bell.
Ice, bitch. You better treat me nice, yeah, you know this pussy type, bitch. Buy me lots of ice, bitch. You better treat me nice, bitch. I better get this ice or I'll burn this place to the fucking ground.
Ob, 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 oh, 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 ob, 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 oh, 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 ob, bo, ob, bob, 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 oh, 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 oh. Bum bum. Oh. 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 Oh, but no.
Chat, I love Israel. Chat, chat. I love Israel, chat. Obama.
Oh. 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 H. 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 Oh. 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 H. Hey. 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 Oh. 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 Oh.
Obama. Obama. Oh. Obama. Oh. L. L. Obama. 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 Obama.
I am so lonely. I just finished eating the remains of my last brother. I am the only one left. The walls are finally mine, but at what cost? I can't take it anymore.
This flask, bedazzled. This mask, bedazzled this grass. Bedazzled. Ugh. His ass. Bedazzled. Ha 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 ha. My eyes, glitter. My thighs, glitter. Wow. My guys, glitter. My fries, glitter. You.
Obama. 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 Obama.
Jesus Christ, I'm fucking tired, guys. Thoughts on Miss Mercy. I don't even remember who this is. Nice stream. Beep, beep. I love this stupid fucking clip so much. I don't even know why I like it so much. I just love it.
Obama's humming.
These stupid Morbin clips. It's Morbin time, guys. I don't know more about. Mel! It's Morbin time. What? It's time to morb. Don't worry about it. Are you Morbin?
Am I a Mormon?
Are you Morbin?
Morbid?
Can somebody link me the movie so that you can watch it real quick? I need the hour and 30-minute link. It's a movie. You wouldn't understand, Ram. What's up?
No, I thought you were asking me if I'm morbid, as in obese. I was like, that's probably an apt description.
No, Jesus.
I don't know that anyone's put that word on it, but...
I'm all about mashing energy, okay? Until you make fun of my body, I won't make fun of yours, okay?
It's funny. That's part of what I wanted to talk to you about, matching energy. It's something that I don't think... I like to think that's my own style as well. I don't think people get that about people like us. And it's not just us. There's a lot of people like that. If I go onto a panel and people are chill, then I'm chill. If they want to be assholes, then I'll be an asshole. And what gets me is 90% of the people that want to start off being assholes can't keep up with it.
Mhm.
And then they throw a hissy fit afterwards. I see that with you all the time on Twitter.
Oh, sure, because people go real hard, and then if I go hard back, they like start calling me a trans person. Yeah, it's dumb, yeah.
Like, now, there's no secret. I've never liked your politics. I probably watch you more than any other streamer that does politics, and I probably watch you 2 hours a month, maybe.
Okay.
And I've seen in just that little bit, which is a very small cross-section of what you do, I've seen people picking on your girlfriend, picking on your kid, and then you'll come back at them, and people are like, well, that's heavy-handed there by Destiny. He needs to calm down and relax. Fuck all that. You bring someone's family into it, it's scorched earth. You know, that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, same. Yeah, if you want to go that far, and I'm okay with it. Make fun of my kid all you want, but I'm gonna be talking about that manly fucking like that. I'm never mind. Fuck, that was too much. But like, yeah, we're gonna like. I can't have it where you can go after literally every facet of my existence. And like, I think it was Scarlett I saw on a thing say she was like, attacking any trans person's appearance ever is transphobic. I was like, what the fuck? Well, fuck you. Wait, you can literally say every single thing you want about me? Like, fuck that. Yeah, it is what it is.
Well, that's so I wanted to talk to you for a long while about your ban here. I don't know why you get banned. I don't know if you specifically know why you do, but I do know this, that Keffels and people like that are taking credit for it.
Mm-hmm.
What a bunch of the worst fucking crybilly, like worthless content creators in existence. To take credit for something like that and then brag about it on a daily basis, they're just, I'm so sick and tired of people weaponizing their victimhood to silence people because they can't keep up, not even intellectually, but just stylistically, with people reacting to them the same way they react to other people. They'll say whatever evil shit they can to you, and then when you come back at them, it's too much. You need to get banned.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, like when you have like, are you religious? I forget.
I believe in being Christ-like, but I don't go to church.
Okay, I mean, like, I'm sure you can empathize with this edgy atheist quote at least. Even if you are religious. But there's like there's the ancient atheist quote is like, good people will do good things naturally, bad people will do bad things naturally, but for good people to do bad things, that takes religion. And I mean, obviously there's like a whole host of reasons why good people can do bad things, but I think that when people have like a righteousness behind their anger, it's a lot different than just a normal angry person. Like, everybody's been mad at people online. We all get mad at each other, say dumb shit. Right. But if I think I'm being mad at you for a righteous reason, like, oof, I can carry that anger with me to the ends of the earth, and I can rally up support behind me, right? If I call some dude the F word or the N word on Xbox Live, like, even the people that know that, even the people that are doing it know, like, okay, well, it's probably a pretty shitty thing to do.
Dissociative internet
but
identity.
But like, if you feel like you've got like some kind of righteous cause behind you, then you can literally be the biggest. Like, Keffels is a trash human being. Like, she engages in online harassment. She harasses people who have even blocked her off of multiple accounts, and then she weaponizes her fan base to brigade and harass people online. But because it's all under the guise of righteousness, she feels like she can infinitely do that behavior, and everybody around her will kind of validate it and condone it. So,
well, what's terrible is I do think that, and you understand this. Twitch politics is very insular and small. Even someone that was big on Twitch like you, when it comes to the grand scheme of what Twitch's viewership is, it's not a huge percentage of the pie. And I don't even think, like, I think with Keffels and some other radical trans people on Twitch, I don't think they're indicative of the average trans community. At least I don't think.
Not in real life. Absolutely not. Yeah, most trans people in real life are super chill. They just want to be left the fuck alone so they can do their shit. Yeah.
That's right. Most of them aren't asking for anything special. They want to be treated like a normal person. They're probably dealing with some shit, that, if you just look at the average numbers, it's very difficult for people to deal with. And so they're not asking for that to be constantly reminded every inch of their life that that's what's going on. But this radical people in the Twitch community that want to get everyone banned for talking about any serious issue, like, to me, it goes back to this question way back in the day. You remember when Richard Spencer got punched in like 2015?
Yeah.
There was this whole question, like, is it okay to punch a Nazi? The answer is no, not unless that Nazi's using physical violence on you at that point. Because as soon as you say yes, then you have this righteous indignation, and you're like, and everyone who disagrees with me is a Nazi.
Yeah, that's the issue is always like a matter of scope on everything. Like, is it okay? I think it is okay to punch a Nazi because Nazis are fucking insane. But the problem isn't that we're talking about punching Nazis. The problem is that like a guy that thinks that like GTA is too woke all of a sudden is a Nazi. The problem is Now everybody's a Nazi. I'm a Nazi to these people, right?
Right.
And then you get people who think that they can act a certain way or assault people or do all these things, and then people feel like, again, that righteous anger, like you can do no wrong as long as you feel like you've got like the moral good on your side. And then, yeah, well, now where the fuck are we? So yeah, it kind of seems like for liberalism to work, you probably need some blanket rules about like, should we be assaulting people that we disagree with, even if we like virulently disagree with them? Probably not. Yeah.
The biggest fight that I know people, Rob thinks the election was stolen. I didn't say that. I never said the election was stolen. I said there's significant questions, and I think that there was a lot of shady shit that happened before the election, like the censorship of certain stories. But, I always try to look at things like my Democrat friends that are reasonable. They don't see a smoking gun. That's absolutely reasonable. But what I did after the election, do you know how many right-wing people were calling into my show? I have literally a dozen or two people that watch me, and I had people saying, time to refresh the tree of liberty with the blood of tyrants. And I was like, are you fucking insane? And I'm trying to tell these people, my stance is political violence is never justified. Now, I could talk to you and you could be like, yeah, but Rob, what about this? And probably you're right. You'll be able to come up with a scenario. But for every one scenario you could come up with, there's 10,000 that people have claimed it was justified and it wasn't. So the appropriate stance for me is to just say, it's not justified. Now, you can't punch a Nazi. No, you can't go out and use violence for your political issue. Because as soon as you say, I guess there's this one scenario where it's appropriate,
everybody wants their own exception.
Person's like, well, this is that scenario. The election was stolen. This is that scenario. It's systemic racism in this country. And that's how we get where we're at, where you have these people with righteous indignation that are like, well, I think I could go scorched earth on someone like that. The irony, of course, being that you're probably a bigger ally to a lot of centrist people to kind of welcoming trans people and their values more than almost anyone. But they'll come after you because you didn't toe the line completely, and they feel justified in doing so.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, yeah. Yeah, people have a hard time thinking about that, too, is that, like, technically, like, in the most technical sense, like, January 6th wasn't really, like, a negative thing. If you really feel like your country is being stolen from you, you probably should violently revolt, right? Like the issue is all of the propaganda and everything leading up to it, because it's really difficult when you've got people that are willing to condemn in the roughest words things like January 6th, but then are willing to turn a blind eye to things like the BLM riots, right? It's like, well, at the end of the day, like technically all of it is bad and violent, but you think that some of the violence is justified and some of it isn't. So we have to talk about the justifications. Like it gets really hard to like write rules around that stuff,
Right, and that's why, to me, we have to agree on stylistically, whether it be talking politics in general, like if violence is acceptable or not, or talking streaming. Like this, I get so fucking tired of this, well, who should we platform? Fuck all that. Like, everyone's so arrogant that they think that they're making this big impact. Platform who you want. Like, it's not your job. If you want to talk to someone, talk to them. If you don't, don't. But shut up about it. Like, that's the way I look at it. But we have to set these ground rules first. Like, I'm not going to go scorched earth and try to get Destiny banned because I feel he beat me in a debate. Which, never happened.
Yeah, it sucks because, like, obviously, of course, never. That used to be, like, a long time ago, that was always, like, like, people were always pushing, like, the ground rules. Like, like, do we go after this guy's sponsors? Do we go, like, and that was, like, for, I think there was kind of, like, a gentleman's agreement. Like, that was a scum of the earth type thing. If you were going after people's, like, sponsors, like, you're, like, the worst type of, like, we don't go that far, guys. Like, we have, like, this code of conduct. But, yeah, I mean, like, smaller communities would do it, like Shit Reddit Says was a big one in the beginning. And then eventually, now it's kind of grown into, like, you can basically go after every single facet of a person's life. Like, it hasn't happened yet, and I brought this up a few times. It wouldn't surprise me if it starts happening. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if it starts to get to the point where people find out that, like, oh, like, this, like, real estate group owns a fuck ton of apartment buildings. If you are, like, a political undesirable, we should be able to get you deplatformed from having an apartment in, like, San Francisco.
Right.
We should be, like, and people will call me crazy, but like I think getting people delisted from payment processors is crazy. Like Stripe won't work with somebody because they're what the fuck? All you do is fucking process credit cards. Why the fuck would you be choosing who to work? Unless it's like porn related because of child porn stuff. But like for political shit, like that's insane. Yeah, I feel like we're on the way to those types of things happening. As stupid as it is. Yeah.
Well, I even have my day job. I'm not like you in that. Like, you do this is your career. If you get canceled completely, like, that's your livelihood. For me, this is just, I mean, I got 30 people that watch me. It's a hobby. I enjoy doing it, make a little money, not much at all. But my job is I work with people with developmental disabilities. So a lot of the streaming I do is when I'm off the clock at my job. I have to stay there overnight, but I don't get paid. I was doing a panel, and there was this guy, I think his name was Kai. He's a groiper.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, the very next night, he got swatted. I think he was on with you.
Yeah, Kai. He's like a friendly, funny dude, but I think he might be a groiper. Yeah, he is a groiper. Yeah.
Oh, he's definitely a groiper, and like I think he's one of the better groipers. Which I mean, fuck, they're terrible. But he's okay. I didn't mind talking to him. But he got swatted. And then I had to think of this really carefully. If I get swatted at my house here, you know, that's one thing that's terrible. I have an infant here. It would be terrible. But if I get swatted while I'm in the home of someone with autism that doesn't really understand interactions with the police, what could happen? And these are the types of things that 5 years ago, if I was streaming, I wouldn't have thought of. Now it's a very real possibility. I could say something about trans athletes, and someone could say, you know what, let's find out where this guy works. Let's get the police called there. And then something really fucking bad could happen to the disabled person, you know, who might answer the door or be there when the cops burst through the door. And it's insane that that's the world we live in. Why? Because we have a disagreement on, you know, who should participate in what athletics, or we have a disagreement on which political party we should vote for. I can't wrap my head around how authoritarian some of these people are. And just to be clear, my understanding is Kai was swatted by other right wingers.
Sure.
Like, so I think it's a bigger problem on the left, but I mean,
well, wait,
it's
what's a bigger
that
problem?
has to, like people trying to ruin you, swat you.
Oh, people trying to ruin you, I agree, is a bigger problem on the left. Swatting is still, I think, pretty unique to the right, though, to be fair. I don't think people on the left. Yeah.
I know very little about it other than that was the first time that it tangentially connected me, because I was like, oh, I streamed with that guy the night before. And I'd never seen it like live. Like I happened to be watching that panel you're on. I was like, oh shit, that's kind of crazy. But you know, I just find it, I find it ridiculous. Like you have to set these ground rules. And that's what people do. I think I came from a sort of unique background in that I grew up in rural Pennsylvania. Basically everyone I know is apolitical. But if you press them, they're conservative. Most of them don't vote. And then I went into policy debate in college, and everyone was super radical left-wing. But I made friends in both communities. I obviously lean more towards the right wing, obviously. But I understood that you could disagree with someone and not hate them. You could still go out, have fun.
Yeah, but the problem is because everything is so radically political, you can't disagree with somebody and hate them anymore. Because now it's like, if we disagree, you want to delete my identity, or if we disagree, you're a racist, homophobic asshole. Like there is no like minor disagreements anymore. Like everything is ratcheted up to an 11. Every single issue is the most important issue. Every single issue is an existential issue for every group of people involved. Like that's just where it's at right now.
I know it's insane. I had like true story. When I debated, I had a partner, and then I coached for a while. And basically, the best person that I coached, us three were best friends. There happened to be a debate tournament I was at 2 weeks after Trump was elected, and those two guys knew that I voted for Trump. And they pulled me in a room. We had a round off, and I thought we were just gonna be bullshit. And they just screamed at me about how racist I was for an hour.
Nice.
And I'm just like, one of them, the guy that I lived with that was my roommate. He happened to be black. Like I lived with you for 4 years, and never once did me being racist come up. But now all of a sudden. You know, and they didn't get it. I was like, do you think Hillary Clinton's a warmonger? And they're like, well, yeah, but she was the better of the two options. I was like, but I don't call you a warmonger for voting for her. I just say, okay, maybe not your ideal candidate, but you had your reasons. Why can't you think the same of me with Trump? Even if you think he's a racist, you can't be like, well, he just liked him more than Hillary. And so it was weird to me to see, it's one thing to see randos online, but to see people that you're like best friends with that were willing to jump the shark that much and be like, well, you must be an immoral person because you voted for someone I didn't like. I don't know. I mean, maybe this is what it was like in the 70s with Vietnam and stuff. I don't know. I wasn't around, but it just feels different than the rest of my life, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to say what's like, yeah, I don't know. Everything is hard. Like, I mean, to be fair, like lefties do it online, conservatives do it in real life too, right? Like a trans person will be like, hey, like it'd be cool if I could like get medical shit, and people are like, oh, you're trying to groom my kids into turning trans. It's like, well, I don't think anybody wants to do that, okay? Well, I did see this Twitter account talking about it. It's like, okay, like I'm sure there are a couple of radical people, but like there's radical people everywhere. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's a lot, but
for certain issues it's tough. Like abortion's one of those, right? Like if you both sides, it's tough. Like this is the issue that'll probably get me to lose the most followers, because I understand both sides. I understand that you think that a woman's right to choose is very important. Like I get that, and I understand where that comes from. I also think that if you think this is a life, why it's very important to protect that life. And it's sort of like a riddle with no answer. I get that. I happen to be pro-life. Like I get that, but I understand that doesn't mean you're horrible and evil if you're on the other side. Now, if you're for 9-month abortions, that's a little different. I think that's insane. But it's hard because how do you go through an issue like that and humanize someone? How could you say, I understand you have good reasons for believing what you do? Because both sides of that, like an unanswerable question, and both sides feel so morally virtuous that it's literally something that you're like, I can't be friends with someone who disagrees with me in this issue And it's hard to like square that circle, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the issue, but it feels like more and more people are coming up with every other issues where it's like, I can't be friends if you think this, I can't be friends if you think that. It's like, but, yeah.
So I wanted, this is what, the reason that I wanted to talk to you about the cancel thing, right? And maybe I missed this. Obviously, I don't watch all content, but I saw all these panels after you got banned from Twitch, where you were obviously the top topic, you know, you getting banned. And I basically saw it was mostly leftist, and there were two types of arguments. There was the, yeah, Destiny deserved it because he's so mean to trans people. And then there was the, no, but he helped the trans community out a lot. And I didn't really hear people making the third argument, which was, I don't give a fuck if you help the trans community or not. Why should you be banned? You shouldn't be banned, period. I don't care if you were saying, I don't like the trans community. And what gets me is, I couldn't help but feel that there were a lot of people on the left, particularly on Twitch, that owe you in one way or another. I don't want to say owe, but at least should understand that a lot of what they are is in part due to you. And it seemed like rats fleeing the ship to me, where they couldn't wait to virtue signal, oh, Destiny could have did better, blah, 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 blah. And I just found it disgusting. And I didn't get invited to any of those panels. I don't even agree with your politics, maybe 10% of your politics. And the answer was quite simple. No, if you start banning Destiny for this sort of shit, then you're going to be next. And no one could come up with that great rationale. And so now you see Keffels going after all sorts of people that should have been there, taking a principled stance from the get-go, saying, I don't give a shit what Destiny said unless he was exploiting children or calling for physical harm of people. This is insane. And yet they didn't. They acted like, this is some sort of topic to debate. Maybe I actually saw one person say, hey, Destiny viewers, come on over to my Twitch channel. It's like, you fucking vultures. Like,
oh,
it just,
yeah,
to
there were
me,
a few people doing that, yeah.
It just seems so gross. And, like, I think that 90% of Twitch streamers that are on the left, and even to me, a lesser degree me, but they either owe you because, one, they're doing bad impressions of you, or second, because you did their show, which got a lot of eyeballs on their show. And I can't believe that even for the sake of self-preservation, that more of them didn't defend you more forcibly. And I just find it ironic now. Every day you see another left-wing Twitch streamer that the mob's coming after or that got banned. And it's just like, when are people going to realize that this sort of mutually assured destruction is going to end with no one being able to say anything interesting politically on places like Twitch?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see where it goes, I guess, yeah. The Keffels is fucking running wild. That's like a machine, a beast, a monster that people unleash that is unstoppable now, so we'll see, yeah.
Does she even have content other than trying to get people banned?
No, that's like she brigades and harasses people on Twitter, and then she like tries to spam report people, whatever. That's basically all they do there. Yeah.
So I've had to turn down 5 or 6 debates on trans issues because I think that they're, I don't know. I'm a small streamer, but I seriously think they're baiting me. I think that they.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's what my editor told me for a long time. He's like, you got to stop talking trans issues because like they're literally just. It's literally just people saying like none of these people don't give a fuck about. Even the trans people online don't give a fuck about trans people. It's all just like an opportunity for them to like virtue signal and ride off of like these things and then get you banned if they can get you to trip out. That's the only thing they really care about. Yeah. You can tell because like so few of them are even willing to engage, and then when they do engage, it's not in good faith, and then when they do engage in bad faith, it's to try to get you banned. Like that's literally the goal at the end of the day. So yeah.
I'm come in my chat, a trans person, and say. I wasn't even watching the chat, but apparently they said, oh, I'm trans. Do you think I'm biologically a woman? And someone was like, no, you're a man. And within 2 minutes of that statement, they got banned from Twitch, from my chat.
Yeah.
And I mean, now I use the pronouns because I just think it's a matter of decency. If I'm trying to have a conversation with someone and they ask me a simple ask, I don't have a problem. That's no skin off my back. I'm not going to say I've never slipped up, but I try to correct myself. If I had, but I have differences with what I think of I don't wish anyone ill, no matter what I think of them, like as far as conditions or something like that, or how you identify. But I might disagree. That doesn't mean I'm a bigot. It doesn't mean I, wish harm to people. But I can't talk about that because I'll give you an example. Have you ever I know you have. I've been on a panel with you. Tiffany Starr. Do you remember her?
Was she black?
No, she was drunk. She's a trans porn star. She was drunk on John Burke's panel with us one time. She made the brilliant point.
Or maybe I did.
She made the brilliant point when discussing COVID. She said, like, it's not like the cold is an illness. It's not like the cold's a disease. And even you rolled your eyes and were like, yeah, just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
She was pretty drunk. Anyways, She's a trans porn star. So after that John Burke debate, like 3 months later, she's like, Rob, I really want to discuss things with you. I'm not a good debater. I just want to talk. So we happen to be of a similar age, and she wanted to talk about video games back when we were kids, so like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat. She comes on for an hour. We talk about old movies and games. Doesn't even come up that she's trans or any political issues. She leaves, and I start talking to my audience, and half of my audience is like, why'd you call her a her? And I was like, well, because it's no skin off my back. You should be polite. It doesn't matter what you think of biology and all this stuff. It's just being polite. It was a good conversation. The next thing I know, I'm getting all of these like people saying that I'm being hate rated and like my account got hacked. I got like someone hacked my Twitch account the next day with my password as their name, which was a password with a lot of characters and stuff. And what happened was Tiffany went on another panel, a left-wing panel, and said, Rob Noor said, I don't have the right to live.
Okay.
And I was just like, what? So she confronted me when I was on another panel. She comes on. I was like, what the fuck did I say that made you think that? She's like, well, you told your audience when I left that the reason you use pronouns because you're being polite, not because you agree with me biologically. And I was like, what does any of that have to do with saying that you don't have the right to live? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No.
And it didn't matter. To her, she was just like, oh, well, we can still be friends. I'm like, no. Like,
Yeah.
this is such a shitty thing. Why would you say this? Because people take you seriously, and they're like, oh, fuck this guy. You know, and so now people are trying to get me canceled. And so her and several other trans people over and over, like, once every month, they'll message me, want to do a debate on trans issues? And I'm just like, no, go fuck yourself.
No.
Why would I want to talk to you on this when you're waiting for me to slip up one time so that you could cancel me? It's just insanity.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Yeah. Mr. Girl brings up this point that I think is interesting, that there's a little bit of like hostage taking when it comes to talking about trans issues, because every single conversation is framed around the idea of like imminent mass suicide or homicide of the trans community if you're not 100% on board with every single topic. And it's like, okay, well, that feels a little bit manipulative to try to talk about this right now. If you're telling me that if I disagree on anything, I'm advocating for mass trans genocide / suicide, but okay, I'll try my best. Like, yeah.
I mean, let me ask you this. These same people, if it came out that Trump supporters were something like, 300% more likely to commit suicide than other people, do you think
No, they wouldn't care. It'd be a good thing.
Would they give it? Would they say, well, we can't make fun of Trump supporters?
No, they'd
We
say,
can't disagree
yeah.
with Trump supporters."
There's like this concept, it's like ontologically evil. Like the fact is that like these types of people are, by virtue of their existence, like immorally horrible, evil, intrinsically bad people. So like if they die, that's actually good, right? That's how they justify it, because they act in ways that are horrible towards people, but it's okay because it's the enemy, so it makes it fine.
Yeah, I mean, and for me, it's bigoted to. That's the one issue that I don't hear people talk about, even on the left. That if you're on the right, you could be like, see. I mean, the reality is, and I think you know this, people like Keffels are the best thing politically that could happen to people like me on the right, because we could point and go, see. You see how they are, and it just like you could point to ridiculous groypers if you're on the left, or ridiculous white nationalists and say, see, you see what the other side's about. Now, me and you both know that's not indicative of the entire other side, but optically it looks good. It looks good to be like, I'll make this argument, but I don't even see people on the left making the argument that's like, dude, Keffels isn't indicative of the trans community in real life. The trans Twitch community is not representative of at least the trans people I know in real life. And this sort of bigotry of low expectations, like, well, here's a population of people you can't disagree with on anything. Because if you do, they're so fragile that they'll go out and harm themselves. No, fuck all that. That's not my role. My role is not to police. The most ethical thing I could do is treat anyone I interact with the same level. I don't go in saying, oh, I got to treat this person with kid gloves because of the particular population they're in. And I've seen you say this on Twitter. If you're that fragile, then get off these spaces.
Yeah.
This is
you
not
don't
the
need to
place
be
for
here. You don't have to be. Like, when people get banned off social media, people always say, like, oh, well, Facebook doesn't owe you a platform, which is true. But you also you're not owed, like, a safe space and, like, online, like, blood sports arenas. Like, you don't have to be here. You can do other things, Yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny to me because, something that no one wants to talk about. I'm not saying that this is true of every trans person on Twitch. There are certainly trans people on Twitch that I've had great conversations with that I don't see engaging in cancel culture. But with those that are, using this like Keffels, I have no proof of this, so I'm kind of talking out my ass. But my gut feeling is they're either, one, claiming to be more trans or something than they are because they realize that it gives them a power to be a bully. Or even if they are trans, they're exploiting it to the full extent. And I just find that to be horseshit. To me, if anything, that discredits actual people that are actual trans that are going through actual problems.
Yeah, I mean, it gets hard when you start to get into like, are you really trans or something? Because there's no real way to prove it, and you step into like a lot of like danger zone area there when those accusations start flying. But like I've definitely I run into enough like non-binary men presenting that whatever that are just like, I'm trans. I was like, okay, well, this is kind of dumb, but okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's always just better to fight on points rather than to try to figure out like who's actually trans or who's not, because it's just it's too much of a clusterfuck to even attempt.
Well, there was a big panel the other day with Big Papa Fascist where Dylan Burns set him up, which was shitty. It was shitty on Dylan's part, but it all started because basically BPF claimed that he thought that Dylan was faking his sexuality in his suicide attempt. That's not shit that I do. It's kind of funny, whatever. But I don't do that. I wouldn't. I take it, particularly in my line of work. Like, I can't tell you how many people I've worked with. I worked with this one guy who had autism that he really liked the nurses at the hospital. He thought they were cute. And he knew if he said, I'm going to kill myself, you had to take it seriously and take him to the hospital.
Okay.
So he'd have a big grin on his face and go, I'm going to kill myself. Then he got to hang out with the nurses all day. It's kind of ingenious, to be honest. But you have to take it serious. You can't.
Because the one time you ignore it, you're fucked.
You're right. So, like, if someone tells me they're suicidal, for the intents, even if in the back of my head, I'm like, yeah, bullshit, you're weaponizing this. I'll take it seriously. But you can't help but notice that these particular people that we're talking about, like Keffels and maybe like Demon Mama and some others, they use their perceived victimhood as a cudgel.
Yeah,
right?
it's not as a super ultra weapon. Yeah, they constantly weaponize it and constantly bring it up.
And to me, it's like, I don't understand that. To me, it's like, I don't give it the most, and I know this gets into a big discussion of like being colorblind, but it is how I try to live my life. Of course, you never can be fully unbiased or fully unprejudiced. Yes, but the best that I think that I could do as a person, at least as a streamer, is try to treat everyone equally. And like, I don't care. I've been on panels and someone's like, I'm 17, I'm still in high school. What, am I supposed to treat that person differently? Or me and you were on that panel with that progressive brat chick, and he keeps going, what's her first panel? Well, tough shit. To me, it would be bigoted if I'm like, oh, it's your first panel? That's okay, honey. You're doing okay. Like, no, fuck all that. If you come on being an asshole, I don't care if it's your 100th panel or your first panel. I'm going to treat you reciprocally. And I don't understand these people, like Keffels that are demanding that they can say any fucking heinous shit about me. But if I react, then all of a sudden I need to be canceled. It's clear to me that they are weaponizing sort of their condition or their victimhood or however you want to put it. And I have no respect for that. I will respect a trans person that's going through some shit and needs treatment and stuff like that. Absolutely. I don't respect a trans person or a bipolar person or a gay person or a Christian. I don't give a shit what group you are or why you're experiencing problems. I don't respect you if you're going to try to use that as an excuse to be an asshole.
Yeah, of course.
But, what can you do? Question here. So I was on the front of Reddit one time, albeit a small streamer, because I was in a debate with you, and you said I was the most trans-positive conservative that you knew.
Oh, the trans dialogue.
Yeah. Do you find an irony in having like that sort of discussion with someone like me and then getting canceled by basically the same group of people you were defending?
I mean, like, I've done like a lot of trans conversations, and I'm canceled by everybody that I talk about. So it's, at this point, I'm used to it. It is what it is.
I think it was funny because it was funny. I got a lot of hate. People were like, why are you even bringing this up? Well, it was a semantic argument because I was just saying that I think trans is an illness, which I still do. I don't know if it's a mental illness or a physical illness, but the irony is you can't even, that wasn't, I don't think me and yours entire conversation, anything that was said there could have been considered hateful to trans people. Neither of us were trying to exploit trans people or saying they should be treated shittily. We were just discussing whether or not books that suggest it's an illness should be pulled off of Amazon. And the irony is that despite that, and you probably taking the stance of more trans positive, that it was those very people on panels like that we came from that night that fucking wanted to take you down. And so now we can't even have that conversation on a platform like Twitch of like, well, should these books be allowed? Now that, to me, that's a worthwhile conversation. You could be the most trans positive person in the world and say, I think it's worthwhile discussing whether we should be banning books from Amazon. But that's off the table now. You can't talk about that. Because if you say what I said that night, you'd be canceled.
Yeah, probably, yeah. But I mean, yeah,
And so
it is what it is,
I
yeah.
feel that what it happens is, like, even through my audience, I think that, I'm just guessing, a lot of my audience probably would have said, I ain't calling these people the pronouns they want, fuck them. And probably a lot still say that. But you know what? I bet that I've convinced some in my audience, like, hey, you know, one of the examples I give, I think one of the worst people during COVID was Health Secretary Levine here in Pennsylvania. Now she's Rear Admiral. She happens to be trans. I have a friend that's a journalist that got to be in the press poll and ask Levine all these questions. And Levine moved her mother out of a long-term care facility and then was instrumental. She was the point person for forcing long-term care facilities to accept COVID. So then obviously when it turned out that a lot of people died in those facilities because they were getting COVID, people were like, well, why did you move your mother out right before you forced those facilities to take COVID? And you know what the end result of that conversation was?
What?
People going, well, she's not really a woman. And then her going, oh, people are attacking me because I'm trans. And the whole substantive debate on the issue is gone. It's fucking gone. Because one side just wants to be like, I'm not going to listen to someone on health issues that thinks they're a woman. And the other side's like, see, they're a bunch of bigots, so we're not going to respond to this. And so for me, I'm trying to explain to my audience, like, can't you see if there is in my mind, there's a legitimate criticism of this woman that's going to be swept under the rug because you're like, you can't control yourself. You're just like, oh, she's a man. She's a man. And to me, it's like, I don't give a fuck about all that. I could care less. I don't care how she identifies. What I care is about, why did she do this policy? And, you know, so I try my best. Now, what's funny is, though, that the trans community, like Keffels or Demon Mama, will be like, well, Rob's a horrible fucking bigot, Nazi, blah, blah, blah. He shouldn't have a platform. What if I challenge him to find one thing I've ever said that would say that they should be treated poorly because they're trans? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I, even as a right-winger, did some things that they could be like, yeah, that's at least more in the direction that we're hoping to go. They don't give a shit about any of that.
Yeah, I mean, some people would say that, like, by virtue of holding certain positions, it's more likely that certain elected officials would push things that are necessarily anti-trans or bigoted. But I mean, yeah, I know what you mean. So, like, for instance, if a lot of people had the idea that, like, trans was a mental illness, then they would never approve of, like, healthcare or anything for trans people because they'd say, well, you need to be cured instead or something.
I don't know. I understand how people could say that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not my position. Like, I think that there are significant questions about children and puberty blockers and things like that. And I think there are real questions about what is being taught in schools about sexuality and possible dangers that come from stuff like that.
Sure.
But as an adult, to me, it's like, as long as you should be able to get, I mean, it's one of the things, I don't know what you felt. You remember when Trump signed the, like, right to try bill or whatever? And the idea was, if you're
as if you're
ill,
terminally ill, you should have a right to, like, experimental medications or something, right?
Yeah, I support that, and I in general I support, as long as a doctor's open with you about, to the best of their ability, the potential risks and harms of a treatment. You should absolutely be allowed, as long as you and the doctor, and it's not like, obviously there are limits to this. It can't be like harming a third party.
Sure.
But I mean, if you decide that you want, as an adult, treatments that other people find harmsome, so what? That's on you, as long as the doctor was forthright with you. But I understand that people want to sort of pigeonhole my position. And look, they're probably right. There are probably people on the right that are like, no, we don't think a 24-year-old trans man should be entitled to get, gender reassignment. Yeah, but I think the whole conversation of gender is horseshit anyways. I think that it's a made-up thing. I don't give a shit. I care about sex. To me, gender, it's just how you feel and what you think other people should call you. Like, I've already given my opinion. I think that you should be polite to the best of the ability. But I'm tired of seeing this sort of semantic game with gender being played where it's like, oh, well, it's just this social construct. But then as soon as, it benefits the same side, they start talking about sex. Biden put out a tweet today that was like, equal pay. I'm pushing for equal pay. For who? Men and women? You can't look at those studies. What do you mean women make 79 cents to $1? Did you ask every single one of those people if they're women and men? What's the difference? And they'll say, well, it's biological reality when it comes to that. Yeah, exactly. That's all I give a shit about. How you feel, I don't give a shit. To me, it's just a made-up game for power. Like, I don't like, and it becomes very evident when you get into the athletics conversation. Your gender is irrelevant to athletics, your sex is.
Yeah, I think it probably depends on how you want to look at it. I would argue that we use different terminology, but I would say in the 90s and 2000s, conservatives were really obsessed about the gender-sex distinction. It didn't really manifest in the conversations about trans people. It manifested about jewelry and metrosexuality. That conservatives would always charge that men are acting more like women, and they weren't talking about sex, even if they didn't have the vocabulary to say it. They were talking about the fact that men's gender was slowly changing because they started wearing earrings or grooming themselves, or were wearing jewelry like rappers. Only black people should do that, but. I mean, I think that culture issues. What?
You fuck those conservatives. That's how.
Yeah, sure, I know, but I'm saying that I'm just saying everybody's got their pet issues, and conservatives were definitely obsessed with this type of stuff related to manliness and long hair, short hair on men or whatever, way before trans people came along. So it's funny to hear that I'll hear conservatives on one end say the gender sex distinction is so silly, that's not a different at all, blah blah blah. But then they very much want to talk about the social aspects of gender roles when it comes to policing men's behavior or clothing or whatever. Or they did a long time ago. I don't know if they do as much anymore, but yeah.
Well, and listen, I do believe in gender norms, or in general a good thing, but it's the same problem I have with let's be honest, stereotypes exist for a reason because a lot of times they're true. But and it's unavoidable. We all use I love the sort of high-minded people. I don't engage in stereotypes. Yes, you do. You do. We all do. But the key is what we should expect is a stereotype's just a way of assuming something until you get better information. Once you get the better information, then you throw the stereotype out. If you're 7 feet tall, I might say, oh, you're pretty good at basketball. And then I watch you and you can't you can't hit a shot to save your life. Then I adjust, that doesn't mean I'm a bigot. Now, obviously there are harmful stereotypes that you should seek to, understand that they're harmful for a reason because they exist because a bunch of assholes created them. But in general, a lot of stereotypes are true. I think that gender norms are a good thing. However, we need to understand that it's our ability as a reasonable society to say you should be allowed to go against those. But it doesn't mean that we throw out, every civilization that's ever existed and sort of, the ideas that came. There is a middle ground between conservative and progressive. I believe gay marriage absolutely should exist. Some of the best relationships I know are gay people. They truly are in love. I find it ridiculous, anyone that says that that's somehow immoral. But, at the same time, that doesn't mean that we throw out all ideas of what it means to be a man and what it means to be a woman. And when it comes to policy and things like that, or setting rules for who participates in this group or another, to me the only thing that matters is sex. As a government or as bodies that create rules or laws, we shouldn't be the gender should not come into the conversation at all, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it just kind of depends. If you've got somebody that's far along transitioning, you probably want their gender to be accounted for, right? You don't want somebody like Buck Angel going into the women's bathroom, or you don't want a trans woman competing with cis women in sports, probably. So at varying points, I guess it just depends on the conversation, when we account for these things, right?
But that would be biology. The trans woman wouldn't commit with cis women because it's biology. I will admit that, with the Buck Angel example, I thought that, no one likes this answer, but it's dude, if you look like a woman, go to the women's room.
Sure.
And if you're doing shady shit in there, then you should be reported. And I'm sorry if you're trans and you don't pass tough shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to say.
The thing is, most reasonable trans people will know that. Trans people, real life trans people, aren't going to walk into the bathroom they identify with and cause a whole bunch, a whole scene and discomfort because they don't want to be the center of attention for some crazy shit, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think you're right. That's why I say I think that a lot of the voices you hear are more radical people. I think most trans people just want to identify as what they're trying to look like.
Sure.
They don't want special privileges other than, I'm trying my whole life to be a woman. That's how but I think that you have to understand that there's limits to how inclusive we could be. I find it funny, particularly with the athletics conversation, we always talk about the rights of the trans person. What about the rights of everyone else?
Yeah, that's what the conversations have been about, so yeah.
Well, but take a locker room conversation, like high school. And I remember reading stories about, here's a biological male that identifies as trans and wants to use the female locker room, and the school would be like, well, we can't do that, but we could let you use the teacher's locker room or the teacher's restroom, and that wasn't good enough. And it's well, why? Well, because this particular trans kid's feelings would be hurt. Mm-hmm. What about the girls in the locker room? What about their feelings?
Sure.
What about what they think? They're in that. Is it reasonable for those girls to not want to shower with a man? Would they say, I feel uncomfortable? I feel like that, the numbers bear out that I'm more likely to be assaulted. Their opinion on this doesn't matter. And I just find it very strange that, again, it goes back to sort of that idea that we accept that some groups are victims and others aren't, or some groups are more victims than others, and so only their feelings or opinions matter on this situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna depend on the topic, but sure. I mean, that's gonna super depend on the topic, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, that's the trans debate, but yeah, I think fuck all those people on the left that didn't defend. I remember watching even Pisco. I like Pisco, but I watched him defend you on some panel, and I was like, come on, dude, just fucking tell them. It's just stop coddling to these people. I just find it ridiculous. And trust me, they'll welcome you back with open arms if you do their panel. If you get unbanned from Twitch, they'll welcome you back with open arms. Oh, we missed you. Our viewership was down 20% while you were gone. Thanks for coming back, Destiny. Fuck them all. You know, like it's so dumb. And then you know, this other thing. Anytime you do a stream with Lauren Southern, see people. Wait, I guess you're now a Nazi, or you believe in great replacement theory or something now? That's the new line, I guess.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. I just find that these people that don't have anything better to say. When do you want to do the debate with Burisma with me?
Good question. We'll set that up. We need to. I've just been doing a ton. I traveled so much last month. I think I was gone for like half the month, but yeah, we can. Yeah, we'll set it up at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, pick a modder. I don't care. But yeah, I know you're busy. I do thank you for taking the time to talk to me. I wanted to review the debate we did. So I have no audience on YouTube. I get like 60, 70 people that watch me on Twitch. YouTube's constantly banning me for whatever reason. Disinformation and this shit and that shit. But I can't even review the debate we had on Biden on Twitch because I can't even show clips of interactions I had with you before you were banned on Twitch. That's how fucking stupid it is. It's so aggravating. It's so dumb.
Yep, that's what Twitch does, yeah.
But oh, by the way, I've never interacted with this Mr. Girl guy. I was watching one of his clips other today. Like, you realize that guy sucks, right? Like, at least from the clip that I saw. Like, he's standing shirtless talking to his girlfriend about, like, pretending that he's some sort of psychologist when really he just seems to be insecure, trying to pretend to be smarter than he is. Like, what? Did you find that as stupid as I did?
Well, hey, listen, if you want, you can always go and chat with them, so.
I don't even know how to get in touch with them. I don't give it. It's one of those things like when a name pops up people, did you talk with Mr. Girl? I'm like, I've never seen one fucking clip with him. And I'd heard people talk, and I try to give people the benefit of the doubt because people are like, oh, he said some crazy shit about child exploitation and shit like this. I'm like, I don't know.
I think it's interesting, so that's why I like talking to him, so.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. That's why I talk to people too. Even people I dislike. I talk 90. I can't say that. 50% of the people I talk to, I walk away. I'm like, what the fuck was that? That was so stupid. But I could talk with someone which I think has horrible takes. But I'm like, well, that was an interesting conversation, or it made me think. So maybe I'd be willing to talk to the guy. But from when I saw that clip today, I was like, what the? This is all the stink. This guy, like this armchair psychologist with his shirt off, like embarrassing his girlfriend or whoever he's hooking up with. I don't know. Looked like a fucking joke to me.
Well, give him a shot. Maybe you guys can have a fun chat. It'd be pretty combative, so.
I'm sure it'd be good. So, all right, man. Well, hey, thanks for taking the time. If you don't need to hit me up, feel free to do so. But for the record, I think it's shitty that you were banned. And if they allow you to come back, I think you should tell them that they're bigger than you and not go back to them. But that's just my opinion.
Okay, I'll keep it in mind. Okay.
Take it easy, man.
Have a good one. Bye.
Yep.
Nice, good one. Dude, hitting these like torn down structures actually counts against you. Oh, that was actually my gold mine though. All right, 9 minutes left. What is this guy doing? Okay, well, hey, are we good today? I'm gonna try to be on time tomorrow because I'm going to sleep early tonight, hopefully. Where is Dan in Warzone at? That's the real question, guys. Bro, come on. This dude is about to fuck my shit up. Cherry, what? Can you let us watch Morbius tonight? Okay, if you guys want to watch one movie tonight, you can watch Morbius. Go for it. It's Morbin time, guys. You're gonna see what I just want to watch. Oh, good one. $78 duders. I don't think I'm gonna live. Alright. I love you guys. It's been fun. Ripperino, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, my duderinos. I will catch you guys next stream arena. Be careful.